There we go. There we go. I did it again. Oh my, oh my, oh my. I see if you guys can hear me here. There was a button I did not push. Are we there? It seems to set me up on the digital input when I first bring it up, whereas it was bringing me up for the microphone before. So hopefully now you guys can hear me. Oh, yay! Yay! Yeah, and we gotta change something here, kids. No, I'm just not getting it done right. I have the dialysis on Tuesday mornings, and by the time I get home, I'm wiped, and I end up twice already. I've slept through the showtime, and that's not good. We can't do this. Um, so we're gonna have to get everybody together and figure out what's happening here. I'll send Kate a note later and see if we can't decide what we can do about a different showtime. Um, Ma- oh, who's here? Hi, honey. Mea culpa, mea culpa.
Would it kill you to set a bleeping censored alarm?
Oh my. Oh man, that's the thing. I thought I did. I thought I set the alarm and I didn't. Ah!
Hey,
I don't know. Make sure.
you
Let's.
have no excuse at all.
Okay, we might be. I might have to. I might have to push a button or two here. Hang on. Um.
For
Okay, we're gonna exit from here
what do
and
you
step. Now we're better.
can can everybody hear my dumb butt?
I hope so. I hope so. That would be good if they could. Yes, it would be. And what am I talking about? I don't know.
You're talking about it being good if they can hear my dumb butt.
Yes,
That's what you're talking about.
yes, that is good. That is good. They can hear you. I hope
You can. I hope.
I hope it would be good if they could hear me.
Oh, dishte vetrana balkaliki. Oh, let me tell you, it's all kinds of fun. Have you been having fun?
A little bit.
Oh, yay! This is a good thing. I like that.
Yeah, I got some work done on Quinn Redshift, and I played a bit of Enter the Gungeon, and watched a whole bunch of Big Bang Theory.
Oh my, oh my, oh my. Tell you what, Mole. Hang on a second. And what I'm going to do is,
Who,
oh my
who,
word.
who's
There,
Mole?
Mole. Yes,
Oh,
Mole is a big sweetie. Yes, he is.
okay.
Okay, Mole. Try that one.
Also snorking down the last of my weed.
Oh no.
Yeah, but what can you do, huh?
That means that there's no more after you snort that down.
Yeah, and I don't like that. Uh-oh. You just posted that right in the fucking public chat.
Yes, I did. I have control over who comes in.
True, but still.
Yeah, because I figured I'd get this to him quickly and easily and everything. And because,
Okay, quickly, yes. Easily, not so much.
yeah, what happens is if somebody else picks it up and tries to come in, I have to let them in.
Yeah, I know, but you can still be inundated if you post it right in the public chat.
Yeah, well, hopefully Mole's got it now, so I'm going to take it off.
Well, yeah, but oh, okay. I forgot you can do that.
Yeah.
Silly person.
Okay, it's retracted now. Oh, Skeptic Mafia wonders, would it be wrong to deconvert a conservative who was raising children?
Suppose that depends on your point of view, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I would think that you were doing the kids a favor.
Oh, yes, as would I. But I guarantee that there's a conservative out there somewhere who's going, what? What? No, never! This cannot be allowed!
Dayu Korostu. I don't know, man. It's all kinds of
I mean,
stuff.
that's the difference between like a conservative and I don't want to use the word liberal because it doesn't mean what it used to mean anymore, apparently.
Apparently.
And a progressive is that like the progressive wants to give people room to be wrong, where the conservative wants everyone to be the same exact kind of wrong. You know? I mean, even if it turns out they're right, they're doing it wrong because they're not trying to convince us, they're trying to pass laws to force us to conform. And they'd say the same thing about like gay marriage laws, et cetera, et cetera. But it's like you're not being forced to participate in anything. You're just being told not to be an asshole about it.
Yeah.
And really, if that's being too controlling, if to them that's fascism, they're idiots.
I know, yes, definitely. And unfortunately, well, it seems that they have one set of rules. Oh, maybe this is Mole. Yes, it is. Hi, honey. Yay!
Hello.
Hey, it worked, hooray.
All
Hello.
right. It's the
How's
Mole.
it going, guys?
And Kate,
How
do
is
you know
everybody?
Mole?
Oh, you look vaguely familiar, but then again, there's like 6 people on the internet and they all look the same.
Mole?
We've
Kate
talked
Mole.
a few times, Kate. I can't say exactly how many times, but we've chatted a few times.
Okay.
How have you been?
We have
How both of you been?
we have the question of the day. And the question of the day is it wrong to convert a conservative? How the heck did he do it?
Who
Was
was
it wrong to
raising
deconvert a
children?
conservative was raising children. There you go.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to figure out exactly what's meant by all of that. Are we only converting the conservative parent? Are we not deconverting both conservative parents? Are we doing anything with deconverting the kids? I mean, there's not enough details.
Well,
I mean, there's nuance missing too, you know?
Yeah, I kind of made some assumptions. I will admit. And the assumption I made was deconvert the conservative, and then the conservative might decide to pass that on to the kids.
Oh, I mean, that's one of the many ways it could go.
Yep. Yeah, and as I say, it can go many, 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 many ways.
And the fact that it just says a conservative implies singular, which makes me wonder, are we only talking single parents or are we talking about splitting up a family by only converting
I
one?
have a great example about a conservative parent who has a child. It's my ex-girl. Do you remember I used to date that Pentecostal
Yes, I
girl
remember. I remember.
I mean, I still love her to this day. I mean, it just wouldn't work, you know, because our worldviews are just too different.
Uh-huh.
But anyway, here's what I don't think that. I mean, this is gonna sound kind of conceited, but I don't think a lot of conservatives really think about their worldview in the big scheme of things. They just kind of go with the flow to as not rock the boat. Maybe, does that make sense?
I guess a lot
Like,
of people do. I mean,
Like I'm not sure she actually buys the stuff she believes. Honestly, you know, does that make? I don't know.
oh
Just- I
yeah,
mean, 'cause-
that makes sense to me. Really, it does. Yeah, to
I
fit
think
in.
I
Yeah.
see what you mean. I think I see
Like,
what you mean.
Like her dad's a pastor, right?
Oh no.
And one of her brothers is a member of the LGBTQ community, and the other brother had left the church long ago.
Oh, that's
So
got to
I
go over
think
really well.
her, I think, yeah, I'll go into that. But her being the oldest, I feel like she feels obligated to, to be the good kid, the good child or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
it's, I mean, and when when and she's homeschooling her kid, and she's a young Earth creationist.
Oh,
So it was just too much, man. I couldn't do it, dude. Like, I mean, we're still good friends. I would do anything for her, but when it comes to that, it just I think she's setting Nicholas up for failure. I mean,
oh
kids
yeah.
already have a tough time as it is as children, but when you take away the ability to learn social norms from other children, that's going to screw them up in the head. You know what I mean?
Oh, I
Sure.
don't know anyone like that. Nobody.
Hmm.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Right.
It's weird that this is another way I feel a little bit like an odd duck here,
Quack,
is
quack.
because while it's true that my parents and I have our differences on a lot of issues, not least of which like entertainment choices, that kind of thing. Um,
Right.
but
Right.
but when it comes to like politics and morality, I might as well have just been cloned from my parents. Like we
Okay.
agree on
Yeah.
so much when it comes to like what we'll permit and what we won't. It's like so many people I know are the polar opposite of their parents, and usually it's the ones with the conservative parents who end up like
Right.
uber
Right.
liberal, right? So I mean, it's weird to be one of the few that hasn't flipped.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Tell me about being the polar opposite to the parents.
Um,
Okay.
you're probably one of the only people I've met besides me that agrees with their parents politically. My dad is 81, and he is the most liberal old man you'll ever meet in your life. That guy
Oh,
is
lucky you.
Democrat until he dies.
Lucky
Oh,
He
you.
he
the,
is
the sheer number of like no nukes and pro gay and pro like racial equality marches my dad and my mom took me to, you
yeah
know? The
you
number
know
of whiny folk song concerts I got dragged to. Oh, I mean, like, okay, I agree with the politics, but not the music.
Ah, come
Now
on.
I'll admit that I don't think he understands all of it. I mean, he's old, so but he's willing to learn, and that's the main thing.
Yes.
Like I tried to
Yes.
explain it to him about gender and about just different things, and that's the main thing, is that he cares enough to even try to learn.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
I
and
think that's really cool.
that's the best part. It really is.
I
I mean,
mean,
I will accept the occasional faux pas from somebody who's really sincere about it and really trying.
Well, I mean, I didn't even have to blaze any trails because even before I was adopted, my dad had like two out and proud lesbian cousins, right? Like, I
Okay.
mean, obviously Judith wasn't blood, but still, it was like, so when I show up and I'm all mom, dad, lesbian over
ugh.
here, they were like, yeah, okay, sure, no problem.
Oh
It's like,
my.
I didn't have to fight for any of that stuff. I had to fight for which movies I was allowed to watch.
Oh jeez. Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
because hippie peaceniks are raising me. They don't want me to see violence, and meanwhile,
Right.
I'm like loving Star Wars. And it has wars right in the name. Obviously, there's going to be a little bit of fighting.
Yeah.
Just a smidge. And like eventually, they realized this was not a battle they could win just because the sheer amount of cartoons that were combat based, and I was getting old enough to want to watch maybe Beverly Hills Cop or something. Yeah, so I mean, that's one of the ways me and my parents don't agree. But when it comes to all the hippy dippy politics stuff, yeah, you know,
Oh wow! And then here I had the slimy bastards who were always saying, "You took your political leanings just to be different, right? Just to give us a hard time about it, because I registered Republican for my first presidential election. They were still Democrats because they thought it was still Dixiecrats. Then they went. Then they went Republican, and that's about it's about the time I went Democrat. So yeah, we were always on opposite sides of the record.
Yeah,
Well,
I've always been fairly liberal in my views.
Oh
there,
man.
there was a thing, like, okay, being from Vermont, we are a kind of forgettable state in this country. Most people are like, you mentioned the word Vermont. Most people are like, oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, Vermont. Okay, sure, I remember that from history class.
Well, you have good
kind
maple
of
syrup.
right. So
Yeah.
every time there's something that gets even a little bit famous from Vermont, Vermonters just sort of fucking eat it up, right? And so there were these books. If I remember the name of the author right, it's Robert Peck, and they center around Robert and his friend. I forget his real name, but everyone calls him Soup for some reason, right? And like the books are like Soup for President and Soup for this, which is like class president, and Soup and the something or other. And it's always, these kids just getting into a bunch of trouble in rural ass Vermont. Now, at one point, one of the kids stands up in class and starts just losing it about Democrats for some reason. Right? And I'm sitting there going, I know Vermont. Vermont is like one of the most liberal, most Democrat places there are. At the time, I didn't know about the Southern strategy. I didn't know that the parties had flipped, and I didn't know it had been that recently. Right?
Yeah,
So I was
yeah.
absolutely mystified how Vermont, the land of Bernie Sanders, civil unions, Ben and Jerry's, fish, and, everybody wearing fucking wicker sandals all day while they're eating their granola, how that was ever like Republicanville. And then I found out about the Southern strategy and it all made sense. But at the time, I was boggled.
Uh-huh.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's totally amazing the way that flip went. Because I can remember as it was taking place, and you had the crazies like Strom Thurmond and that sort of thing, and then still holding on in the Democrats.
Was Barry Goldwater involved somehow?
Barry Goldwater was a Republican. Was a fairly, as things go, he was a fairly rational Republican.
No, but I mean, in the Southern strategy, was he involved in the Southern strategy?
Yeah, he was out there at that time. Yes, he
Yeah.
was.
Okay, okay.
But he
But
was
he was
he was a
supporting it, yes?
Say again.
he was a fairly
He
moderate
was in support of
conservative,
it,
wasn't he?
yes? I'm trying to
He
remember my
was
history.
he was rather racist. Yes, he was. I will.
Okay.
That's not too surprising, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, so he
Yeah.
would have been in support of the Southern strategy.
It would be so weird if he wasn't. If he just sort of saw the whole states' rights thing, like, actually as a real thing. And it turned out that, like, the people who wanted states' rights were all the bigots. But the thing is, states' rights had been around for ages. Everyone knew what it meant. So there's no way the
Yeah.
dude wasn't at least a
Right.
little bit racist. And even if he personally wasn't, he was willing to exploit racism. So he was effectively a racist. And don't
Yes.
try to tell me otherwise.
Right.
Exactly.
And he was an
Hey,
he was an Arizona Republican. So
excuse me.
yes, dear.
I had a conversation the other day with I would consider him a very good friend of mine, and I was heated, and he did not understand. Like, me and my buddy Tommy both tried to explain it to him, and he was he's I don't know how to explain it. He's one of them people that I'm not sure if he believes the bullshit he says, but he feels like I think he does the things he does as like an image thing almost, right? Like he has like white power tattoos, and he talks about,
no.
and he's always. But the thing is like he's a fake racist. I know he's not a racist because I know he has black friends. I see him talk to black people all the time. It just seems like when he's around certain people, he feels the need to use the N word. And I ask him all the time, why do you act like that, dude? What is the point? And he's like, oh, you think you're better than me because you don't say that word anymore? I said, yes, when I was younger, I was stupid, ignorant, and uninformed. I said, people change, dude. I said, you don't have to live that way forever. And he just, um, it's like some conservatives think that we don't really believe the things we believe. They think that we're just bandwagon jumpers, but I think that's just projection on their part because that's exactly what they are, as bandwagon jumpers.
Well, I can tell
Yeah,
you that.
well,
Hmm?
I was hurt, man. I was like, I can't believe you're talking like this, dude.
it's very strange, like when you can't convince people you're sincere. I've kicked a lot of people to the curb when they wouldn't take me at my word on something where they thought they could dictate my opinion to me
Yeah.
Oh, I
and
hate
expect
that.
me to actually defend it. And, I mean, it's weird, like, because I don't want to lose these people as friends. But if they're not going to treat me with any kind of, like dignity or respect, fuck them.
Right, exactly. But
Yeah.
he was trying to say, well, you can't you're just pretending that you're not a racist. And I'm like, no, I'm not. I said I was ignorant and uninformed before. He's like, well, people can't change. I'm like, people absolutely can change, dude. And
Well,
I said, there's no shame in admitting when you've made horrible mistakes in the past, as long as you do something to rectify them.
I mean,
You
this is
know?
going to sound super stupid, but understand that it actually did mean something to me. I used to be one of the most rabid and screaming anti Trekkies there ever fucking was, right? Star
Uh
Wars
huh.
all the way. Now, I mean, those things came out when my age was like, well, I mean, Star Trek was out long before I was even a
Oh yeah.
glint
Like
in the
what?
milkman's eye. But, Star Wars, I was a year and a half old when that came out. I was immersed in that culture, right? And Star
Mhm.
Trek was sort of this distant thing I never really sort of got exposed to. I just knew that everyone was taking sides. You could only like one or the other. And I had already loved the hell out of Star Wars. So
Right.
until like Star Trek The Next Generation came out, so we're talking like 1988, 89, I was just so rabidly anti Trek, you have no idea. Right? Now,
Mhm.
I know a lot of people scoff about the fact, oh, it's just a bunch of movies, bunch of TV shows, et cetera, et cetera. But when you're the kid that not everyone accepts too easily and all of that, and you might be fucking autistic, you're still not sure, and all of that, you gotta find companionship where you can. And if you find a bunch of characters engaging and they come to your house every week, I
oh
mean, you
my.
grow attached to your shit, and you want to, like, it matters to you which one is best,
Uh huh.
especially
I
when
get what
you're
you're
a
saying. You know what's so amazing about Star Trek to me is that it actually has morals to the story. I mean, you can learn a lot from Star Trek. I mean, if you actually pay attention to the episodes, and I think that's awesome.
Well, yeah, but also some of the science that they pretend to do is just awful. I mean, Trek
Yeah.
has no idea how evolution by natural selection works at all. They treat it
Right.
like a character in a role playing game leveling up.
They do. They do.
Oh, it's so fucked up. I mean, like, I don't expect my science fiction to be scientifically accurate like some people. I would choose fun over fact every time because it's fucking science fiction, right?
Exactly.
You're not talking to
But
anybody I know, are you?
but that said, well, tons of people I've known. But that said, I wince every time Star Trek does an evolution episode. Every time I
Right.
can't help it because it's that bad. It's sci-fi. It's scientific uncanny valley.
Right.
Okay.
All right.
I don't mind them taking some artistic license, but I would at least like the science they're trying to portray as at least plausible. Something that could happen.
Yeah. Or at least something that doesn't contradict the way we know it happens. You
Right,
know?
right.
Unless there's a damn good reason, like they discovered something new.
Okay. Okay. Ow. My hair's getting.
Well, I mean, that's the
Don't
thing
mind
is
me.
like, if a show decides, hey, this works like that now, and for no good reason, we just decided, it makes me like uncomfortable. I'm like, guys, you sort of broken the fourth wall in a way, however unintentionally, and I feel manipulated or treated as if I were gullible or something, and I don't like that very much.
Yeah,
Uh,
I understand that feeling.
Not that they can hear me, I'm just describing what it feels like.
I get what you're saying. Oh, hey, guess what? I got great news today. I talked to Dr. Josh,
Oh
and I
yay!
said, hey, I would really like an autographed copy of your new book. I said, how would I go? I said, first of all, would you mind doing that? I know it might be a bit of an inconvenience. And second, how would I go about doing that? And he said, dude, I have no problem doing that. He said, let me give you Megan's email and you can get in touch with her and we'll get it all set up. So
Oh,
Thursday, I'm going to send them the payment and hopefully I'll have it soon. I'm so looking forward to it.
they are a
Who's
couple.
Dr. Josh?
Digital
Dr. Josh
Hammurabi.
Bowen from Digital Hammurabi.
Sorry, you guys talked over each other.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm Dr. Josh Bowen from Digital Hammurabi.
Don't
He's
know
a
him.
I think his PhD's in what Assyriology and ancient Bibles
I
and
think.
ancient biblical
I think
studies.
so.
Hmm.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
Don't know him.
he comes in here from time to time. Believe it or not.
Huh.
I was stunned when I first saw him come in.
Is his username Dr. Josh?
No,
It's
his channel is Digital Hammurabi.
yeah, and
No, 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 no. Here in the chat, when
he
you know he's shown up, what?
Oh,
he
I'm not
is
sure
in the
honestly.
chat. He is DJ Hammurabi.
Okay, thank
Oh,
you.
okay, yeah, that's right.
I'll look for that name now.
Yeah, he's a big sweetie. He really is, and so is Megan.
Oh, he is.
Yeah, they're a couple
If
of
you ever
really-
want to listen to any of his debates, he's done a few on modern day debates. I think he did one on biblical slavery with Matt Dillahunty, Matt and
Nice.
Josh against G-Man and Darth, the most dishonest interlocutor, Dawkins.
Oh Lord, that must have
And
been a joke.
oh yeah,
That is a
it was a
debate I
nightmare.
would never, ever, ever, ever watch.
You know who? Darth Dawkins is an insufferable, dishonest person.
Oh
But
yeah,
the worst person to hear debate has got to be Alex Stein. That guy cannot be for real, dude. He's got to be a troll. There's
I
no
don't
way he
think I
can really
know
believe
him.
that shit.
I'm not sure.
You're
Alex
not missing
Stein.
nothing. He would make you pull your hair out, Kate. You would hate his gut, or not maybe hate him personally, but you would hate his views, I should say.
I might hate him too. There are certain theists that I just got to positively loathe while I was still
Oh.
doing atheism videos. What's his name? Andy Bannister. Like that dude with the short blonde
The
haircut
name
and the
sounds familiar.
fucking windbreaker or whatever on. What is that thing called? Where it's not quite a windbreaker. It's fuzzy for some reason. You know what
Parka?
I'm talking about?
Parka?
Like
What?
a fleece?
No, because that's too thick.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't matter. The point is, like he would put out this steady stream of bullshit constantly, and it got to the point where in the videos he'd be like, "Oh fuck, not Andy again, not Andy again. Why do you keep making me do
No,
this?"
I think you would
It sounds
probably
like an alcoholic hitting the bottle.
you would probably hate Alex Stein. He is a living, walking conservative talking point. Any far-fetched talking point conservatives spout, he buys wholeheartedly on everything. Like even the worst of the worst conservative talking points, he buys them.
Oh
And for
my.
about 2 years, G-Man followed me around everywhere trying to get me to debate him. So I completely ghosted him for like 5 years after that. And then finally, we ended up in a stream somewhere. Well, okay, we ended up in a stream where he had to be polite because he wasn't in control of
Right.
the stream.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. But then I did a second stream with him, and it was his channel. And I would not accept some bullshit definition of some word where if I
Yeah.
used their definition, I couldn't actually argue my point. Right.
Yeah.
And
They
so
they do that on purpose.
and then he kicked me out of the stream when I wouldn't accept it.
Right.
So I'm now just simply deciding he doesn't get to be part of my world, G-Man.
There you
Has
go.
anybody noticed that theists, for as self-important as they think they are the most dishonest, and they don't want to, like, I mean, I've never they lie to further their cause, essentially. I mean, and they know they're lying. They know straight up that they're lying.
Well, the apologists anyway. I mean, there are the occasional decent decent theists. When she shows up, we've got a theist here with us, Mom NATO, and she's a beautiful human being, really.
Thing is,
I love some theists.
Most of them, the evangelists and all of those, they're like sort of pouty children, not even spoiled children necessarily, but the kind of kid that loses at a game and just can't accept it, or is wrong about something, just factually incorrect about something and takes it personally.
That reminds me of a certain orange former president.
Take my ball and go home if it seems like they're losing.
I can
it
just
seems
hear
like
Eric
if you
Cartman.
get them off their script, they get lost and they get mad and they don't want to play no more.
Oh yes. Well, I mean, one thing I've found that really, really works on these people, and they can't handle it, is don't take their bait. Do not engage on anything they say that is not addressing your point.
Right.
Leave it just completely alone. Pretend they never said it.
Right.
And if they try to answer your questions with questions, tell them to stop it. And that you will answer their questions after they've answered the one you just asked.
Yeah.
If they are only asking questions, then say to them, if you have a point, please just make it.
Right.
Things like that. They can't handle it because they expect to Socratic method you to their presupposed conclusion.
Right. Exactly. You know who the worst to debate has to be is Kent Hovind. That guy just gish gallops nonstop. Oh my God.
Hovind's a total idiot. But
oh God, I can't even listen to his debates sometimes. I'm just like, oh, this is ridiculous. I'm not the greatest debater in on the spot kind of thing. I like time to like study and think about what I'm going to say ahead of time. I'm not the greatest on my feet. But I will tell you that I'm trying to be more Anthony Magnabosco and less Matt Dillahunty, because I love Matt. Don't get me wrong, but his temper gets the best of him sometimes. And
don't trigger Kate over here.
Fucking Matt Dillahunty. I hate that guy with the white hot fury of 1,000 suns. I thought we actually had, if not, I mean, obviously it wasn't a very close friendship, but I thought we were at least a little bit friends, or better than passing acquaintances. But I happen to say that Joe Biden isn't left enough for me, so I'm not going to vote for him. And he's like, well, I can't have anyone that stupid as a friend. Delete. And I was like, what the fuck, man?
That's pretty childish.
There wasn't any back and forth or anything. It was just insta-kill. And I was
like, very childish.
Fuck you. Well, he is a childish person. I mean, like you said, his temper gets the best of him.
No, but I think that I would like to lean more toward Anthony Magnabosco's style of the respectful discourse and the asking questions, and
I don't think I know who that is. I mean, the name sounds really familiar, but I'm not dredging up a life history or even a face.
Check out check out Street Epistemology.
That's what
If
it's
you type
called.
in
Yeah,
either
yeah, yeah, yeah.
either type in Matthew Magnabosco or Street Epistemology, and he should pop up. He's very respectful.
Matthew
He doesn't ever pretend like he knows something you don't know. He's not rude. He just asks questions to make people think about
Oh,
what their beliefs mean to them. I
Yeah.
really like him.
Aaron Ra took some
He's a good dude.
lessons from him at one point.
I
And
may have found his Facebook page.
Hey, does anybody know, is American Atheists having a conference this year?
I have no idea. If they were having a conference, they would have had it already because that's over the Easter weekend, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Oh man, I wonder if they'll have any kind of. I wonder if they'll have the back cruise this year
I am
down
no,
in Austin.
I am no
If-
to knowing.
If this is the guy, he didn't list a YouTube channel on his Facebook page.
I'll find the link for it and send it to you. All right.
Okay. I mean that name really does sound familiar, but like I also have a lot of relatives with similar names, so
Right.
Oh my.
yeah. I mean I have a lot of relatives with last names that end in vowels. It's a little unfortunate though, because again, I don't fit the stereotype where it's like, if you've watched How I Met Your Mother, Barney is like, don't date a girl whose last name ends in a vowel because she has brothers.
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
And I'm an only child, god damn it. I don't have any like protective older brothers or any shit,
I'm not an only child, but I was raised as an only child essentially. My parents were in their late 30s when I was born, and my brother was 14 and my sister was 16 when I was born. So I was essentially raised like an only child.
Oh my. Okay.
Of course, I wouldn't want to be the first kid. I'd rather be the second kid. Because, the first kid it's like making pancakes. The first one's a throwaway.
Yeah,
Yeah,
pretty
okay.
much. You got a point there. And the second child seems to be like kind of left to their own devices. They're like kind of in between.
Well,
Oh,
I always
yeah.
kind of like that. Well, okay, and this is weird. I have this tendency to attract older brothers, even when they're literally younger than me, like chronologically younger than me. They fill that niche in my life. But like before Joel, it was Robin. After Joel, it was Tom. And they just fill this sort of older brother role, this sort of brother from another mother role. And I've always sort of pictured that as having this sort of older brother. I always thought it would be great. The kind where we do sort of just the like older brother with his tomboy tag along sister things, having the tree house and all of that, It
Right.
sounds like a nice existence, but my parents didn't think I should have a sib, so what you gonna do?
Oh,
I'm just gonna DM it to you, okay?
Okay.
Tayo Korostu. Yeah, I tell you,
Yeah.
the older younger dynamic is quite interesting. I was the older of two, and yeah, my sister was definitely left to her own devices while those two jumped all over me for everything. She was the absolute crazy. And
I've
that
often wondered, like, if it's, I mean, two sisters, two brothers, one of each, which one's older, which one's younger. Like, I've often wondered how those dynamics differ from combination to combination and personality to personality. It's something I've often wondered about.
yeah, I
Like,
don't.
older sister, younger brother, what's that like?
That I could not tell you, because, let's remember that back in those days, the heck?
Seb, I live near a street. Coke.
Oh, okay. Um, yeah, I was trying to do the boy thing back in those days, so it was
Yeah.
older brother, younger sister, and
Yeah.
she was the absolute crazy. got into everything. And
Well, were you expected to protect her?
happily, no. That was the good thing because she wasn't going to be protected no matter what. She was going to
I
get
mean,
into whatever she got into.
I know the stereotypes. I don't know how true they are. But like, part of the stereotype is if it's an older brother, he keeps the seedy boys away from his sister to keep her pure or whatever is the expected role for the older brother. Where I imagine the older sister is probably meant to like be sort of a second mother, a lieutenant mother to
Yeah. Okay.
to her younger brother. I'm not really sure. I mean, that's probably repeated also for a younger sister. I don't know exactly with two brothers how that would work. But again, these are the stereotypes that you learn from watching television. I'm sure reality is completely different, but as an only child, I can't fucking say.
Yeah, huh? Well, I can tell you that my sister sought out the seedy boys.
Mm. Yeah,
Who are
well, I'm not
usually,
one to talk in that respect. You've heard my dating history. I've dated all the sleazy girls there are.
uh-huh. And I'll tell you, it's the seedy boys that she sought out were usually a good deal older than she was.
Ew.
Usually about 20 years older and up.
Ew. Tell me they at least had money.
No, not really.
Doish.
No,
Then what was
no.
the appeal?
I don't know. I guess they were shit kickers, basically, and that's what she liked.
Hmm. And roundabout what decade was this?
This would have been, say, late 70s, early 80s.
Okay, so I'm picturing a lot of leisure suits on these guys. Probably really horrible Magnum PI mustaches, too.
Uh,
I just put that in live chat, Kate, if you want to check it out.
What?
cowboy boots, and
Oh,
the
okay, thank you.
whole McLeod look, basically, was what she
That
was
doesn't
after.
help.
The
McLeod probably doesn't mean the same thing to you and me.
Okay, yeah, the one I'm
When
thinking of.
I think of McLeod, I think of Connor McLeod of Clan McLeod from Highlander.
Ah,
That
okay.
does it kind of that does make me think of that too.
Oh, this fucker! I know this guy. Okay, okay, I've seen some of these videos. All right.
Oh, did you look up McLeod?
Well, no, no. What's his face? Magnabusco or
Anthony.
whatever.
Oh, Tayo Korostu.
Or
Yes, yes, yes,
Magnabosco.
yes,
That's
yes.
it.
Multi.
Yeah. Mole there put the link in the live chat.
Yeah,
Um, dude's definitely familiar looking.
yeah.
Yeah,
He's got some decent stuff
he's
going.
and he's got a great way about doing it. He's not threatening. He isn't condescending to people. He just asks them questions to make them think.
It is so difficult to not be condescending to people.
No.
I mean, they believe such douchebag
Oh, I
things,
know,
and
I know.
you have to treat it like it might possibly be something worth considering, and it's so hard
It is.
sometimes.
It is very frustrating.
I mean, this is one of the many reasons I am so glad I'm done with the online atheism scene, more or less. I mean, obviously, I'm
Right.
still friends with all he is and do your live streams, but I like not being part of the scene anymore. It's
Yeah.
relaxing now. I'm doing my art. It feels so much better.
Yeah, I bet.
Um.
It
Uh,
does. It can get aggravating in the atheist community, especially since there's so many. I guess I think they're like the new atheists, how they're all angry and they feel like they have something to prove, kind of thing.
huh.
I guess.
Yeah, it's sort of a trope.
Yeah, and also when I got into it with some people about definitions, and there are these people who are just atheist or bust assholes. where it's
Mhm.
like everything I would describe when I would say I'm an agnostic apistivist atheist, they'd say, so you're an igtheist. I'm like, dude, no one knows what that means. It's just
Right.
it's like I'm not going to use this term of yours that won't communicate anything to anybody. I'm already explaining apistivist, and it's just. But then you get the other people who insist that atheism, and these are usually theists, but there are some atheists who do this, who insist that atheism has to be a declaration that there are absolutely no gods whatsoever. And I'm like, the gods that have been presented to me have all been bullcrap. That is just all there is to it. But someday someone might present something to me that'll make me pause for a moment, and will make me go, "Hey, wait a sec. Here's something worth considering." I'm always willing to hold out that possibility. That's good science. Even if the topic is magical bullshit, it's still good science to hold out a possibility that you might be wrong. So being unwilling to say there are no gods whatsoever does not disqualify a person from being an atheist. That's just stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I
And
I
some people
I
insist.
I get so tired of trying. Like when I tell people I'm an agnostic atheist, they're like, "What does that even mean? You're either one
Mhm.
or the other." And I keep trying to tell them like, agnosticism is a knowledge claim. Atheism is a belief claim. They're two different things, but people just don't seem to realize that.
Well, there have been times when I've said to them, "Okay, here's what I believe, here's what I don't believe. What would you call that if what I called it was unacceptable?"
Right.
And they usually can't. And I'm like, "Okay, so can we start using more inclusive definitions?" But that's only if they're willing to have the conversation. When I've said to them, "What would you call that?" Usually they deflect and dodge and you just want to sin and blah 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 blah, whatever, to get out of having to say they don't know or having to say they were wrong.
Yeah,
Obviously.
their arguments are so lazy, aren't they? And they're they don't even like. The thing I hate about theists the most is when they assume that they know how what we mean by our worldview or what we think.
Well, but they
I
even
hate
think
the
it's a
straw
worldview.
men. You know what I mean? Like they don't have a. I don't even think they have even a basic idea of what atheists really believe. All they know is the straw men that their pastors have told them.
Yeah, well, they've been working off the same playbook for
Yeah.
like hundreds of years, literally.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, really,
n-
thousands almost.
to what
Well, more than a
Rowan Heyman
thousand.
says, no, Kate does not have a Twitch. It's a thing. Don't worry about it,
Okay.
Diana. It's for the youngins.
Yeah, it would probably mess me up totally. I wouldn't know what the
It,
hell I was
it's
doing.
it's for we you wish would stay off your lawn.
Yeah, right. I'm a Gen Xer, so I don't think I don't think my body fucking does not feel young, but my brain does not feel like it's 43. That's for sure.
Well, I mean, I'm
Child.
45. I don't look it. I don't really
No,
feel
you
it.
don't. You
And
you've
but the
aged
thing
nicely.
is, I also don't fit the like profile, the picture they paint of a Gen Xer. I'm much closer to like a millennial or a zennial.
Yeah, see, I think our age are so close to like the cutoff. I think we're like across. What's next? It'd be a millennial, right after Gen Xer.
Well,
I
that's
think
why I
we're
said
right
zennial.
in between. Yeah,
I'm
I
pretty
think we're
sure
like
that's what
kind of right in
zennials are.
between.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
because I was raised. I've gone on this rant before. To the 80s were colorful, the 90s were drab, the 80s were upbeat, the 90s were edgy and depressing
Cynical.
and shit. Yeah, and I preferred the 80s that I grew up with as a kid, from 5 to well 4, technically 4 to 15. I'm not going to go into having a December birthday again, but the point is, yeah, I mean, I miss that optimism. And I was actually sort of starting a trailer for the animation I've been working on. I don't have nearly enough footage to really put together a real trailer yet. Um, but the music I was using and everything that went along with it was just looking just so relentlessly upbeat. It reminded me of my childhood so much I was nearly in tears.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't think I've told you this ever, Kate, but I love your animations. You do a wonderful job.
Ah,
I
thanks.
you do a wonderful job.
Well, working on this animation, I've gotten so much better. I've had to. Over time, my skills have improved to the point where I look at some of the stuff from the beginning of the animation.
I
I'm like,
was
oh,
I was
oh
just gonna
dear,
say,
dearie
yeah.
me. Yeah,
I'm gonna have to.
but the thing is, as soon as the trailer's done, I have every intention of going back and making things that I'm more proud of.
Well, I was gonna ask if you intended to go back and brush up some of the early stuff to bring it up to par with the
Yes.
later of Quinn. You know.
Yes. Well,
Um,
if nothing else, there are some characters like in the background where I definitely half-assed it.
ah, okay.
Things like that. Characters that are sipping coffee where clearly I haven't included morph targets so they can open their mouths and close their eyes and such. And I should go through and fix that and give them a bit more life, a bit more verisimilitude, all of that.
Right.
But I mean, it's still so far looking pretty good, regardless.
How long have you been doing your channel, Kate? Now.
Well, that's the thing is, I mean, like the channel dates back before I was really starting regular videos. So I've been
Yeah.
saying like 12, 13 years because it's been about that long for the atheism stuff. But
Because I've
I've had my
I've been
channel
sub
longer than that.
yeah, I've been sub to you, I think, for I would say about 6 or 7 years, but I'm not sure how long. I didn't know how long you had actually been making videos. So it's been a long
Well,
time, though. I know that.
yeah, a little bit less than double how long you've been a subscriber.
Oh my, you're old.
No,
Yeah.
my channel's old.
We're
I
not we're
mean,
not we're not
for
old. We're
internet
experienced.
age,
Thank you.
yeah. Besides, honestly, I'm so tired of everybody trying to make me feel old.
You're not old. Trust me.
Everything I say, everything I do, if I complain about anything with regard to my body, all of a sudden everyone pounces and goes, "Ah, you're getting old there, Kate, aren't you?" I'm like, "Oh, fuck off." It's like, okay, I stood up and my knees popped and it was loud. Big fat hairy deal. It was interesting. It was a one-time event, and all of a sudden I have arthritis to you people.
I do gotta admit though, my body does not bounce back nowhere near as fast as it used to, man. I can get hurt so very easily now.
Yeah. Well, I let myself get out of shape during the pandemic. But yeah, I usually snap back pretty quickly if I get any kind of exercise. If I were to go out and start rollerblading, I mean, I'd pay for it the first time or two, but then I'd be back to normal pretty quickly.
When I got clean, I gained like 100 pounds, which is fine with me. I'd much rather be clean than living the way I used to live. But I've noticed that I've lost like 60 of them pounds, but let me tell
Yay!
you, after 40, it is not easy to lose weight, man.
Oh,
Let me
tell me
tell you.
about it, will you?
Uh, okay. Well, again, here's me being all atypical and shit because I was pushing 190 less than a year ago. Now I'm around
Uh-huh.
about 160 ish. Although I think part of that was just reintroducing caffeine into my diet, plus a shit ton of celery. So I just like, I was not retaining any kind of water. And also, caffeine is an appetite suppressant. So there's that.
Uh-huh.
Mind you, that was a little offset by the munchies from all of the weed. So,
Right.
I mean, 601. But then again, weed also revs your metabolism. So that's probably why so many potheads are thin despite the munchies.
Right. Well, I mean, I think part of it is also, I think I might have a little bit of a testosterone. My levels are lower because do you guys know what an orchiotomy is?
Yep.
Heard of it?
Yeah, I had to have an emergency orchiotomy because one of my testicles, have you ever heard of testicular torsion? It's when one of your testicles gets twisted up.
Yeah, huh?
You know,
And what
someone
happens
mentioned
is,
it on one of those medical shows I've watched, Scrubs or House. Or
well,
something.
what happened was it got twisted up, and so the blood flow was cut off to it for too long,
Oh no, it
and they
died.
couldn't save it. Yeah, that it started turning necrotic, and the doctor. This is a funny story, actually, not the surgery itself. The doctor's like, are you sure you want me to remove it? I'm like, dude, I'm 40. I'm like, do you really think I'm going to be starting a Walton's family anytime soon? Come on, get real.
So you
But
sporting a singleton, or you get them both lopped off?
just one of them. But the weird thing is when I went for a checkup, right? And I asked a valid question. I said, so when can I have sex again? And you know what this doctor had the nerve to say to me? He said, well, you're not married, are you? I said, no. I said, what the hell does that have to do with anything? And then he's like, well, Jesus. And I said, stop right fucking there, dude. I
Nice.
said, I'm sorry, but
Oh,
you are no longer my doctor, and you should not mix your religious beliefs in with your medical practice. It's very unprofessional.
I hope you
Yeah.
found a
I
decent
was I was
doctor
pretty
after that.
upset about that.
If you're okay with saying, what state's this in?
Oh, Illinois.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's what I thought. Yeah, which is a little
I
on the
don't know,
conservative
like I
side,
know. I
really.
mean,
I mean,
Oh,
outside.
talking about weed. I applied for my dream job today. There's a opening for packager, salesman, and cultivator in Southern Illinois, and it starts out at like $19 an hour, and it has insurance. Man, that is a dream job for me. I so hope I get this.
What are you doing?
I've
You gonna live in
it'd be like
Carbondale?
I'll move wherever, but but the job is mostly for packaging, and trust me, I've got lots of experience with scale, so I think I'll be all right.
Oh my! From my memory, I mean, Southern Illinois looks nice, but it's just a little right-leaning for my taste.
Oh, pretty much, if you live in Illinois and you don't live in a city, you pretty much are surrounded by red. They're
Yeah.
everywhere, dude. I mean, there are a lot more liberals than you'd think, but there's a lot of red around here.
Oh
you want
yeah.
to you want to talk dream jobs?
There you go. I am liking that. But
Don't get me wrong, I like my job as a baker, but I don't know. I would love to work in the marijuana industry. It'd be great.
well, you
Well,
could you could do both.
okay. Wait. So you like being a baker, but you want to be a baker?
Yeah, I guess so. I
Ah,
never thought about that. Instead of being a baker, I want to be the person that gets people. But I guess I'd still be getting people baked, wouldn't I? So
yeah.
technically, I'd be a baker regardless.
Although I would recommend instead trying either butcher or candlestick maker.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I've worked in an abattoir before, but I don't have the heart for it. I can't. I'm
Well, of
not
course
real
not.
fond of
That's what the
killing
cows
things.
are for. They have the heart.
Yeah.
I know, but I killed a bird once when I was like 13, and I cried for days. So I realized then that I am not a mighty hunter.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. It's still funny what I said because it's a good
Well,
joke.
I know. I get what you're
It
saying.
is
I
the
know you're just
foo-foo.
joking,
Yes,
but
it is.
Hmm.
no, but in all reality though, I just don't have the heart to kill anything.
Okay, so let's see.
Yeah.
Wool was the butcher and the baker. I used to make candles years ago. Where do
Yes,
you?
but this isn't making candles. It's making candlesticks.
Okay, there is the difference. Yes, there is that subset of candles that are the
Well,
candlesticks.
no. The candlestick is the thing the candle goes in that you hold. It's usually made of metal or something.
Uh huh. Yeah.
That's the candlestick. You
There we go.
don't beat someone to death in the conservatory with a frickin' stick of paraffin. You know, you beat them to death with the big iron thing. That's what Mrs. Peacock did in the conservatory.
Somebody has
you
played
know, Diane,
Clue.
you do look like you've lost a little bit of weight. Is that renal diet getting to you yet?
I lost 70 pounds.
Yeah, the renal diet. Because when my mom was on dialysis, I mean, for for to make her feel a little bit better, both me and my dad also switched to the renal diet, and It's pretty bland, let me tell you.
Oh yeah, but no,
Pretty bland.
I had lost the weight before my kidneys finally went south. Um, I discovered in 2019 that I weighed 240 pounds, and that was just a little too much. I mean, it was uncomfortable
Right.
and the whole thing, and I decided I
Yeah.
had to try to lose some weight. And by the beginning of this year, I was down to about I don't know, about 180 or something like that, or maybe 185, and now I'm down to about 175, and
How tall are you?
5'9".
5'9". Okay.
Yeah, Kate and I are
So
within a
you're
half
about like
inch,
me. About average.
and yeah, it was. The weight was already off by the time the kidneys died, and oh yeah, that renal diet is crap.
The day the kidneys died,
Yeah, that's
and we were singing "Bile, Bile, Miss." Anyway, I um,
Yeah.
did it ever seem like a really just a bad, ironic sort of won the battle, lost the war kind of victory? If you're playing Clue and you solve it, and it turns out the character you're playing is the murderer.
okay. Yeah,
I mean, it seems like the game should
Ah.
have some sort of rule about that, where it's like,
Yeah, that seems a little weird, doesn't it?
where like if you're the one who committed the murder, all of your solving it was actually you hiding the clues.
Right.
yeah.
Just some way to make it so that, it's a little more true to the story, I guess.
I haven't played Clue in forever, man. I'd play it again if I could.
Yeah, it's a fun game. Although the
It
last
is.
time I played it, I got a little cutthroat about it, where like not even in a way that affected the game at all. It's just I was writing down on that little sheet they give you the questions people had asked and whether a card was shown and all of that stuff, just keeping track of all the different possibilities like I'm fucking playing Sudoku. And the people who I'm playing with, like they glance over at their sheet, they're like, "What the fuck?" And I was like, "What? I'm playing the game." They're like, "Yeah, but we just want a casual game. You're playing to win." And I wasn't really sure how to reply to that,
Oh
because I'm like,
my.
"Aren't we all playing to win?" They're like, "Yeah, if we wanted to just let it be laid back, okay, just sort of." And I was like, all right. It was just weird. It got tense because I was playing the game better than they were.
Yeah,
Right.
there have
So
been.
I got a question.
I have all the
Okay,
answers.
out of all the games, if I got out of all the games in America that like people play, family games like Uno, Skippo, games like that, okay?
Sure.
Which game do you think has the most options when it comes to rules? Because I've never met even one person that plays Uno the same as I do, and vice versa. Like, so which game do you think has the most different kinds of rules or interpretations of the rules?
Well, Hasbro or Mattel or whatever did actually release an official statement about Uno. There are
Yeah, I
certain
remember that.
Yeah, where it's like if you have a draw two, you can't put another draw two on top of it. You just fucking draw two. Your turn's over, and that's that. You know.
Okay.
So
I
it's
remember
like, I
playing it
mean,
that
there's
way.
so many people would play where it's like, oh, you put a reverse on me, I put a reverse on you. Oh, you put a draw two on me, huh? Well, I put a draw two on top of that. And now the next person has to draw four if they don't have a draw two kind of thing.
Right.
It's just a lot of like homebrew rules. It's kind of like what happens if you land on free parking in Monopoly.
I was going to say
That's what I was just going to
Monopoly.
say. I was going to say, I bet Monopoly's another one of them games that just have so many different versions. It ain't funny.
Well, there's some rules that are actually in the rule book that nobody ever uses because nobody reads the rule book, because the rules of Monopoly have been a long game of telephone through the years.
Yeah.
I never knew until like a couple of years ago that if someone lands on a property that isn't owned and they choose not to buy it, it goes into an auction phase.
Yes.
I had no idea whatsoever.
Yeah, me neither.
For like years and years and years. I've never played a game where anyone used that rule. It's never been brought up until, like I said, about 5 years ago, someone mentioned it on the internet. I looked it up. I was like, holy shit. I went out and got an old Monopoly set out. I was like, holy shit. I
Yeah,
had no idea.
you can actually strategically refuse to buy a property because when it goes up for auction, you can be one of the bidders.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and you can get it for less than market.
Yeah, you can get, yeah, because since it's an auction, you can get it way cheaper. So that's great.
Yeah. Or end up like, making sure someone else who really fucking wants it ends up paying like straight through the snout for it.
Yeah.
Right.
So, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of possibilities. But like I say, I've never even had someone say, so auction rules or not, or someone lands on a property, they go, all right, it's going to auction. I've never, and I've never had that opportunity to go, what, huh? Auction? What the hell are you talking about? Nobody knows this rule exists, or at least if they do, they don't play with it. It's just
Right.
weird. It's so strange.
I know. I guess a lot of people think that the auction phase is a bit cutthroat, and they might be right.
Yeah. I mean,
Maybe, but
it is
no,
that game.
a lot of people don't even know it exists, though.
Yeah.
That game literally is the epitome of capitalism, though. I mean, that's what it's all about,
absolutely,
literally.
Yes.
It was designed that way. It was designed to show how having a monopoly would destroy other people. It was meant to give everyone playing it empathy or shame, and I don't think it worked.
No, everybody wanted to be the monopoly holder. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that is how you win the game, and nowhere did it say it was one of those Pyrrhic victory things.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, maybe it didn't teach the right lesson just a little bit.
Well, as far as I remember, it was written by somebody who'd lost his underpants in the Depression, wasn't it? And he was basically doing
Yeah.
a bunch of wishful thinking.
Yeah.
Something like that. I don't know.
And didn't something happen where he didn't even did something happen with the copyright or the patent where he got screwed and didn't get what he deserved for inventing the game?
That part I've never heard.
That very
Because
well
I
could have
mean,
been.
I know back in the 20s and 30s that the rules were a little bit more lax, so people got screwed over a lot when it came to like patents and copyright and such.
Yeah, now rules are a lot stricter, and people get screwed over with patents and copyrights and such. Just look at Disney.
I wonder what would happen if a politician stood up and said the quiet part out loud and said they scream for deregulation, but what that means is they want to make things worse so they can be more rich. Like no one ever just says that. They always sort of dance around it, and hem and haw around it. They never just come right out and say it. And I have a feeling a politician who just said that might not need as many donors as people think, like corporate donors. I think a politician who came right out and said, "Look, they want to rig the rules," and said exactly how, in ways that politicians say don't. I think they would get a lot of votes just on the strength of that message.
Hey, talking about politicians, you know how politicians aren't supposed to have any political affiliation from the pulpit. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh,
Sure.
the Johnson Amendment.
Yeah, well, I was talking to my ex-girlfriend's father, Bill. I love the man. I mean, like, he is a great man. I mean, I don't have nothing against the guy besides his whole, he'll beat you over the head with the Bible if he gets a chance. But he talks about politics from the pulpit a lot, and I tried to tell him that you really shouldn't do that because if you get caught, dude, you could lose your 50. What is it, like 501c or 503c for a nonprofit organization or whatnot?
Oh yeah, I think it's a 501c3. Technically,
Okay.
you can lose it. Technically.
I mean, it seems to be like everybody's doing it now, so there's probably not a lot we can do about it.
Nobody enforces it.
I remember.
Like look at like Pastor Greg Locke and Steve Anderson and all about what's that crazy chick with the staff that tries to tell hurricanes go away? Kate Kerr, is that her name?
Oh no,
I can't think. She's something else. Let me tell you. Whew.
Well, I mean,
She,
okay, I remember in the debate for the nomination, people called Bernie's religiosity into question. A number of people said it was like, "Hey, it's been said you're an atheist, are ya?" Kind of thing. And he insisted that he does indeed believe in a God. And I'm like, maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. But any presidential candidate should say, look, a belief in God is something you hold in your heart, and that's not what you do in public. When
right.
you're in office, you have to govern as if religion is only something you hold in your heart. Otherwise, you're starting to get into territory where you're not governing equally, not treating people. They
Exactly.
no one says that where it's like, look, my religion, your religion, no one's religion matters, nor should it, not in this country. you
Well,
Right.
know
I have the feeling that he was trying to do that early in his first campaign, with the "we're all in this together" answer to the one question, and he may have quickly learned that that didn't help him out all that much,
well,
unfortunately.
maybe, but I still would like to see a more unapologetic candidate. I mean, I didn't know a lot about this Mike Gravel fella, right?
Oh,
And
right.
for some reason, his name called up images of someone who's like some uber arch conservative. I don't know who I'm thinking of, but the name
Huh.
sounds right wing for some reason. Mike Gravel. It just sounds like some right wing justice on the Supreme Court kind of thing, but he wasn't, and he just recently died. And I'm looking at footage of stuff he said. And I'm sitting there going, "Fuck! I kind of want him as president," you know.
Uh,
So I mean, I don't know. I'd like to see someone more like that run.
Oh, talking. Am I don't. Am I the asshole here? Okay. You know
Probably.
them churches that have been burning in Canada. You know them churches that have been catching fire in Canada.
Sure.
Well, on the atheist subreddit, all these people were talking about, oh, that's great, and they were like, they were happy about it, and I'm like, as an atheist, I said, you guys are making other atheists look bad by reveling in other people's misery. I said, there's no reason to be happy about a church burning down. I mean, I
Yeah,
hate religion as much as
that's
the next guy, but I mean, that's just, it's very, I don't know, it's kind of sad in my opinion.
Well, that's something that I've had to explain to a lot of theists, where they argue like, "Why do you hate God? Why do you hate religion, et cetera, et cetera?" And I'm like, I have to explain to them that what I'm doing is activism, and
Right,
all I really want is for us all to get along, to share, and play nicely with the other kids, as I would say. And if you can keep your religion to yourself, I got no problem with you. As
right,
long as it doesn't affect my life, you go ahead and believe whatever the hell you like.
right.
And that was not something they were used to hearing, I guess, and they didn't really know how to deal with it, which
The
I
only
thought was
the
kind
only
of
problem
funny.
with the only problem with Christians keeping their beliefs to themselves is there's about as much chance of that as Ted Bundy not becoming a murderer.
well, it's
Well,
literally
I
against
So
the
know a
religion.
few fairly casual Christians, the ones who are almost like the folks who are culturally Jewish, but really effectively are
oh, okay,
atheists.
I get
I've
you.
known a
I
fair
get you.
number of cultural Christians as well.
Uh,
I do
Like
truly
maybe they
believe
wear
that.
the cross, they celebrate Christmas, that's about it.
hmm
I think within the next 4 to 5 generations, religion will die out somewhere. I believe
Yeah, but do
anyway.
we have
Assuming we
four or
don't die
five?
out.
Yeah, do we have 4 or 5
Yeah,
generations?
I know we don't have 4 or 5 generations, but you mean the world
Well, I
as a
mean, we
whole,
as a
right?
Yeah,
species, Homo
yeah. I
sapiens,
mean,
yeah.
I mean the way the weather's been going recently, I'm not sure how long this planet's going to be habitable by
Yeah,
human
I'm a
life.
little nervous myself.
Oh well.
Yeah,
I
things have
mean,
been.
unless we develop some space colonies, I'm probably. I don't know what's in my future at this point because I've probably got at least a good 4, if not 5 decades left. What will the
Right.
world be like in 50 fucking years?
Because you live a fairly healthy lifestyle, don't you, Kate? I mean, you eat
Pretty
well. You
healthy.
don't,
I mean,
Yeah.
aside from the recreational weed, yeah.
Right.
Um,
I envy you, man. I wish I was that in my old days, man. Let me tell you, I was a trash can junkie. I would do whatever you gave me. I didn't care what it was.
well, one thing that I've thought about, and it's really stupid. It's based on all the sci-fi I've consumed throughout my life, but still, if we were in kind of a when worlds collide situation where everyone has to get the fuck off the planet and there aren't enough seats,
Uh-huh.
on the rockets, I might be able to buy my way off the world because my parents got kind of a little bit rich a bunch of years ago. They didn't even tell me. I found out when they decided I needed a condo. This it wasn't something I asked for. They just said, "Yeah, we want you to live better than that." And the next thing I know, right? And so, like, if my when my parents die, I know I'm going to have a bit more money than I have right the hell now, and I don't know. I'm in a position of comfort, relative comfort that most people, at least in the United States, don't enjoy.
Right.
I'm not sure
That's
whether I
awesome.
should. But I'm not sure whether I should feel guilty about it or not. It
Why
wasn't
why
my.
should you feel guilty?
Well,
It's
it
not, I
wasn't
mean,
my
you didn't
doing. So I
you
mean,
first of all, you didn't ask for it. Second of all, you're a very modest and humble person. You don't want it in any way. And third of all, it's nobody's business but yours, you know?
well, but what I'm
And
saying is, if we were in a situation, one of those sci-fi situations where the world is on fucking fire and everyone's piling into the rockets go to the moon colony or the space station or whatever to live out our lives Wall-E style until the planet can be inhabited again,
oh, okay, I get what you're saying,
you
like
know,
a survivor guilt kind of thing almost.
yeah, like if I bought
Yeah.
a seat on one of
No,
those things, if I got on one of those survivor rockets and did indeed survive and only managed it solely on my parents' money, okay, that would eat at me a little bit for a while. I might get
yeah,
used
but
to it. I
I
might become
still
okay with it, but for the first decade or two, I'd feel like an asshole.
right. Well, I think what you've done while you were alive has more than made up for that. I mean, that's a very improbable hypothesis anyway. But
I
I
know.
mean, I think that you as a person has by far made up for it with your good attitude, your humility, and your modesty. So I think
Well,
you'll be fine.
I do have a dark
Personally.
past, things I
Well,
haven't
everybody does, you
Oh,
know.
but yeah, I know. But well, and I know of at least 4 lives I've saved. So, I guess you might be right. You might have a point.
Right.
I don't know. But these are the things I think about when I'm like all alone except for the cats and I'm not working on something or playing a game.
How are your kitties anyway? Mine, I just got her fixed about 6 months ago, and God, is she getting fat and sassy, and she has an attitude now. I don't know what her problem is.
Well, I know Xander feels like I don't play with him enough. And I try, but he wants to play a lot more than I do. I get bored quickly, and
Right.
frankly, my arm starts to tire out holding it out as far as I have to keep him, from clawing at my ankles. And Columbia, on the other hand, she spends most of every day sleeping or eating. She is about 14, 15 years old now.
Oh,
Um,
she's an old timer, man. So that's pretty
yeah,
old for cats.
Xander keeps wanting to play with her, and she was never one to play in the first place.
Right.
But they are
I,
starting to get more tolerant of each other. They're definitely
I
not
was just
friends,
gonna
but
ask you that because I know at one time that they weren't real thrilled with each other, were they?
oh, they hated each other at first. Columbia, for a good 3 days, wanted to kill him, wanted to murder him. There was no doubt about it. It took a long time for them to be in the same space without fighting. Now they can nose at each other, and for a good minute or two, it's okay. Then one of them will probably get snarky about it, or get bored and walk away. That's happened too. But they're not the kind of cats that spoon each other,
Mm-hmm.
which I think is a shame. I long for those days again because I used to have those kind of chummy cats.
Yeah, I remember my Miranda and my Ariel when they would sleep together in a little picnic basket. That was the cutest thing in the world. But unfortunately, they kind of outgrew that picnic basket in a hurry. It
Mm.
only fit them until about 4 months of age.
Yeah, well, I've mentioned before about Bat, Squeak, and Dizzy, those cats I had with Kylie.
Okay,
And
then.
I mean, like they all loved each other and would just sleep together in this big furry ball. It was so cute.
I don't know.
Cats are adorable. My cat is so funny. Like if she's so no she the other day the little asshole. I don't know how she did it, but like I couldn't find my dabber. I don't know if you know what a dabber is, Diane. I'm sure you do know what one is, Kate. Right? You know
Yeah.
for okay. Well, she somehow managed to get my dabber stuck to like her butt fur, and I couldn't find it. And I was looking over, and I'm like, "How the hell did you get that thing stuck to your butt, you weirdo? And why did you steal my dabs?" Little shit. And not only that, but I had a couple grams and I forgot to put the lid on it. And she knocked it off my table. And I managed to salvage like a gram of it, but I was so angry, boy. Oh my
Oh
God, was I
Well,
angry.
no.
Xander always wants to bat at my vape battery. Always.
Oh, yeah.
And like if I've got a good buzz going on, and I want to maintain it, I don't want to have to like rescue the vape from a curious cat. So I have to like
Right.
set it down as far away from where a cat can access as possible. And it's
I
just it's this constant game of me and him. Like, yeah. Anyway, this picture is of Rover. That's a cat I had through childhood.
he
Uh,
looks like he's pissed off at the world, doesn't he?
he was kind of a grumpy kitty.
Grumpy cat.
Hey, I got a question. You don't live in the Pacific Northwest anymore. You live in California now, right?
I do.
How much is? I was just curious. How much is a gram of concentrates in Kelly?
Not really sure because I pretty much only vape.
Oh, you use carts mostly.
Yeah.
How much is like a cart then? Like a gram cart?
A gram is usually anywhere from 50 to 80, but I
Okay.
would say I would say usually it's between 60 and 65. I'd
Okay.
say
The
like
prices
like
aren't that different than Illinois.
75% of the time it'll be about 65.
The prices aren't too. I mean, Illinois prices could lower a little bit, but I think that it might be because it's such a new industry in Illinois yet that there's not enough competition, so they can afford to keep their prices high.
Hmm.
But I was just curious about that. I mean, like the price wise, anyway.
Yeah, and like a half gram is usually
That
30.
ain't too
Um
bad.
yeah,
How much is flour usually?
not sure, I don't use it.
Yeah, I don't smoke flour too much anymore either.
Like I'm not even sure if vapes are actually allowed, but I know that my building, my complex is supposed to be smoke free. Like
I don't think it
you're
smells enough,
definitely
really.
not allowed to have cigarettes.
I don't think it should be that big of a deal. I don't think it has enough smells for anybody to really notice it.
Which is my reasoning too. Plus, I've definitely smelled it coming out of my neighbors' places too. So
Right.
Well, the
I
um,
mean, the first time I went to a dispensary, I was blown away by like, I mean, I should have known, but there was people there that I would never in a million years suspected smoking pot, man. Like there
oh
was like
sure.
it was so cute. There was these two little old ladies. I think one's name was Ruth and Ellen, maybe, and they're like, what should we get, honey? She's like, we never tried this before. And the bud tender was really helpful to him. She's like, well, what do you want it for? And they told her, well, we want it for pain. She said, well, I suggest something like try like some edibles first and see how they work for you. I was just amazed at how. I mean, it was so cute. Little old lady's like, well, what should we get, Ruth? I've never tried this before. I was just like, oh, this is awesome.
Well, I don't know exactly what the difference is because sometimes this happens and sometimes it doesn't. But you know, when you walk into a dispensary and you're just hit with this huge wave of pot fumes, it's like
Yeah.
all of a sudden you're just the tiniest bit high instantly. It's the weirdest feeling, you know. But then sometimes you walk in and it's like, it smells a little bit like weed, and that's it. You know, and I don't know what the difference is, but I do know that every dispensary I've ever been to on any regular basis, their product changes every time you walk in. They don't
Oh yeah,
consistent
in
supply.
Illinois,
So
for
it
instance,
might just be that they had a different shipment, and that's why it was
yeah,
stronger that
that's
day.
exactly what it is. In
Yeah.
Illinois, they go through so much supply that like you can literally like they have like I'll look up online on the menu to see what they're working with before I go usually, so I can kind of plan what I want to get. But I bet they change supply at least once a day. I mean, they go through a lot of weed, man, a lot.
Yeah. Well, one thing that I find kind of unfortunate because I've been wanting them to come up to my neighborhood, like to open a dispensary somewhere in my neighborhood, but it turns out that we're too close to a school.
Oh shit!
Okay.
How far do you have to drive to get to a dispensary?
Oh, I don't drive. I don't have a vehicle.
Well, how far
I
do you have to travel?
it's like a little bit more than a mile.
Oh, you think that's bad? I got to drive either 37 miles one way or 45 miles the other.
Well, okay, but I'm on foot, and San Diego gets hilly in certain places.
Oh yeah,
The trip
true. You
there
got a
is
point there.
lovely. The trip back is murder. It's like,
And,
hiking up Everest going back, especially since I'm out of shape post pandemic, if it can be
right,
said that we're post pandemic.
Now you know how
right.
I feel living here.
Oh, yeah, but
I,
I'm not
I
getting groceries.
I would call it semi post pandemic, I suppose.
Well, I saw an article, like it was posted to Facebook or Twitter, that was saying, okay, all those unvaccinated people are germ mutation factories, that it's in those people that variants are born.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
And I
essentially.
mean, I keep hearing about the Delta variant, and it looks like infections or deaths or something are very, very up in California right
I
now.
have
And
found
so
that
I've taken to wearing the mask again just as a matter
I
of
still do
course.
too. But I have heard that Moderna and Pfizer both have about an 88% positive rate, or I mean, you have a, I mean, the chances are still very low for us to get the Delta variant. If
Okay.
True,
um,
but if all those unvaccinated people are just mutating variants out of their various pores,
right,
I think it's a good idea to wear the mask. I know the mask is for other people, but
I don't mind it.
still,
You know, it's not that
you
big of a
know,
deal.
yeah, I mean, I still have a bunch of supply left. It's not the end of the world to wear
Right.
a fucking mask for a
It's the
little
least
while
I can
longer.
do. It's the least I can do for humanity. You know, I mean,
Well, if that's
that's
the
what
least you can do,
blows my.
dude, put in some effort. I mean, fuck.
No, I'm just saying that it just
I'm
blows my
kidding.
mind
I'm
that people
kidding.
are
It's a
are
joke. I'm
so.
kidding. It's a joke.
I know you are, but it blows my mind that people are so up in arms about putting a piece of paper on their fucking face to help
Mm-hmm.
humanity.
Well, they like
It,
the people who think it's some sort of Illuminati conspiracy, like it's the first step to conformity. Meanwhile, these people are so about conformity in everything in their lives.
yeah, that's bizarre, isn't it? Have you ever seen like any of Jordan Klepper's clips?
Klepper?
Yeah, he's a like a I think he's like an investigative journalist for the Daily Show.
No.
Oh, well,
I haven't
there
watched
was
The
this
Daily
one.
Show in a very long time.
He was talking to a Trump supporter, right? And he was saying like, you're pro life, right? And the guy said, yeah, absolutely. He's like, so you want to save everybody's life? And he's like, oh yeah, absolutely. So he's like, so if all the other Trump people were wearing a mask, you would start wearing one too, right? Because you don't want to be a sheep, right? And the guy's like, yeah, absolutely. It's just they are so unself-aware. It's not even funny, man. Oh my
Well,
God, they're so.
it's funny because I did see something very similar to what you just quoted. So I just didn't know who it was associated with, I guess.
Well, I'm sure a few people have said that. What's that CNN reporter? I think he's Irish. What's his name? Doty. I can't remember his last name, but did you hear? It was like a week or two ago, and these people, all the conservatives are convinced we're going to be going to a civil war within the next few months. And
Well, a
to be
lot of them
honest,
still
I
think
am a
Trump
little
is going to be reinstated.
right. I to be nervous, I am a little. I am a little bit nervous about what might happen. Because these
Well,
conservatives
that's another thing. I
are
mean, I live in San Diego. It's going to take them a while to get to me if they're going to try to.
right. I mean, still that's a liberal stronghold essentially, isn't it, San Diego?
Well, I mean, most of California is, not all of it,
Right.
but a lot of it.
Illinois is the same way essentially too. It's a blue state.
Yeah,
Unless you're in the like rural parts of it, then it's pretty red.
I have wondered at times whether I should be armed. I don't want to be. I really, really don't want to
Yeah,
be.
me neither.
But, and I said this once before, I remember when the pandemic hit and everybody bought up all of the toilet paper and ramen noodles, and I was willing to be level headed about it until I realized that being level headed about it meant I got to have nothing. And if
Right.
this country starts going seriously to shit, I don't want to have to be like begging on the street for a gun. You know what I
Right.
mean? But at the same time, I don't want to have one. I don't want it to be a necessity. But
Well, that's because
I'll
you're
have no choice in the matter if I want to stay
yeah.
safe. The way things seem to be headed, and I'm hoping they don't have to head that way.
Absolutely. It's terrifying to think that. But I don't think there's anything wrong with you being a gun owner. For first of all, I believe you'd be a responsible gun owner. You wouldn't use it unnecessarily. I'm sure, you have the integrity to, I think you would be fine as a gun owner.
Well,
There's nothing wrong with protecting yourself.
I have no idea where I learned trigger discipline, but I did,
Right.
and like little things like that about at least operating a gun. Although I don't know anything about gun maintenance, how often it needs
Right.
to be cleaned, if you need to oil it, any of that shit. No idea.
Every
Right.
time you use it.
Yeah, pretty much. It needs to be cleaned quite often.
Okay. I've only fired a 22 pistol, but I was a decent shot with that. But
Yeah,
yeah, I would definitely like. I don't know if I would do the whole lock your gun up in a safe thing, but what I would definitely do is store the gun and the ammo nowhere near each other.
right. And that's a smart thing to do. I personally wouldn't worry myself either. Luckily, I don't have kids, so I don't have anything to worry about
That
with
would
that.
help.
Yeah.
Although I would definitely not keep it loaded because safety or no safety, I do have cats.
Right, right.
And actually, Xander has dumped well, I mean, it was a laser tag rifle, but it was still heavy, and he dumped it on my head because it was sitting like on this little shelf that my bed has, like just above the headboard kind of thing.
Right.
And I stored my laser tag arsenal up there. It's vintage stuff, collectibles. And he was a curious little kitten. This was like what, a year and a half ago. And he got up there while I was in bed and he just dropped one right on my skull, point first, like muzzle first,
Oh,
right on the
wow.
top of my
Yeah.
head. It hurt like a
Yeah.
mother.
That's
So,
probably
yeah.
a good idea that you don't have a live ammunition in your home. Then that could be dangerous. It definitely
Well, at
could.
least not loaded where the cats can get at it. I would
Right.
at least, if not in a safe, I would at least stick it in a box.
Right.
And then the ammo, if not in another room, at least clear across the room where, if that gun is going to go off, it would be fucking magic.
Right.
Like there's no way this gun is going to fire a bullet because there's no bullets anywhere near it. So it would seriously take a sorcerer for us to have a bullet wound accident.
I'll tell you, I don't know how the heck I am alive because he had an arsenal at that store of his.
A buttonal?
Yeah, and no, he would have usually about 4 weapons locked and loaded at various points in that store. And I could lay my hands on any one of them at any time, and sometimes I wonder why I didn't. But it just amazes me that I'm even alive, because by all the rules, I'm not supposed to be.
Is it bad for a gun to leave it like loaded and or cocked for extended periods? Is that like
No,
bad for the mechanism?
it shouldn't hurt it at all.
Oh, I don't know. It's one of those things because I know that like sometimes if you leave batteries in a device for too long, it fucks them up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, the
it
batteries
easily.
will age and then they will burst and leak poo
Or
poo
or
over
if you
everything.
overcharge batteries, that'll kill them faster than anything,
That'll
man.
kill you.
I'm just saying is like it's one of those things where I wonder if if you leave a mechanism in the ready position, to where it like if you cock a gun, something has been made tense
Yeah,
inside
Mhm.
that gun. If you leave it cocked like that for like what, a month because you're not using the gun, isn't that gonna at least make some things start to bend?
yeah, technically,
Right.
yeah. Um, I don't
You know,
know offhand how quickly it degrades, but yeah, you do have the point there. It
yeah, it just seems like bad maintenance of a mechanical device.
mm-hmm.
I don't know. Again, not a gun owner. I don't know. I could totally be Dunning Krugering right now, but
You're
it
you're
just
you're not
stands to
you're not
reason.
far off.
Well,
Yeah.
the fact that you're questioning yourself indicates that you're not a Dunning Kruger victim.
Well,
Right.
okay, fine. But it's the best way I have to say talking out of my ass without saying talking out of my
There
ass.
you go. There you go. Oh, look, we've got two people watching.
Hi
Oh, that
guys.
explains that explains why the chat is not moving.
Yeah, we chased everybody away with all this weapons talk.
Clearly, clearly. Yeah.
Oh, scheiße. Hey kids, how you doing over there? Oh my
I
word.
mean, when reality diverged, did I have to be the one who went to the dark, evil Earth? Couldn't I be on the light, happy Earth?
I don't. I just can't see you in the light, happy earth. I think, yeah, you belong in the
Why
dark
not?
earth.
Why? Well, how?
You are the
How do I
mi-
go?
you are the mistress of the dark.
I am not. That's Elvira.
Oh, okay.
No, but I mean, how often am I talking about how much I love the bright and colorful 80s, the optimism, the relentless optimism of my childhood?
Oh my.
How many times have I said I would give so much for that one way ticket to Never Neverland?
Okay, yeah,
Now,
I'll give you that.
what religion were you born into?
Wasn't.
Oh, you've been secular your whole life
She's one of
also.
those lucky
Pretty
ones.
much.
Yeah.
Although,
I'm the
I've
same
told
way.
this story before, but I'll say it again. My dad went on a religious odyssey while I was a
Uh huh.
kid, but he didn't force it on me and my mom. So I saw a lot of religion, but never did any religion
Right.
except trying really hard to be a Jedi. It didn't work.
Yeah, I was pretty much an atheist my whole life too. My mom was a Catholic, and she went to Easter maybe once every 4 or 5 years. So we weren't very religious at all, and
Mm.
it really kind of blows my mind sometimes because I can't. I mean, I really do. I feel sorry for the atheists that had to find their way out because there's still a lot of emotional baggage left for them, and I know personally that I have fears that no matter how irrationally they seem or how crazy they seem, that doesn't change the fact that you're terrified of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What, that
Well, the
whole
thing
fear
is,
of hell thing?
Yeah,
it,
yeah, like fear of hell.
Okay,
in a
gotcha.
way, I almost a little bit envy some of them, the ones who had a very gentle religious upbringing, who got out of it easily. Because I
Hmm.
hear about all of these, like, getting out of religion stories. And because most people were born to religious families and were raised religious, they have those stories. They
Right.
were, and they have a connection. I've seen
It's
it where people have
it's
this connection, this sort of survivor's connection, and as much as I'm glad I was an atheist, in a way, it sets me apart from everybody. And I hate being set apart like that. Mind you, there was someone else who decided to take a lot of exception to me saying that to just extreme levels. Someone who goes from nice to nuclear and nothing flat. One of those.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
One of the reasons why I got the fuck out of the atheist community and thought it was getting toxic.
Yeah,
So,
it definitely is a little more toxic than it used to be.
yeah. Mind you, I've
There,
also found a really close knit group of people too. That like most of the folks that would not be the popular kids if atheism was a high school, but
right.
still the people that have definitely decided. We're mostly the theater geeks and the chess club geeks of the
Pretty
atheist
much,
world.
pretty
It
much.
feels like, and
That's a
that's
fair
cool.
assessment.
That's like the folks that I was friends with in high school anyway. You know.
Right. I have noticed that atheists tend to be of a more nerdy ilk than your average theist. Like I'd say most atheists that I know are into like sci-fi and history, and they're just pretty big nerds in general,
Yeah.
which is fine. I mean, I think it's great that people have that want to learn stuff.
And movies
Well,
that were made before 1960 and French science fiction and yeah, you know anybody like that, Kate?
oh, gee, I don't know. I have noticed that the fewer subscribers you have, the more likely you are to be really close with fellow atheists, like family close.
Yeah, uh-huh.
I
Right.
mean, like my formerly 25,000, it's been going down since I stopped doing atheism videos. So my 29,700 ish subscribers or so is kind of an upper limit, on how many subscribers you can have and still hang out with the crowd I run with. Because everyone else who gets more subscribers than that starts getting a bit big for their britches.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
Right.
It's a weird thing to see happen, but a lot of them stopped talking to me as soon as their numbers got higher than mine.
Surprise, surprise.
Which
You know
is
who I haven't heard from in a long time, apologist wise, is Josh Fierstein. Is that guy still around?
Yes, I saw footage of him at January 6th.
Oh yeah,
He
that
what?
was
doesn't
sneaking up
surprise
on
me.
a stage screaming into a mic.
He was part of the insurrection. Oh, great.
Yeah.
I just don't
But
It's
understand.
still,
I
I
was
mean,
I was actually thinking that it had been a while that I'd heard from him when the insurrection was happening around about the same time. I was like, I wonder what happened to, oh my gosh, there he is.
Mm.
it is disheartening to have had to witness that. I mean that was the most tragic and un-American thing I've ever seen, and I hope no other Americans have to ever see anything like that. It was just insane, man. Like
Well, that's
Donald Trump is essentially turned a noble, well, somewhat noble. Politicians are kind of full of shit, but I mean, he turned a noble career into a fucking reality TV show, man, and it drives me nuts.
well, that's the kind of thing we said after Watergate too, and you see where things went.
Right, but even back then they had at least a modicum of integrity. Donald Trump has zero integrity. I mean, that guy is a fucking crook, and I mean, there's
Well,
no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
the thing is, he is the Republican Party, just without the veneer of respectability.
I
But
can't.
there's
Yeah, I know you're right. I can't.
and
I
so
can't.
I mean, like there's really no difference between him and Mike Pence, except how like self-aggrandizing they are.
Right. I think
Really.
Mike Pence might have a little bit more intelligence than Trump, but it blows my mind how easily that the progress or no, I'm sorry, the GOP has grabbed onto authoritarianism. It's so it. I mean,
Well, the thing is,
I
they
can't.
love it. I mean,
Oh,
that's
they
that's
do.
the thing. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I mean, remember how much of the right wing is religious as fuck,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Especially the alt right. You know, the ones that Trump wholeheartedly embraced.
Uh-huh.
These are people who love their Jesus, love their God, and love their Trump. They love idols and figureheads and people to follow.
They do. They absolutely do. I got in an argument the other day with someone on Reddit, and they were like trying to say it doesn't say anywhere in the Constitution that church and state need to be separate. And I read them the First Amendment verbatim, and it says Congress shall make. I can't remember it exactly, but
No
it's what
law
Congress shall make.
respecting the freedom of religion or something like that.
Yeah, like Congress shall make no
Or
decision
expression
regarding
thereof.
right. But I mean that's exactly what it says that their religion and politics should be separate. But his comprehension level must be horrible or something. I don't know.
Well, I mean, a lot of people don't want to believe that the Constitution says what it says. A lot of people
I know.
have been fed a line of bull about what it says. One thing that I saw pointed out that was kind of funny, you know, you get these NRA fuckers who are like, you can't change the Second Amendment. It's like, dude, it's called an amendment.
Uh-huh.
Right, and amendments change, and what they don't. I mean, the funny thing is they're trying to use like 2 century old logic in modern times. Yeah, all citizens could own a gun back then for the militia, but we don't need a militia anymore. We have one. It's called the National Guard.
Well,
And
that
second of all,
and
the
muskets, they
founding
were fucking
fathers,
muskets.
right? And yeah, they were muskets. It's not like they had fucking high-powered rifles that could kill
With
like
a rate of
15 people in a
fire that's
minute.
just insane. Yeah, you know,
Ugh.
if you wanted to shoot someone, you probably had to take a minute to do it.
Right. I mean, think of why duels were so popular back then because guns were so inaccurate that hardly anybody even died ever.
Yeah, and so it's like people say, "Well, this is what the founding fathers intended." It's like, well, yeah, but maybe what they intended was fine for the time, but times have moved
Right.
on a lot.
Exactly.
I mean, this world right now would seem so alien to the founding fathers.
Yeah,
Horseless
it does.
carriages, people flying around in giant metal birds, you know, skyscrapers, fucking telephones would look like magic now. Hell, they would have looked like magic to me as a child in the 80s. You know, you can have a video phone in your hand. This is even better than all the sci-fi I've seen. Why don't we have holograms yet? You know, I mean, so like the founding fathers didn't have the perspective they needed to decide
Exactly.
what the world should be like today, what the country should be like today.
And I think they had every intention of the Constitution growing and changing to meet the needs, no matter what came up. It's people treat the Constitution like it's the most uh, it's unchangeable and everything, and that's just crazy to think that all democracies change and grow and figure things out as things go on. It's bizarre.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you listen to what a lot of these people want, it's clear that they're longing for a distant time, another time. They have all this
They
nostalgia
are.
going on. And I mean, a lot of it sounds like for a world that never existed, you know.
Yeah, exactly. They
I
want
mean, yeah,
they're
that's.
nostalgic for something that was never ever real in the first place.
But even if it's disgusting. You know,
Yeah,
it's a lot of
exactly.
like hide who you are so that normal people don't have to see it. Fit into a very specific role so that we don't have to think about like anything. Everything is what it looks like. Everything's in its place. You know, it's like I don't want to live in a world like that, but they
Right.
really do.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I've heard him go on about how it was so much better when you had your place and you followed the rules and you fit in where that was. So he was for all of that, if you want to call it authoritarian or if you want to call it prescribed roles anyway.
Well, I'm sure that's great if you're a member of the aristocracy or the bourgeoisie, but if you're one of the untouchables, fuck that.
Right, absolutely.
I mean, the birthright shit. It's like, no. Like there's that picture of a bunch of skeletons saying point to the black guy, where it's like we're all the same, really. And nobody was born to a place in society. That's not how it works.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Or at least that's not how I will let it work if I have any say in the matter.
All right.
You know,
Well,
I'm,
I mean,
I'm not your drone, like in the
Right.
hive. You don't get to tell me I'm the drone.
Right. I mean, I don't know a single person that has not changed in the last 5 years. I mean, people grow, they change, their ideas, they their views change, they analyze what they believe a little bit more, and then they change it to follow suit. And I don't see what that's so hard to understand with some people.
Yeah, and I mean, I just keep improving and getting better and better than all of you, and
Yep.
and I'm just got
Or I mean, I know you're being hyperbolic, but you're right though. I mean, there's nothing wrong with at least trying to be a good person. It costs
oh sure,
nothing to be kind, you know.
and I mean, I know I can be a bit off-putting and all of that, but I usually mean well, you
Yeah,
know.
I'm the same way. I'm very sarcastic, and I may get defensive sometimes. But I think it's almost like a defense mechanism for being fucked with all the time when I was younger, being picked on and stuff.
There
So
is
now that's
that.
just part of my personality.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways I won't let people get away with shit anymore. That
Right.
has not exactly made me any friends, but it has like saved me from a fair number of metaphorical ass kickings.
Hmm.
Hmm.
You know, it's actually really good to have certain techniques. There's one thing I discovered that works strangely well if you're arguing with friends who are on the left but not quite as left as you, but they consider themselves super woke. Is
Uh-huh.
if they start arguing with you, tell them that you feel offended that they're so dismissive of your point of view or something similar. And the next thing you know, they're apologizing to you and going, "Oh my God, I didn't mean to." And suddenly you have the upper hand in the argument again.
That's
And
All
funny.
right
it's
then.
it felt like cheating the first time I did it. But then I realized, you know what? They pull that crap on me all the time. Like the difference between them and me is when they pull it on me, trying to claim they're so offended by this, that, the other thing. I just go, "Oh, that's a shame," and continue on. Where they all of a sudden feel a whole bunch of guilt.
Okay, I'll have to remember that.
It's weird how well that works, and I feel like an asshole using it. But sometimes it's the only way to get them to shut up and listen,
Hmm.
because a lot of them do have. It seems like they have these slogans in their heads that are just on this like macro loop. Where they just spew
Uh-huh.
out the one that they need, like they're on a soundboard, and
Right.
trying to shake them loose of any kind of response they can give on automatic is difficult but satisfying when you can do it.
It's so weird. It's like the GOP has like a checklist of sayings that are appropriate for conservative values, and like you're right, they literally never change. If it's
Oh, but
not
I'm
on the
talking about
list.
left wingers. I was just talking about
Oh,
people on
left
the
wingers
left.
are the same way. Left wingers can be
Yeah.
the same way. I mean, the identity politics in modern politics is fucking
Ugh,
ridiculous.
don't even get me started. Okay, I know I talked about this once before. I'm still a little steamed about it, but I just lost a friend because, she was saying, look, no one should stop being like a feminist. No one should stop fighting against racism just because a woman said, "I hate men," or a black person said, "I hate white people." And I said, I can't really be part of a movement that approves of abusing anybody for things about themselves they can't help. That I was like,
I
look, I know
agree.
that a lot of minorities have suffered a lot at the hands of various people, but why not say I hate misogynists or I hate white supremacists instead of I hate men or white people? just so that you're talking about their behavior, and again, not essential traits about themselves they can't help. Well,
Right.
this was apparently a bridge too fucking far for my ex-friend Liz. And the next thing I know, I'm being accused of being a Trump supporter. I'm being accused of white guilt. I'm being accused of all sorts of things, and no one's willing to discuss it rationally. And so, like, as much as I hate the right for what they want, I hate the left for how they behave.
They could use a little bit more.
I
Humility.
want. I want to
Yeah,
know.
exactly.
I want to know how you can be a Trump supporter with white guilt.
Well,
Easily. That's why they're against critical race theory being taught, is because they're afraid it'll make them feel bad about themselves because of what their white ancestors did and how
Oh,
horrible they were.
okay.
That's why they don't want critical race theory taught, because of all this white guilt.
Okay, I got you.
I
now.
I still swear that the GOP is anti-education. They want to keep these
Of course
people
they
down
are.
so they can feed them
Oh, yeah.
propaganda.
Yeah.
Oh, you are a cog in a machine, and they don't want you smart enough to be able to become an executive or a foreman or whatever at the factory. They want you to remain a cog.
Right.
You know, upward mobility
That's
is
the thing.
something they actively want to prevent.
Now near-death experiences. Well, I've overdosed and died on heroin once, and it was just like someone switched off the light and I was not there anymore. And then I woke up and like 10 minutes had passed. So I'm not afraid to die. It's just the thought of dying that bothers me. I don't. No one particularly wants to die. I'm sure.
Well, it sounds, the experience you described sounds like when I was put down for surgery. It was like someone flipped a switch.
Yeah, it was very similar to anesthesia, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Well, and like, okay, there's a sci-fi series, I've mentioned it before, I really like it. It's called the Vorkosigan Saga. Now, they have like cryo freezing so people can be revived from the dead if they're packed in ice properly, all of that. One of the characters gets shot and very, very, very killed, right? And his last thoughts, right before he dies, and then they stuff him in the cryo unit, his last thoughts were, wait, I haven't. And that's the thing that scares me about death, is all the shit I'll miss out on if I die before it shows up. And I know Diana wants to say, you're champing at the bit right now to shout, but you won't know, you'll be dead. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm alive right now. I'm anticipating all kinds of really cool shit that I really hope is coming. And I know that some of it eventually will exist for real, but I'm not going to be around to see it. I'm not going to be around to play with it. And that makes me sad right now that I won't get to have that opportunity. And so I want to stay alive as long as I possibly can to be able to play with those cool toys.
Oh man, as long as you can have a decent life of it. I mean, it's all great and everything, and oh Lord. Well, there goes the neighborhood. Sinise is here.
Oh, dearie me.
Yeah, we can start the party. Definitely.
Yeah.
My, no, there are the things, if life is going to be unending misery, then I'm not sure I want to go through that unending misery.
I don't know if life's going to be unending misery. As long as I'm the one dishing it out, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, there's a bright side to this. If you get to be the one in charge of the pain, no one expects the Spanish Inquisition. Well, give me one of those red robes and a fake mustache.
There we
now,
go.
now I want to watch Monty Python. Damn you!
I'm a helper.
It's all right though. I'd want to watch it anyway. I love Monty Python.
How many of them are left? I mean, really?
I think okay. John Cleese is still alive. I think Eric Idle might still be alive.
And Michael Palin. That's it. Oh, and Terry Gilliam. Terry Gilliam.
Oh yeah, there's the 4 of them. That's still not a lot. Is Terry Jones still alive?
No, Terry Jones and Graham Chapman are the ones who've died. Everyone else is
Okay,
still there.
I didn't know if Jones was still alive or not.
No,
I like Terry
fairly
Jones.
recently he died,
Yes.
like
Yes.
last year or two.
That's too bad.
Yeah, it stinks. But I mean, he was getting like all senile and demented and shit by the end of it. He was not in a good way by the end.
Okay. Well, Saini says life is something most of us merely survive rather than truly live. It's a shame.
Yeah,
And yeah, there's a point to be taken there.
I'm doing my best to truly live it, but it's difficult without the funds.
Yeah.
Still, I mean, I am impressing myself with what I'm doing with my animation, and it could still take me places. So who knows?
Well,
Right.
yeah, but let's just make sure that those places aren't like Kabul.
You know what I
or-
mean.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, for crying out loud. Diana, stop trying to be funny. You're not good at it.
Aw.
You're not good at it. I'm sorry. You don't have the timing for it, and half of your attempts at puns are just contradiction.
Diakorosti.
Now, are you all self-taught, Kate, with your animation stuff?
I mean, not completely, but mostly. I did have a bunch of classes like way back in the 90s and crap. But I mean, for the most part, it's a lot of me figuring it out on my own, a lot of going on to web boards and asking questions,
Right.
browsing through help files that are worded in such technical ways that honestly it's hard to interpret them.
Oh,
You know,
my.
one of the big problems with 3ds Max is that like there's a function that's exactly what I need it to do, but they gave it a name that I never would have, that's like so deeply counterintuitive that it wasn't until I went on a web board and people said, "That's how you do it, stupid." And I looked, I was like, why would they name it that? I just, why would you give that function that name? It makes no sense.
Now,
But they did.
what is an aptivist? I mean, I have an idea, but what is the actual definition of it?
Of what?
Aptivist?
Epistivist? Oh,
Yeah, pistivist, sorry.
an epistivist is a person who does not use faith as a method of coming to conclusions.
Oh, that seems pretty logical and sound to me. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, it's funny because you get into arguments with theists about what faith means and everything. And the worst one, the one that's so slippery to me, and this shuts down the conversation every time, is they say, "I want to know the truth," and I say, "Okay, forget truth. I want to know the facts." Because truth is one of those slippery words that can be misconstrued. When I insist on facts, they run away. The conversation ends every time. Every time.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's so funny when people say, "Well, my truth is," and I'm like, you can't have your truth. Truth is not a subjective thing. It's either true or it's not true. There's no, well, it's true for some people, but not for others. That's just stupid.
Yeah. I mean, I can understand if someone said my mode is, or, my
Right.
worldview is, my whatever. Although, don't fucking get me started on the word worldview. But, I mean, yeah, it's like if people, I mean, we are very sloppy with our language. And there are times where I find myself defining things to people up front just so I know we're on the same page when I use a certain term. And for some reason, that really pisses off a lot of people. And I'm like, look, just, even if I preface it with, just so I know we're talking about the same thing, when I use this term, this is what I mean. I get a lot of people who are really angry that I've done that, and I don't understand it.
The only thing I can think of is that when you do that, it makes it harder to equivocate.
Well, either that, I mean, because some of these people definitely mean well in the conversation. It's not always about atheism or politics or anything. Sometimes it's just, we might even be talking sci-fi or gaming or some shit, right? But I think maybe part of it is they think I'm being a smarty pants. Or maybe they think I'm trying something shady. I don't know.
It's difficult for me to see how somebody would think that was shady. Now, that I'm not saying that there are not people who do think that. It's just difficult for me to
Well,
understand.
I can see it. I mean, if you're insisting on a certain definition, it could be that you're trying to limit the scope of what is or is not allowed. Although sometimes that's necessary because, like I say, and you've said it too. Sometimes religious people will switch definitions of faith in the same sentence.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
and so it's like trying to nail down a definition so that we're all on the same page and we definitely know what each other's talking about. And so there isn't a lot of miscommunication and asking for clarification and thus losing our place in whatever we're talking about. That seems to piss people off. It's bizarre and I don't get it.
In the cases of the apologists, especially the pros, I know they know what they're doing. Of course, they know what they're doing. I don't know that
Sure.
I don't know that the average Joe and Josephine knows what they're doing.
But
Um, trying to
but
think.
but you're assuming evil intent is the thing, and I don't necessarily agree with that. I mean, I think it seems to be part of human nature, is what I'm trying to say. This manner of well, let's just call it arguing. I think it's natural to the human condition and not exclusive to left, right, religious, atheist, whatever.
Yeah. Okay. Oh,
I don't know.
I don't know.
I
Most things I
mean,
don't know.
how many arguments really, when it comes down to it, are about like two pack wolves fighting for dominance? One of them trying to get their teeth on the back of the other's neck or across their nose or whatever it is wolves do.
Yeah.
It. And I've found myself getting better and better at being dominant in a conversation.
Yeah. Okay.
At when there's an argument, usually with a theist, though sometimes a right winger, finding a way to make sure that they don't get to be the one who sets the frame for the conversation, that they can't artificially limit my options for the things I want to talk about, things like that. Um, I've gotten pretty good at it.
Okay then. Yeah.
It's also gotten a lot of them, inspired a lot of them to block my ass. Well, because they can't win and they know they can't win, and that frustrates them, so they run like little bitches.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's interesting. You know you've arrived and you start getting blocked.
Mm, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of funny.
Well, what can I say?
Um,
It's,
I mean, sometimes I've actually been like, there's been an argument that's, I don't know, like a dozen or more comments deep, right? And then someone decides, for whatever reason, to at me in. It's like, oh, here's something I know bionic dads can argue against, and they just stick my name, with a fucking at symbol on there, and the next thing I know, I'm in this argument, but the person they're arguing with has already blocked me. So I see one side of the argument that I've now been dragged into.
okay.
No, I mean, obviously, I can just mute the conversation, but when you're dragged into an argument that you can't have because you've already argued the other person into giving you the internet death penalty, I mean, it's a little weird.
It's a little more work, but depending on the system you're running and the browser you're using, you actually sometimes can see what that person is saying, that person who has blocked you.
Well, sure, but now it's starting to sound like work. I didn't want to be in the conversation in the first place. Someone else dragged me in without my
Uh-huh.
permission. So fuck it. I'm just going to unfollow.
There you go.
I mean, if I can see the argument and it's interesting, I might weigh in. But the being blocked by someone was definitely a deal breaker. Because now, if I try to see all that shit, it's like, okay, what was their username again? Shit, I can't find them. Okay, let me go to their page on the other browser. Wait, I can't see their username. Okay, let me save the username in the list of people who have been tagged. All right. Now go to the other browser with an incognito window open and search for that shit. I can't find them still. How do I get their channel name, or not their channel name, their page name? Fuck. That long string of ASCII characters. That's who they really are online. And now I'm like, I'm spending too much time looking at a conversation that I didn't even want to see.
Yeah. Oh, yay. I love Twitter wars. Yeah, sure I do. I love Twitter wars like I love having no working kidneys. Um, but such is the life.
Well, it'd be so much easier on Twitter sometimes if there were just more characters to work with. Because sometimes these theists will ask you really complicated questions that you cannot answer in the amount of space you're given. I mean, if they ask you something about biology and you have to get into amino acids and pH levels and shit, you really can't, can you?
Right, and sometimes okay, and here I am again assuming malicious intent, I know. Sometimes I think that they do that intentionally because many cases, they will tell you right up front, I am going to accept either yes or no. Now, here's the
Hmm.
question, which cannot be answered with one word.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, I mean, this is why, like, the technique of just sticking to my guns on just the thesis question to begin with has really been a help. Where
Mm.
I'm like, okay, if the whole idea is, can you prove that God exists? And they start going off on like how intricate DNA is and all this stuff. And I'm like, gee, that's great. DNA is complicated, but show me how that proves that God exists. And then they're like, well, I can't believe it I don't have enough faith to be an atheist, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, okay, fine. How does that prove a God exists just because you can't believe it? Like sticking to the you can't prove God. If they
Yeah.
start trying to engage on science questions on how DNA works, well, yeah, okay, fine, but none of this proves a God exists. And if they start saying, well, what would prove a God exists? I'm like, okay, something in the Bible that claims to be magical that we couldn't explain with natural means. Show me that under lab conditions. And
Yeah.
they can't handle it. They can't handle it. They go off on all kinds of excuses why you have to accept lesser info,
Hmm.
lesser evidence. And I tell them to fuck off, and the conversation usually degenerates from there.
Yeah.
I mean, I try to say fuck off in a polite way, but it's hard.
Uh, get stuffed. That sometimes works.
It's not polite though. I'm looking for one of those things like, how in the South, if they want to say fuck you, they say bless your heart.
Yeah, huh?
I want one of those. I did actually get a good reaction once to saying to someone, "Oh, bless your frozen little heart," which just like that's adding some extra sass onto the end of it. But since I don't really believe in blessing anything, I want a secular version of "Bless Your Heart" Southern style. You know,
Well,
something that
indeed.
says "fuck your mother," but you can say it on primetime television. I mean, my favorite, except there's no subtlety to it, and I made this one up myself, although it is based on something I never made up, is I'm not sexually attracted to horses, but I'll make an exception for the one you wrote in on.
Okay.
I mean, just putting a little extra spin onto a classic, right? but it does make people have to stop and think, what the hell did Kate just say? Oh, and that moment of understanding tells me a lot about a person, how they react to it. Because some people play along, some people act stupid because they are stupid and they don't get it. Other people are like, like they underreact because they had to think about it. And then there's those people in the middle where they had to think about it, but when they got it, they laughed.
Yeah.
But the best people are the ones who got it right away and play along. If they say something like, yeah, well, yo mama with puppies or something, I don't know. One of those, it's like, we can be friends because you can think on your feet and you can give me shit in a way that doesn't make me feel hurt.
Sort of like you and Stool.
In a way, yeah. Yeah, in a way.
Oh my.
I mean, like I've told the story many times. First time I met him, I thought he was a royal asshole for about 10 minutes. And then I realized, you know what? If I decide to not be insulted, this is kind of fun. And then I realized that's what he's doing.
Yeah.
That is the game he's playing. And from then I realized I could be friends with him no matter how much of a cunt he was being.
Oh, it's just so sad that there are the people out there who take immediate offense and make a big deal of it. And
well, if you take him at face value, I can understand why you'd flip out, but there's more to him than that.
Yeah, and he's so blatant about it that you have to wonder. No, does he really mean that? And you have to come to the conclusion. No, he's just.
Well, some people are so easily triggered these days, though, that I'm sure they wouldn't take that moment to stop and think about it like I did. Because I was on the verge of flipping out on him. And then some part of me realized who and what he really was. Yeah. And didn't go Karen. And look at us now.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah. I mean, like, how I was talking about how I seem to attract these, like, big brother types. I mean, he'd be more of a creepy uncle, but, there's still a little bit of that, like, could be surrogate family about him. A little bit.
Well, the way you've described a couple family members. Yeah, okay.
Well, at least he's not like that one uncle I just had to disown.
Yeah, I was just thinking of that uncle. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know how that's going to work the next time there's anything vaguely family reunion-esque. Because right now it hasn't been dealt with, and it's definitely an elephant in the room.
That's the fun stuff.
I don't really plan on letting go of it, honestly. I know there's probably a lot of relatives who would want to sweep it under the rug, but he crossed a line.
Yeah.
And a very important line. And if it's not important to them, they have to know that it's important to me. And if they treat it as something to dismiss, well, how am I supposed to take that?
Right.
I mean, if I know that a lot of things that are very important to me are not important to other people, and they might even see those things as foolish or stupid or lame or a waste of time, but they mean something to me.
Mm-hmm.
And if that doesn't make them mean something, at least a little something to other people, are those really people that I want around?
Yeah, and then the stuff that gets closer and closer to identity. I mean, those things which are a part of you, there's that greater weight, if you will, to them than those things that you, in quotes, simply like.
Well, I mean, I didn't choose to be a lesbian. I wouldn't right now choose for it to be any other way, much as, straight people have it easier. I really enjoy being, like falling for other women and
Uh-huh.
not for boys. You didn't choose to be trans.
Right. Absolutely.
Now, that one, maybe you're a little more open to having it changed. Like, wouldn't you prefer to be cis?
Well,
Now, if you could assume for a moment you can be cis, that's equates with the gender you got.
I've said many times that yeah, there are times I've cried myself to sleep. I wish I could be cis. I don't care which way. I just want everything to align. Um,
Mm,
and
interesting, because
yeah,
I'm sure there's a lot of trans folk out there who are like, I wish I could be cis, but really only if I could be cis, fill in like head gender, actual gender,
yeah, it's
regardless of presentation or phenotype.
in my particular case, it's the what's the word? The dissonance that really gets to me, and it's
Hmm.
the world out there seeing one thing and addressing me that way, and it's they know that I'm Diana Clarion, and yet there's they're doing all the misgendering, they're doing treating me as a man, that sort of thing, and it sort of gets to you after a while.
So you're saying that you'd rather be head boy and crotch boy than, like, if that were an option,
Okay, yeah,
than what you are now?
yeah, actually,
Huh.
if I had my chance to rate these things on a scale,
Yeah.
I'd rather be head girl and crotch girl. That's number one.
Well, sure.
Then followed.
I mean, who wouldn't?
Yeah, absolutely. I personally don't understand why anybody would want to be a man, and
I mean, I can understand looking at menstruation and going, nah, I could leave that one, uncheck.
yeah, huh, yeah,
But otherwise,
yeah. I mean, okay, a cis female would be my number one choice. I think number
yes,
two would be a cis male, and then
yes.
all the other garbage comes in after that.
Huh.
The whole point is I want things to align.
Interesting, because I know, uh, you know, I mean, hell, everyone knows trans folk these days,
Oh,
but
absolutely. Even if they don't know that they do.
well, but I mean, before it became sort of on the path to being normalized, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Before that, it was the kind of thing where, like, if you were LGBT yourself, you knew a couple of T folk. It's just like they were around.
Mm-hmm.
But now that people are able to be out and, like, not lose their job, maybe even be in the military, maybe not get kicked out of sports or a bathroom, whatever, as soon as it was, like I said, on the path to being normalized, it just, people started knowing more and more and more, to the point where everybody has at least one trans friend,
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah. Absolutely.
Now, most of the ones that I've known, no, it's weird. I know very few trans men.
Same here.
It's it's weird like that. Either that, or I just don't know that's what they are. Because let's face it, they get pretty passable.
Yeah.
But so most of the trans women that I know want their outsides to match their insides, and that's all they want. That they it's not the dissonance, it's the dissonance in only one direction. As in if they had a chance to be cis male or cis female, or rather, okay, if they had a choice to be like a trans woman or a cis male, they'd probably still stick with the trans woman because that's who they are.
Oh. Okay, okay. Yeah, I got you.
Where it's like they would not want to be any kind of boy.
Mm-hmm.
So
Um.
what I'm saying is, what you're saying is an anomaly that I had never encountered before.
Yeah, I guess it is anomalous. But what I'm going by is I am what I am because I am that. If that makes any sense, I am a trans woman, and that's my identity. That's the way I view the world. That's the way I view myself. Were I a cis male, I would be viewing the world in a different manner, and I would be viewing myself in a different manner. But part of that would not be that disparity, and
Well,
that would be a good thing.
but the thing is that removing that disparity would change part of your identity.
Yep, sure would.
But if that disparity were removed in a way that made you a cis male, it would change your identity a hell of a lot more, wouldn't it, than if you were made a cis female?
Yeah, I suppose it would when you put it that way. Yeah.
So when I think of the choice you made, if I were to make that choice, I would feel like I was in effect committing personality suicide because I would be changing something so fundamental about myself that I wouldn't still be me.
Oh,
Even if it was the same consciousness, the same awareness, the same I in I think, therefore I am, it would not be the same I. It would be tinted, or it would be like someone had shifted key or something, and the world would be different in some way,
and
wouldn't it?
yeah, and I think the difference in what you're saying and what I'm saying is I'm coming from the platform where there would not have been a Diana Clarion to change
Oh,
from.
that's cheating.
Yeah.
That's cheating. I'm asking you to look at it from your perspective now.
Oh,
Like
in my perspective.
like I'm saying, if you had three wishes, kind of thing.
Oh, in my perspective now, no, 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 no. I would not want to be a cis male. Absolutely not. I'd want to be me, and me
This is
is
what I'm
Diana
saying.
Athena Clarion.
This is what I'm saying. Is like, and that's what I was saying with most of the, like the trans women that I knew who had an opinion on the matter. Most of them said, yeah, if I could have some fingers be snapped and have insides match outsides, I'd want it to be in this configuration. And to a one, they all said yes. Cis woman or trans woman, but in no way a dude.
Yeah, yeah. If you're going to change me from what I am now to something else, no, definitely cis woman. Absolutely. Because I'm already a woman and I would not want to lose that.
Well, if I was picking something that would change something essential about myself, I'd give me superpowers. Come on.
Okay.
Power of flight, bulletproof skin, give me the full Supergirl. I don't care. You know,
You know what Supergirl's greatest power is, don't you? The fact
her tits.
the fact that nobody ever saw up her skirt while she was flying over Smallville.
That's because it's only a skirt.
Okay.
She's got the superhero panties under, just like Superman does.
Okay, okay.
You know? That's one of the reasons I was so pissed when they changed his uniform and got rid of the superhero panties.
Oh man, I hadn't been keeping up on any of that, so they got rid of that stuff, huh?
It pissed me off so bad, and it's actually one of my go-to's when I try to explain to people why it's not racist to hate it when they flip someone's race in a movie. It's not that they flip their race, it's that they changed any goddamn thing. They changed something I'm familiar with. You remember before when I was saying how I could grow attached to characters, because they were friends in a lonely childhood, right? But then imagine someone comes in and says, okay, that character is completely different in this particular way. Well, it doesn't matter what trait they changed. All of a sudden, it's like if one of your friends changes their hairstyle to something you positively loathe. You're like, why did you change that?
Okay, okay.
It's got nothing to do with what changed. It's just the fact that something's different. Don't do that.
Tayo porosto.
I realize
Uh,
I'm sounding a bit like Sheldon from The Big Bang Theory right now, but I don't fucking care. I hate it when shit changes if I like it.
yeah, absolutely. Um, I know that
Yeah.
engendered one hell of an argument on, on one of my shows. Couple of them I can think of.
Yeah, well, it's only recently that I've really figured out how to phrase my position properly.
Okay, then. Hey,
Well,
they were
I mean,
interesting shows.
like in ways that get the message across, because a lot of times, well, in ways that can't be misconstrued, because a lot of the times when I get into that argument, I end up doing nothing more than trying to shore up a straw man, to tell people, I'm sorry, but you've misunderstood, you've misconstrued. That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. That's not what I was getting at, constantly, and that's all it becomes. And like, to the point where there's no point having the argument.
Mm.
Well, it's very frustrating doing that. So finding a way to properly, in ways that can't be misconstrued, phrase my position is really handy.
Alrighty then, absolutely. And oh, look at that.
Emmett, I was talking about the superhero panties, and I had the perfect picture for it. Now I can't find it.
Can you do a search on superhero panties?
No, I won't find what I'm looking for. It's very like niche. You'd have to even know about it in the first place. Because there was this like comic, sort of a parody thing called Normal Man, and part of the first issue was, I think they were called Song and Dance Man. And it was these two like conjoined twins in superhero gear that were doing like the sort of Rockettes dance, the kick step kind of thing. And they were going panties and capes, superheroes wear panties and capes,
Oh,
like that.
jeez.
And they did it through the whole episode, or the whole issue, until they got shot.
Oh,
Oh,
jeez.
wait a minute. There it is. I found it, and I just named it something different. Hold on. Let me window that and share. Right? So, I mean, imagine when you've known Superman, where he's got the red panties with a yellow belt on top of blue leggings with a blue top with the Superman logo on it and a red cape. And for some reason, like from movie to movie, already his colors have been getting duller and duller and more drab. And then finally, they take away the superhero panties, and I'm like, what the fuck? This isn't my Superman anymore.
Uh huh.
Oh, but yeah, so panties and capes with Song and Dance Man. You
Oh,
know.
my. Oh, well. Oh, Skeptic Mafia is wondering about a question. Skeptic wonders, have you gone to Pride and how did it feel if you did?
Oh,
Well, a lot depends on which Pride you're talking about. I went to Pride in Pittsburgh in 2008. That was the first time
I'm
I
sure
went.
it's this year we're talking about Pride.
Oh, okay. Um, I did not do the Pride this year
Okay.
because I
Yeah,
was.
neither did I. Of course, for some reason, I remember reading the parade was going to be in July, which is not Pride Month. I don't understand it. But even then, I don't think I'll attend. It'll be too packed. I don't know if there's any Delta variants skittering around, but I'd rather not risk it. And and honestly, just seeing a bunch of people marching behind an AT&T banner that happens to have a rainbow flag on it, I mean, whoop it up, right?
It's my feeling. Um, I really liked that 2008 Pride that I attended. That felt real to me, whereas stuff in the last few years to me felt artificial.
Well, when they were still doing Pride on Capitol Hill, which is Seattle's neighborhood, then it felt real. But it got so big that like all of Broadway couldn't contain it, and they moved it downtown, and then it got corporate.
Okay, then.
Yep. They literally no shit gentrified Pride.
Moo. I know we had a sort of an opposition front. There was a group of people who decided that they did not like the corporate takeover, and they tried to break off and do their own pride. I don't know if it survived because the plague hit right about the time that they were trying to do their own thing. They managed 1 year. It was tiny because it was the very first year and they were just getting started. And then the plague hits that really cut things apart. So I don't know. I don't know how that went. I wasn't.
Well, a lot of things like that seem to just sort of fizzle because of the plague.
Mm-hmm.
I really miss my board game nights.
Yeah, that had to have been really, really great with all just the camaraderie and stuff around the table and everything.
Yeah, but it's the kind of games that honestly people your age wouldn't enjoy.
What?
Do you think you'd play Clank in Space or Settlers of Catan or Dominion or Seventh Guest or Exploding Kittens or the Firefly board game or Portal the game or Robo Rally or anything like that? Something super fucking geeky.
Exploding Kittens?
Exploding Kittens is a card game.
That sounds interesting. What the heck is that?
It's a card game.
Do kittens go boom?
Yeah, unless you manage to defuse them.
Oh my, that sounds right up my alley. It really does.
Maybe, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
Oh man. Oh, Skeptic was saying, ever. Have I ever done
Oh.
Pride ever? Yeah, I've done several Prides. And as the time went on, I liked them less. Oh my, what do we have here? Overweight bikini cat. Oh my word. Taco cat. Yeah,
It's
okay.
palindrome.
Palindrome.
Oh my gosh, there's an expansion for Clink in Space? I'm putting that on my wish list.
Oh my, oh my, oh my. Clank in Space.
Oh,
That's another.
wow.
What is that? That sounds interesting.
It's interesting. That's a terrible picture. It's basically you and a bunch of other people have broken into an evil warlord spaceship, and you're trying to steal his stuff. And he gets grouchier and grouchier the closer you get to the really big prizes at the end, and you have to escape to one of the escape pods, which are on the far end of the ship from the end you came in on, without getting killed.
Ooh, that could be fun.
It is fun, but I don't know. Like, well, maybe someday, if there's ever an atheist get together and we're both still alive, I will, bring the game.
Oh, yay. I'll just have to make sure that I'm not chained to a machine every other day when that day comes.
Well, get that transplant shit going.
Yeah, they tell me that they were starting the ball rolling. I have to see if the ball did indeed get rolling. Because they said, I think they said that somebody was going to get in contact with me, and that hasn't happened yet that I know of. I would like that too.
There's 3 expansions. Oh no, that's Clink Legacy. No. That's not Clink. That's not a Clink in Space add-on. There's two. There's Clink in Space Apocalypse and Clink in Space Cyber Station 11. Those are going right the fuck on the wish list. Oh, you better mofo and believe it.
Skeptic Mafia, we here in Pittsburgh had a Pride celebration this year. We had not had one last year, but this year was a 50-50, if you want to call it that. I guess there were some on-site things and then some remote things, just like the Arts Festival this year, because they somehow happen right at the same time, the Arts Festival and the Pride stuff.
You know,
Hmm?
I'll go on.
Yeah, the Arts Festival had online stuff, and then they had on-site stuff, and I actually made it to some of the on-site stuff, and that was all sorts of fun because by that time I couldn't walk 50 feet without being out of breath. But I still managed to do it. It was okay. And then I was in hospital. I think that next week.
God, I gotta start putting videos out more regularly again so I can afford some of this shit. Like, I mean, I could, I suppose, drop $50 on these expansions, but I really shouldn't. Like until I start putting out at least 4 videos a month, I should consider these things luxury items.
Okay, I can understand the rationale.
Wait a minute, is this an add-on or is this a game unto itself? Not that it matters, but if it's not an add-on, that's interesting. I really should get wow, it does look like it's a game unto itself. It's hard to tell though. Yeah, I should get the coffee table out from where it is because I usually don't have it out because I need room for VR. Because I think there's a way to play Clank and single player. Like what you do is you add extra difficulty and then just go through all the obstacles your own damn self.
I'm wondering just a little bit. Do you ever miss the couch?
Occasionally, but mostly because, like, if I want to watch a movie and I don't want to do it in a chair, the closest thing I can do to that, well, there's 2 things I can do. I can either compromise on it being a chair and get out the lawn chair, like the deck chair, the beach chair thing.
Okay.
The one that folds out like a recliner. I can get that out, or I can just get a bunch of blankets and pillows, maybe sort of make like a mini fort or something and lie on top of that on the floor. That one actually is has its pluses and minuses. Your ass starts to hurt a lot faster on the floor, but gives you greater access to the cats, or rather gives the cats greater access to you.
Hi, Colleen. Because one thing
So there's pluses and minuses is my point.
One thing I did notice when Furball and Karis were here, and then Purple was here as well, having the couch in the bedroom as a bed and not out here as a couch made things a little cumbersome. I mean, we managed, but I did wish that we had, did wish that I had a couch out here, and but that was the one time, and now it's back to normal, whatever normal is around me, and it works all right, which I'm assuming everything works all right for you 98% of the time. But yeah, I was just curious. That's all. Because there are other times that I do miss having the standard living room furniture in here.
Okay, these are definitely expansions, not games unto themselves, which is fine. I have the base game, but yeah. So I have a couple of different games that are single player. The Firefly game is single player, and it's actually a strange amount of fun. I can only imagine it with more than one player. Yeah, so I really, really, really miss my board game nights. I really hope, like, this is kind of gonna suck. I can't go to Tom's wedding because they're gonna have it actually in Louisiana, and it like overlaps with another trip I'm taking. But I really hope he comes back to San Diego soon because I haven't actually met his fiance yet. And it'll just be good to have like another built-in friend, you know, because a lot of the friends I had, either we weren't close enough to really like even try to get together since the during the pandemic, or during the pandemic we just fell out of touch, kind of thing, you know.
Yeah,
So it'd be nice. Really wish he'd come back.
To Brill Cream?
What?
That's a
I've heard.
that's, a,
What,
that's a really old commercial. I came back to Brill Cream. Yeah.
yeah, I've heard of Brill Cream. I don't know the commercial.
Yeah, it's boy-oriented hairstyling stuff.
I seem to remember actually being associated with those televangelists that like to slick their hair backward.
Uh-huh. Yep, 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 yep.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Colleen. I'm glad I made it on. Yeah, it's
Why is it that so many of the people on the right wing are just like they radiate repulsive vibes, like even before you know they're on the right wing, just looking at them you can kind of a little bit tell.
oh man, like that Joel Osteen smile, that sort of thing.
Well, yeah, him, and then that other guy, what the fuck is his name? Why do I keep forgetting it? Like something Varney or something. I don't know. He's the one who did that really long sustained fake laughter about COVID.
Oh, Kenneth Copeland.
Yeah, him. You know, or Marjorie Taylor Greene just gives off right-wing vibes. Just looking at one of her pictures, you can tell. She has that Ann Coulter look to her.
Uh-huh.
You know, and you can just tell these people are right-wingers, and it's weird because they're like, even the ones that are physically attractive even a little bit just sort of give off this gross energy,
Yes, yeah.
and that's weird, you know, because like on the one hand it almost sounds like a prejudice, but on the other hand it's like usually true,
Well, I don't know. Maybe that's how they signal
you
to each
know.
other.
Maybe. I mean, that's the weird thing, is like we've had the discussion before about how weird it must be that dung beetles like the smell of shit where we find it disgusting. You know, I guess these right wingers find that mode of being attractive where we would find it horrid.
Yeah, huh?
And it's hard to picture liking that. But I mean, at the same time, it's really hard to picture liking boys. So, you
Yeah.
know, you're
Yeah.
into what you're into, I guess. I mean, that's something I wonder, is like how much of our morality, our political views, how much of that is nature and how much is nurture? Could I have been a raging conservative if I'd been adopted by a different family, or is it hardwired in me to be, liberal, to be a progressive, to be on the left?
My, oh my. I suppose a lot depends on how early the indoctrination would have begun.
Does it though? I
I'm
mean, because there are some people that are weak-willed, some people are very strong-willed, some people are easily cowed into submission, and others stand their ground. So, how much do you think it really matters?
Well, I think that no one point is everything. You know, they
Hmm.
all kind of work together, and yeah, there's got to be some nature going on. The strong-willed person, no matter what. I mean, well, how the heck did I make it through those two? because they tried. They tried to turn me into a little them, and I just wouldn't have it. So where did that come from? The knowing that that is not me. That is not what I want. That is not what I am. And fighting against it all those years. Uh,
Well, I mean, also my parents, again, raised by hippies, their idea of discipline was maybe to take away a favorite toy or to, take away the television set or something. Grounding. There was no physical torture as discipline. That didn't happen. Never
lucky,
spanked.
lucky
None
you.
of that. So I mean, I wonder how much that affected my morality, my empathy, my worldview.
I could
You
say,
know,
yeah, I could see it profoundly affecting that because those two really stuck with me, and I mean, they liked to inflict the torture, and I think that contributed very greatly to my abhorring that torture because I know what it was like to be on the receiving end.
well, I can guarantee you this much: if my parents had been that sort, either they'd be dead and I'd likely be in prison, or I'd have run away.
Oh, I thought of both and could never bring myself to do either of them.
Oh, I would have. Absolutely. I came awfully close a couple of times simply just because of arguments we had.
Okay, okay.
I mean, let's face it, my parents and I don't see eye to eye on a lot of things. And being a little bit on the spectrum, I'm sure, it's still not diagnosed, but let's face it, too many symptoms to not be.
Moo,
You
moo.
And yeah, that wasn't really a thing that was known very well back then. The closest I ever got to a diagnosis was ADHD, right? And it was
Mm,
never 100% clear if it was ADHD, ADD, or both. Because apparently they're distinct from each other in certain ways, and you can have both of them. And I'm not sure which one it is anymore. But my parents didn't really know how to raise someone who was a bit neurodivergent. Not really.
right.
But no one did. I mean, no one was there to give them advice. Um, so I mean, I forget really what point I was working up toward, but I guess it was something about nature versus nurture. I mean, they instilled a lot of values in me, but I don't know if those values would have been the same if I had not been raised by hippies.
Uh huh. Oh, surely something would have been different, but I don't know how different, and I don't know how it was different. That sort of thing. Ow.
Well, I mean, given how much I derived inspiration from fiction, especially heroic fiction like Star Wars, I have a feeling that some part of me would have looked at the horrible things I was being taught and then looked at the Rebel Alliance and the Empire and realized that something was out of whack. And it would be really difficult to see it being out of whack in Star Wars. Do you see what I'm saying?
Mm,
I mean, the Empire decided to blow up a peaceful planet that couldn't hurt them.
right.
And then there's people going out there doing violence against other people because of the color of their skin.
Oh,
I
okay,
see the
okay.
rebels. I see the rebels fighting the Galactic Empire because they caused all that destruction. But people in authority over me, like parents and teachers, are saying we should do violence against the people that, let's face it, can't protect themselves against us. Some part of me would go, no, no, no. You fight the people that are hurting the ones who can't help themselves. That's what the Rebel Alliance did. That's what Superman does. That's what all of these things in fiction that I love do. Some part
Mm-hmm.
of me would have said, that there's no way Star Wars or Superman are the ones that are out of whack.
Dio Corosto. Yeah, okay, I
Some
got it
part of
now.
me would have gone, I'm sure of it, because you've seen how hard I latch onto my fiction.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Harder, really, than I ever did.
I mean, I've heard you talk about it, and I'm not sure how much you did at all.
Hmm. Oh, I mean, there's some of the fiction I liked, but you look at it and say, "What the shit is that?"
It was always the boring crap. It was always the stuff that made you learn. It was never stuff that was just there to tell a rip roaring yarn.
I'm weird that way.
Yeah, well,
And the cynic in me just loves Vonnegut.
yeah, I only really know Vonnegut in passing.
Yeah, he had a very dark outlook on life.
Let me right back. I desperately need food.
Food, food, food. Food,
Yep.
food, 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 food. Yum, yum. Yummy and tasty. Nutritious and delicious. Diakorostu.
See, I have pineapple chunks that are left over from a can I opened last night.
Oh boy.
And you know I like my pineapple chunks.
On pizza?
You know, if there's ham on it, if it's Hawaiian style, I'm actually okay with it. Otherwise, no.
Okay
The
then.
pineapple does not belong on non-Hawaiian pizza. And I know that's an unpopular opinion with some of you. Some of you think that it's an abomination all the time. And then there's some weirdos who think it's always appropriate. What's wrong with you? But
So Kate doesn't do pepperoni and pineapple.
fuck no.
Okay. Okay.
Again, ham and pineapple only. Only.
Well, yeah, there is that strange marriage between ham and pineapple. Although I have never prepared one that way. I've had them prepared that way, but I've never done it myself.
Well, it makes a certain kind of sense. I mean, a lot of time ham is made sweet,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
you know, and a lot of times, the roast suckling pig on a spit is often associated with the tropics.
Uh-huh. Yep, yep, yep.
It makes a certain kind of sense to have it like that. Although, as I understand it, Hawaiian style pizza really has nothing to do with Hawaii. A Hawaiian did not create it.
That makes sense.
Mm.
Some guy by
Well,
the name of Geppetto.
what makes sense is that everything you know is wrong.
Yeah, huh?
Every couple of years, seems like some beloved truth is disproved.
Oh my. Ben Franklin, the only president of the United States who was never president of the United States. Remember, kids, everything you know is wrong. All right.
How did we end up on the money anyway?
I don't know. I don't know how the money people got picked. Because, they like to talk about dead presidents, and I think there are more non-presidents than presidents. Well, not anymore, because a lot of the money isn't printed anymore. But, yeah.
What on earth are you talking about?
Well, you had George Washington on the single.
Hmm.
Abe Lincoln.
President.
Yeah, Abe Lincoln on the 5. That's a president.
Yes.
Then let's see, on the 10 is that Hamilton or yeah, Hamilton. 20 is Jackson.
Jackson on the 20.
50 is Grant, and that's where that run of presidents stops. And then on the 100 you have Ben Franklin. On the 500, trying to remember who was on the 500. Was it? Wasn't Woodrow?
Wasn't there one with oh, what the hell's his face? Jefferson?
Oh, Jefferson was on the 2.
Okay. And I mean, a couple of those are repeated on the coins.
Uh huh. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Bela Bobisti. The 500 was William McKinley. So, okay, there's a president. What do we have here? I thought there was going to have a. I thought there was going to be a list here. Okay, wait a minute. There's the 1. There's the 2. There's the 5, 10, 20, 50, 100, 500. 1,000 is Grover Cleveland. 5,000 James Madison. 10,000 Salmon Chase, who was, I think he was Secretary of the Treasury.
And it's always kind of weird because my first encounter with the name Grover was the Sesame Street character.
Ah, Moo. Okay.
You know, so when I heard Grover Cleveland, I was like, we had a Muppet for a president.
There you go. Okay, the $100,000 bill was Woodrow Wilson, so I guess there were more presidents than non-presidents.
Although, I mean, haven't there been a bunch of bills, like novelty bills or something, that you could, I mean, they were legal tender, but they had some special picture on them, like, oh, we did a run of LBJ or some shit?
I'm not sure. I know there were some novelty bills that were not legal tender that had some strange faces on them. One of them had Carl B. Stokes.
What the hell's that?
He was, I think, the first black mayor of a major city. He was mayor of Cleveland in the 60s.
Oh.
I believe it was a $20 bill, TWE.
Well, I know that they're talking about replacing somebody. I think it's on the 20 actually with Harriet Tubman.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I really would love to see a picture of her just once where she's smiling.
I don't know if any of those exist.
She always looks so grouchy.
Uh-huh.
And that has kind of become my thing lately, where it's like, if I see a movement or anything, a terrorist organization, either whatever, I want to see them laughing. I want to see them like, because they're always so freaking serious. Special interest groups, whatever. Yeah, it's like they're so dour all the time. They're so serious, and it's like, I don't know. Life's too short to spend it like that.
I know who we need. The next currency face change. We need Diana Clarion. Let's see. How about the $100 bill? No.
You can have the $2.73 bill.
Oh, okay. Man, it's amazing how some things just never caught on. Those $2 bills never really caught on. Well, that was because it was bettors money, the $2 bets at the racetrack.
But I mean, why would you really need it?
I don't know. I mean, in European currencies, 2-unit denominations are rather common, if I remember correctly.
Now, I don't know if this is true or not, but I believe Canada has a $2 coin. And I know that the $1 coin is a loonie because it's got a loon on it.
Right.
And I heard that the $2 coin is a toonie, but I don't know what it has on it.
I'm gonna find out.
Well, it doesn't matter what it has on it. I want to know if that's really what it's called or if that was a load of crap.
I'm reasonably sure that toonie is an actual nickname anyway. Yeah, there we go. From Wikipedia here. The toonie, formerly the Canadian $2 coin, was introduced 19 February 1996 by the Minister of Public Works, Diane Marlowe,
Oh,
Minister
you
of Public
know.
Works. As of 2019, it possesses the highest monetary value of any circulating Canadian coin. And Liz is on the obverse, and a bear is on the reverse.
Sure. I don't know. I wasn't sure, but apparently they really do call it that. The
Yeah.
the Looney Tuning. All right.
It's an interesting little thing. It's one of those bimetallic coins that's not a sandwich. It's a donut.
Well, it's worth 2 smackers. It's a 2 unit coin.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even want to know what it's like in Japan, where you're just walking around with 1,000 yen bills, 5,000 yen bills. I mean, it's probably no different than if there was a decimal point in there somewhere, but some part of me feels like it's different, you know?
Yeah, where is it though? One of the African countries that's in constant turmoil, where you have trillion unit notes, and it changes every week.
I
With the
don't know.
hyperinflation.
I don't know. I remember there was like something about like having a whole bunch of Prussian francs. And it's like,
Yeah.
well, okay, we have a lot of a currency that doesn't exist anymore. It'd be funny if that made them rare and thus worth something, even though the country that owned them doesn't exist anymore. Like they become collector's items. And so someone using one of them, you'd take it to a bank or a collector and like sell it for a buttload of actual money, you know?
And oh my word. Okay,
Of
here
course,
we
you
are.
can have that argument about what gives something value. Is it because someone is willing to pay for it, or is it just because of how much you like it that you have it? You know what I mean? Where it's like, I have things that I know I value that other people wouldn't. I mean, take Howie for example. To most people, he's just a ratty old stuffed animal, but to me, he's like 35 years of memories.
Mm-hmm.
So how is Howie's value calculated,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So what gives something value? Truly.
I mean, my thought has always been the emotional investment somebody puts into it. How much they like it. You and Howie. Some people in shiny metals, they really like them. Um,
Now translate this into capitalism though. Like why should a box of cereal cost what it costs rather than some other price? Is it because of what we're willing to pay for it? If we stop buying it, will they stop making it altogether? Will the price come down? If the price comes down and we start buying it and it flies off the shelves, will the price go back up again? Like supply, demand, who has the power?
all of it, really. And the power is really in no one place because, okay, we can look at breakfast cereal, and okay, one might consider the consumer to have a greater share of the power as far as setting the price on a box of cereal. How much they want it, how much they're willing to pay for it, and there's where the price point goes. But for something like petroleum, the producers exert a great deal of control. OPEC might decide to cut production and raise the price, and because the public is addicted to oil, they'll pay it.
That is insane that we're addicted to oil. I mean, given what's going on right now in the world, I mean, there's people out there right now who would probably set like tires on fire just to stick it to the libs. Not caring about the effect they have
Yeah,
on the world.
yeah.
And that's just insane that there are people like that. But that's what we have to deal with. And well, I don't know. I mean, I I've often wondered, like, if you are a member of, like, a CEO of an oil company or something, and you see the writing on the wall, why not start transitioning to greener fuels and get off of the fossil fuels? Like as a slow transition from one to the other.
You would think that they would want to do that. I don't know what the what it is that's going through their minds.
Well,
Do
I mean,
they?
I'm sure there's a lot of it. A lot of it's probably just inertia and effort shock. This will have a big price tag to switch to green energy. We don't know how much we can charge for it. We probably won't be able to charge as much for it. And like a lot of it is probably just profit motive and what it would take to switch from one to the other. And I'm sure some of it is just this is what we know. This is what's familiar to us.
Yeah, it's possible, indeed. Um, I'd like to see the change made, but I don't know if it's going to happen in my lifetime. And
Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm going to deal with the remnants of this pineapple.
dato por lo que sé. Oh my! And if anybody's wondering, yeah, Zimbabwe is the country I had in mind, and what you are looking at. Let's see if the live streaming. Yeah, I don't know why this thing has this gray cast over everything. It didn't do that back in the day, but it does now for some stupid reason. Um, but this is 100 trillion Zimbabwe dollars. One banknote represents that. I don't know. According to the Cato Journal, inflation reached an estimated peak of 6.56 trillion percent in mid-November 2008.
So I can see what it's selling for on the website right there.
Uh-huh.
But what I wonder is when it was new, active currency, what was it worth in dollars?
You might not even be able to buy a candy bar with what it was worth in dollars.
In 2008, apparently.
Yeah, let's see if I can see something. Zimbabwe dollar to US dollar. And let's see. Okay. When does this represent?
Wow.
Last up. Oh, you're seeing it. Yeah. Okay.
That's like a 200th or almost a 300th of a cent.
Yeah.
No, worse. No,
It's,
almost a 300th of a
it's
cent.
3 mils. Yeah.
That's crazy pants.
Yeah. That's wow. So this is why you had banknotes representing, 100 trillion of those Zimbabwe dollars. Moo. Yeah, total collapse of the economy.
All
Yeah.
of these economies being online, these darn economies.
Yes.
That goes through my head. Anytime someone starts a word with I or E, those syllables, my brain turns it into an internet company. You should hear the ones I don't say.
Hey, Mikey! Hi, honey! Yay! Mikey is here.
If that's the Mikey I'm thinking of, hiya.
Yeah, probably. Um, Neil's producer.
Yeah, okay. Hi. Good to see you.
Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. Yeah,
Yeah.
get all the good people
Mikey's
here.
cool. I don't know anyone who doesn't like Mikey.
Yeah, well, he won't eat it. He eats everything.
What?
The Life cereal commercial.
Oh.
Let's get Mikey. Yeah.
Oh, you sweetie.
It is funny how Mikey likes it was never actually in the ad, but that's what everyone quotes.
Yeah. Yeah, what is in the ad is he likes it.
Mm. And then followed by, hey, Mikey.
Uh huh.
Mm.
But, I mean,
There's some more.
Mikey had good taste.
Well, there was something I saw that surprised me, and I wish they had prepared me for it so that I could check my own memories. But what they were saying was that a lot of people, when asked, honestly thought that there was a cornucopia in the background of the Fruit of the Loom logo, but there's not.
It's a basket of fruit, isn't it?
No, it's just fruit.
Oh, okay.
But a lot of people insisted up and down that it had a cornucopia, even though it never has.
Oh my, there we are. Yeah, it's just a little. You have some leaves and some grapes. Oh, it's all grapes. Well, there's the one apple, but all the other stuff is grapes.
And yet people insist. Now, the thing is that like they mocked up some images with the cornucopia, and that cornucopia looks so familiar, and I can't imagine what it's from. The Chiquita banana lady came up, but only to discard it. I guess, is that Carmen Miranda, or was it just modeled after her? So I don't
I
know.
think it was modeled after Carmen Miranda. Yeah.
But point being that I don't know what that's from, but the cornucopia looked so familiar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then here we have Fruit of the Loom on the Mandela Effect Wiki.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yay.
Because apparently a lot of people remember this.
Yeah.
And that cornucopia looks so familiar. I don't know what it's from.
I could not tell you offhand because my memory is frayed. I don't know if it's from overuse or underuse. Oh, Lord.
But I mean, seriously, that specific design of the cornucopia, I like. It maybe it's part of a game or something. I don't know, but I have seen that before somewhere.
Oh, I just know. I cannot think of where I would have seen it. I do vaguely remember a cornucopia looking like that one, just as you do. But from
I mean,
where?
well, that's the thing is it might be an ad, might be a game. I don't know which.
Which switch did the wicked witch switch? I don't know. Um,
Mm, I'm never gonna find it, I'm sure. Or one day I'll find it and be like, oh, like if board game night starts up again,
aha.
and I'm playing and it's some like, uh, base building game or something, and a cornucopia gives you some I don't know. Actually, that
Okay.
sounds even more familiar. Like maybe it's even in a video game where you play co-op with people and someone throws a cornucopia to you.
Okay.
No, seriously, that
Mm-hmm.
that sort of thing sometimes happens in games. Not sure it was a cornucopia, but
Oh, this is interesting. Fruit of the Loom filed for Chapter 11 in 1999, shortly after posting a net loss of $576.2 million. Its 66 million shares of outstanding common stock dropped in value from about $44 per share in early 1997 to just more than a dollar by spring of 2000. Oy vey.
so are they completely out of business then? Is Fruit of the Loom gone?
I didn't think so, but let's find out. Fruit of the Loom, and let's see whether Wikipedia says was or is. Um, okay, they still have a website. Fruit of the
Well, it
Loom,
says is.
shop underwear, undershirts, activewear, and socks. Is Fruit of the
Well,
Loom going out of business? An order of the U.S. Bankruptcy Court for the District of Delaware on Monday confirmed Fruit of the Loom's plan to emerge from bankruptcy. I don't know which Monday that is. Um, from BG Daily News. Let's find out what the dateline is. Oh, that was 1 May 2002, updated 16 March 2012. So it was a while ago. Oh my. Okay, and then this article just reminds me of how little I like business anymore. This is the day after creditors in a bankruptcy court accepted its plan for reorganization. Fruit of the Loom became a wholly owned subsidiary of Berkshire Hathaway, the investment vehicle of billionaire Warren Buffett. Um, and what really gets me is that business seems not so much to be done anymore by producing anything, but by buying the companies. Buying and selling the companies, which is poo poo.
there are a lot of companies that desperately need to be broken up because they're just too big and control too much.
Yeah, huh?
That's the one thing that rich people like never learn. I've said it before. They never learn moderation. They never learn enough. You know
Yeah.
that there's a point where they have enough.
I just want protection from the elements, place to store my books, um, decent food.
I definitely want protection from the elephants.
Yeah, definitely. Kind of know what
Hmm.
it's like to have very, very flimsy protection.
I would like a cadre of assassins to deal with my enemies.
Okay.
I'm not asking too much, just that they destroy those who've hurt me.
There you go. Oh my! I'm trying to think of who it was I recently wanted to set on fire and why. I can't remember. What is to do?
Complain.
Yes, I'm good at that. Looney Tunes versus Tunes, perhaps the game Loom. Yeah, stuff and things.
Hmm. I have a copy of Loom.
Loom?
It's not as good as I remember.
I do not know this. I'm not familiar with it.
Well, I'm assuming that's what Mikey's talking about. It was an old LucasArts game. It was odd. Like all the characters are walking around in these monk robes, and the magic comes from like using musical notes a certain way. It was funky.
All right. Yeah, I'm looking at this over here. It seems to be a video game. Um, its packaging seems to represent a cat's cradle.
Yeah, that's the game.
It seems to be in current production.
Well, no, you can just still buy it, but digital download from Steam.
Yeah, huh?
I wouldn't call that in production.
Okay. Okay, then. What you is doing over here? What that is?
Um, there were these memes going around for a while where people would say like, "What vibe do I give off?" and be a bunch of like, or "What mood are you in?" and be a bunch of pictures of like cats or whatever in various moods,
Oh, okay.
you know. And so I thought I'd take the piss out of that by saying, "What vibe do I give off?" and posting a bunch of vibration.
She's
You see.
giving me good vibrations. Anyway.
Uh-huh.
Oh my, oh my, oh my. Okay, I guess that works. Yeah, why not? Why not? Oh my word. Oh my word. It's 1:30 a.m. over here already. Oh God.
Well,
Well,
it's not that late here.
the time flies and you start at 10 p.m.
Hmm.
I don't know if I should change the whole thing or if I should just give it one more shot. And then she's sitting over there in San Diego. Says, "Yeah, Clarion, give it one more shot."
The
Sure.
hell are you even talking about? Give what one more shot?
The current time, the
Oh,
the 7 p.m. on Tuesday thing. Resonation
okay.
is the key, Mikey thinks. Oh my, because I've got to get to the point where I've got to get to the point where I'm not totally wiped out after dialysis. That's the thing.
Well, or you could make it not on a stream day, or hell, we could switch to Wednesdays or some shit. I don't know.
That's the other thing I was thinking of. I mean, if you wanted to give that a try, we could give that a try. All right. I write my sevens with lines through them. I don't look like that.
This does not surprise me at all. This really doesn't surprise me in the least that you do that shit.
I learned that from an early age. Bobcat did that.
Hmm.
I don't slash my zeros.
Well, who does?
That was rather common around the programming world back around when I was in high school.
Hmm.
You slashed your zeros to distinguish them from O's.
I can see how that would be important in programming.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, one that sort of drives me a little bit nuts is when people like make a backward three with a line through it and call it an ampersand.
Oh, okay, okay.
I can actually make a real ampersand.
Yes, can
I
I?
trained myself. Most people don't do it. They just do that funky backward three with a line through it.
Yeah, I can do I can do an actual ampersand. I'll start from the lower right and then go up and do the loop and come back around. And I mean, it looks a lot better than a three with a line through it.
Hmm. It's not that hard to learn. Why are people having a hard time with it?
Mikey says he bets you do circles over your I's and J's
Mm-mm.
or hearts.
Mm-mm.
That's from Doc. Hi, honey. How you doing? Yay.
Yeah, I don't. I really don't. Although they tend to look a little more like slashes than dots a lot of the time.
Okay, okay. Oh, that's the other one. I slash my Z's.
Oh, that's so terrible. Let me guess, your fours are open at the top, but still slanted.
They are open, and let me see. They're nearly vertical.
Hmm, surprises me.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who it was that wrote them that way, and then from whom I picked it up.
Hmm. Trying to remember, there's one other one I find just really egregious, and I can't remember what it is now. Oh well, I'll think of it. Hmm. Man, I hated cursive
Oh my!
so much.
The only time I use cursive anymore is in my signature, and
Mm-hmm.
in some of the little superscripted things or the subscripted things, like writing second, the little superscript ND I'll have in cursive.
Hmm. Why?
I don't know. It's
Hmm.
just the way it ended up. Um,
I think the one that was the real deal breaker for me was the letter G. On what fucking planet does that cursive G look like a goddamn G?
oh, and then the Q. How about that one?
I don't even remember it.
It looked like a two.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. I mean, seriously, what the hell, people?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Oh,
the lowercase q looked like a q. As a matter of fact, the lowercase q and the lowercase p were kind of semi-mirror images of each other.
And I guess I can see why the lowercase r is an R, but because the slash downward from the far end of the R is like so distinct, it looks like this weird little pockmark sticking up from the line,
Mm-hmm.
the baseline there. I don't get it.
Now, wait a minute. Mikey says large backward P. What is that, the Q?
Mm. But damn it, I wish I could remember the one that really bothered me. Oh well, I suppose it's for the best. And I mean, I guess I understand why cursive writing exists. It's from back in the days when people were writing with quills and fountain pens. But still,
And cats. And they were writing with cats.
yeah. Gonna be right back. I gotta take that melatonin.
Oh, are you going to be heading to Betty Bye soon?
Well, it's getting along about that time, and they say, like, take it before bed, not at bed.
Right,
So.
right. And then there's you over here. The little one is climbing all over her human. Mage, hi, honey. Yay. Yeah, we're having one heck of a Tuesday here. I don't want to sleep all the way through tomorrow because there's that steak I want to grill with a camera
Yeah.
on.
Probably have to actually go out tomorrow. Not looking forward to it.
Oh no! What to get some THC?
What? No, not that. Groceries.
Oh, okay, okay.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I should do a cleanse rather than getting more weed right away anyway.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, Mikey, like Japanese kids, sure they get hiragana. Hiragana is pretty cool though, and really easy to write. It's the kanji that's the killer. Oh man, like kanji has no real rhyme or reason to it that I could find. Like nothing really said, like it wasn't a picture of whatever you were talking about, and I don't know why anything meant what it meant. It didn't represent sounds. Wonder how many alphabets out there don't represent sounds, aren't phonetic.
I'm not sure. I can imagine there are still a few of them.
Wonder if deaf people think in sign language.
Yeah, that's a very, very interesting thought, isn't it? Because when you really think about it, we think in, those of us who can hear think in words for the most part. Um,
Well, yes and no. I've thought about it and I've really examined it, and I seem to think in concepts, but it gets translated into speech so quickly that I barely have time to really register that the whole thing, everything that I turned into speech was right there, formless but distinct. And sometimes I'm able to shut off the repetition of it in English, and that's an interesting sensation.
yes,
So if someone is deaf and can't think in phonetic words in sound, I mean, the concept is going to be there, but the only way they could express it would be either handwriting or signs.
uh huh. Um,
So, I mean, it must be weird to have that physical gesture as part of your thought process.
there are times that I wish I could remember how I formed thoughts when I was pre verbal.
Yeah.
The hardware is there. You know, the brain regions are there. That's how we acquire the first language or the second language. Um, so just how do they work before that first language acquisition?
To what Colleen just said, you think if they were able to hear previously before going deaf, they probably don't think they would think it's sign language. I'm not so sure that's true, actually, because when people learn foreign languages, the moment when they really get fluent is when they can think in both languages.
Yes,
When they
absolutely.
can actually think in the other language
Yep.
without having to translate. So I'm fairly certain that someone who wasn't always deaf can learn to think in sign language.
Yeah, I remember being at that point in German. I've since lost most of it, and I don't know.
Yeah, but you still pronounce things like a crazy person.
That's so. Now things are loosening up a little bit as far as the plague goes. For example, we don't have to remain waiting locked out in the lobby at the dialysis center anymore. They'll let us into the ante room. Um, so maybe I can finally think about getting out to the meetings of the German speaking club out here. And
Oh, yes, German Anonymous, where they help you kick
yes,
speaking this crazy Nazi language.
deris tuko santuintu by Fortudet.
So, did Germans always not have a sense of humor, or was it something that happened after World War II?
Oh man, Germans have always been really strange. Um,
Well, you can say that about a lot of people. I'm sure there's people who think Americans are really fucking strange. Sometimes I wonder what people in other countries think life is really like here.
oh yeah, indeed.
Because I bet some of them are picturing like nothing but Hollywood, that we all live like lifestyles of the rich and famous, or whatever the current version of that is.
Oh God, I'd forgotten about that show.
Right, but my point is that I wonder how many of them realize what it's really like to live here. I mean, goodness knows that before I moved to California, I had a very different mental image than what it was actually like.
What was it? All Beverly Hills in your mind?
Well, in Hollywood and all of that, Walk of Fame, and like that. Yeah, and it's not.
No, not really.
Oh well, that's fine.
No, it's amazing that the farther and wider you go, you go far and wide and everything. It, you don't see all that much different. You really don't. It's pretty much the same sort of thing everywhere. I mean, people want the same sorts of things no matter where they are.
Well, one thing that knocks me out, and I really hate to say this, but a lot of people I know are walking stereotypes.
Okay.
Like when I was in the goth scene, there was maybe like 4 or 5 different kinds of goths, and minor variations between them, but like the same basic theme was always there. And it's kind of the same thing in any kind of geek crowd. Like even if it's not some specialty crowd where it's like specific to a certain franchise or a specific subgenre of sci-fi, you'll still get certain people who look like they're wearing a uniform simply because they're that similar to other people you've met.
Okay.
It's strange how little variation there actually is in people's presentation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Doc, absolutely. The word is associated with the concept. You don't have that intermediary step or intermediate step, I guess. Um, I don't know. And there's the other thing is, did I get really, really lucky when Babka was teaching me Slovak when I was, 2 years old? So the second language acquisition was occurring at about the same time as the first language acquisition. Um,
One thing I've often wondered is how weird it must be for parents who came to the US or any other country, really, from another country that spoke a different language, and their kids are growing up without the accent.
oh yeah, okay. Yeah,
I wonder what that one's like.
I was never able to. Well, I shouldn't say never able. I never thought to ask any of the kids on his side, because that's exactly what happened when the four kids were growing up. Babka and Detko had that. They each had a heavy Slovak accent, but the kids had none. As a matter of fact, the kids weren't even taught Slovak because that was the language Babka and Detko used when they didn't want the kids to know what they were saying.
Hmm.
So maybe
Still, it's something I've often wondered about.
what's that?
The whole like, your kids grow up with a completely different accent than yours. I mean,
Oh yeah, okay.
I wonder if that ever drives a wedge, and from which side.
I suppose there are a lot of things that could drive the wedges.
Well, yes,
Um,
but I'm wondering about this one in particular.
hmm um, Maybe is I can almost comprehend how the kids would view the
Apparently,
parent.
Doc can barely hear you.
Well, let's fix that. Diego Palikese. No topo la garabatian toyo con
Well, and I
iminan.
mean, like if your parents are speaking with a really heavy accent, but all of your classmates are speaking with the native accent, it's like which exposure matters more
Well, there's
to
where I was.
whether to which accent you pick up.
Yeah, and what I have encountered from knowing kids in those situations and stuff, it seems to be the accent of your peers that they pick up. Um, yeah, couple friends of mine spoke their parents' first language at home, but they did not have the accent. Pavel spoke Czech at home, English at school, but his English was not accented. And Pat spoke Spanish at home and English at school. His English was not accented.
I'm told that a lot of families here in this part of the U.S. Will speak a lot of Spanish at home.
Okay, then. Yeah,
Well, a lot of folks came up from south of the border. What can I say?
yeah. Oh, my. Yeah, is that. Yeah, I guess so, Mikey. The way I'm seeing code switching defined here, the practice of alternating between two or more languages or varieties of language in conversation. Um, the kids that I knew, it wasn't in the same paragraph or it wasn't in the same sentence. It was in the two places that they would consistently speak in English at school and consistently in, let's say, Czech at home. Um, And yeah, it's an interesting phenomenon because Pavel, for example, spoke um, perfect Czech when he was speaking Czech. You could not tell that he was not, and well, he really kind of was a native speaker, but you couldn't tell that he wasn't strictly an English speaker. Um, and streaming. All right, and then okay, how's it sound now?
Well, I can hear you.
Okay, and the VU meters are behaving correctly.
Oh,
Um,
are they?
yeah,
Well, then I guess they will get dessert.
it should fix shortly. Uh, Dostoyaku, yay! Is all good?
Mikey's saying it's good.
Yay! 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 I wish I knew why it did that. This is Google Meet doing this, and
Nah, you fiddled with something. You know it.
I wish I knew what the heck. I wish I knew what was going on. If I knew what was happening, I might know a way to avoid it. That's the thing. I mean, now I know what happens, and I know what steps to take to fix it. It's very very quick.
So
Um,
what happens? What's causing it?
I don't know. That's what I wish I
Okay, well,
knew.
you said you knew something. What did you know?
I know the steps I need to take to fix it. Once it's thrown away, once it's thrown off, I know that I have to turn off the Google browser, and then I have to restart Meet. I have to restart Meet and join the call that's still going on with you and if anybody else is out there. And I
Where
have I have to restart OBS because the two um, audio sources, the input, which is me, and the output, which
I
is
see
you.
purple.
Purple? Die!
I see purple.
Die Korostu! Yay! It is the purple, 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 purple.
Yarp.
Okay, Diana is still a little low.
Hmm.
Well, should Diana get high? Diana hasn't got high in quite a long time.
It's very late, purple. I'm within the rest of this popsicle of going to bed.
Okay. Tistatapolokise. Paiukorosana.
Although it seems like Diana might want to keep going despite the late hour.
No,
So
I'm gonna,
I bet if you were to come in, it would go much longer.
yeah, and I'm not sure, man. I think I may need to get some sleep. Let me tell you, it's almost 2 a.m. over here. Yeesh.
You you already got some sleep, remember? That's why this started
Yeah,
late.
yeah, there you go. There you go.
Sleepyhead.
Oh, Chenta
Should we
Payakeresi.
start thinking about moving the day? I mean, you are apparently without enough spine to tell them, hey, I want a different day. So maybe we ought to move to Wednesdays.
I'm trying to decide which would be a way to do it because here's what happens. On Tuesdays, I am in dialysis in the morning, and then I get wiped out, and I come home, and then I end up sleeping through this. Were we to move it to Wednesday, we'd probably go all night, and then I'd have to get up early for
Mom NATO's
dialysis.
here.
For say what?
Mom NATO's
Momnado!
here.
Aya carada mundo. It is the mundo.
So why is Wednesday a problem?
Because I have to get up early on Thursday for dialysis.
Oh, Smeggin hell.
I have to
Well,
run my entire life around dialysis, and gods, I hate it. Um, it's wait a minute. There's there. Okay, I'm gonna stick this over here, and I'm gonna paste it over there. Okay, Monado. Check. Discord.
hey, you
Yeah.
check a Discord, you check a that cord, you know, hey.
Shanta tayo korsata perratie eke mu. What am I talking about? It's a big moo. Very big moo. I'm trying to figure it. Oh, I know what I can do. I know what I can do. I know what
I
I
know
can
what I
do.
can do as well, but I can't tell anyone because then they'll figure out my secret identity and I can't be a superhero anymore.
Oh my, oh my. You know, this is one thing I'm wondering now. What does Superman do? Because there really aren't any phone booths anymore, so he can't change from Clark Kent to Superman in a phone booth.
Well, why would a phone booth give him any kind of privacy anyway?
I don't get that. I don't. I really don't. But that was the big thing where Clark would go into the phone booth and out would come Superman, and I don't get that. It's
Well,
craziness.
he does have super speed. He could probably like just sort of change in an alleyway or some shit.
Yeah. I mean, you could also go to Macy's, you know, in one of their changing rooms. You know?
I'm sure that sort of thing, a dressing room change, has happened at least once in the comics.
Okay.
Like, I'd be willing to stake a very large amount of money that that's happened at least once in the, like, what, 100-ish years or something we now have of Superman? I don't know. How old is Superman? But the point is that if there hasn't been a change in a dressing room yet, I will be absolutely shocked.
Oh my. Purple says that there's still a full glass phone booth in a town in the UP of Michigan.
Hmm.
Oh my.
Oh, excuse me.
Football.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what's she doing? She's typing.
No, she's not.
On Discord, she is.
Oh, I thought you meant me.
No. Mom NATO. No. We got people all over the place here right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, mate says I think having cameras everywhere would be a bigger problem than phone booths.
True.
Yeah, and security cameras in the department stores. They would see who goes in and who comes out. And Superman's secret identity is torn open.
Though how no one noticed how similar Clark looks to Superman, different hairstyle and glasses aside,
Yeah.
I mean, these are some really, really, really dumb people.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, think, okay, Batman, he wears the whole cowl, and you can understand Batman hiding his identity. But Robin, just that little thing, the little raccoon thing that goes over the eyes, and you're
Yeah.
supposed to not know that that's Dick Grayson.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Batman cowl kind of covers the wrong part of him if he doesn't want to be identified, though.
What do you mean?
I mean that it's a lot easier to identify someone from like their jaw and their chin than it is from their eyes.
Oh, okay. I got you.
You know, so if someone were to look at Batman and say, okay, find all the people that match this underside, it wouldn't be difficult to go, wait a minute, this looks remarkably like Bruce Wayne's mouth.
And does it look like Momnado's mouth? Hi, Momnado.
Hello, give me just a second.
I have a stopwatch. I'm checking.
Yeah, there we go. Now I can actually hear.
Oh,
I had to turn off the
boy.
YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Hi, Diana.
Yay! Here I is in all my glory.
All right. Go on, you stink, child. I'm sure they heard you say hi. Now go
I
on.
heard him say hi.
I actually didn't hear
They
him
said
say
they
hi,
heard
but
you.
I did hear him say I want them to hear me say hi. So, I got it
Well,
on the second round.
we are having such a lovely night.
Oh my!
That
Oh my!
sounded
Oh,
like
so lovely.
sarcasm. Was that sarcasm? I think that was sarcasm.
Oh, that was very much sarcasm. We have Tropical Storm Elsa.
Oh.
Starting, the rain bands from it just started hitting us.
Is it like gonna start with some hail and snow and ice and stuff?
No, but thankfully it was a tropical. First, it started out as a tropical storm. Then it went to a hurricane. Then it hit Cuba and went back to a tropical storm. Then it got over the Gulf Coast, went to a hurricane. Now it's hitting Florida and it's back down to a tropical storm.
Mhm.
This thing is just can't make up its fucking mind.
No, it was a tropical. It was above a hurricane by 1 mile an hour. It was basically
Yeah.
roughly 2.
Yes, Tornado Go. If you want, I'll send you the link. Okay?
What? Do you have to bribe him to take a shower or something, or what?
No. He wouldn't be able to right now anyway. It's not safe.
Oh, okay.
Have you
Okay.
thought about getting like one of those spray bottles?
Yes.
No, bad tornado.
I have one of those. It's called the Sink.
What,
Well,
you-
Anyway, no.
ball
I
up
meant
and throw
like
them
that kind
in
you
there?
use on plants and pets. You know what I mean.
Yes. Thankfully, the actual eastern 74 mile an hour wind bubble has collapsed. So instead of having to worry about constant wind, now we just have to worry about the gusts going through that are going to start hitting us about, what time is it? 4 more hours.
Oh my! I love that.
Yeah.
that's pretty
yeah,
brutal.
that's cute. So, needless to say, it's been a long fucking night.
Oh, okay.
I've been watching the weather constantly because, it's a danger. Oh, but I am never going to be able to sleep until this is through.
So this thing is tracking up the Gulf Coast.
Yes, it has. It hit Cuba, and it's just gone up the just west of the peninsula, all the way from Cuba, all the way up to almost Tampa right now.
Shows you where my head is at. For whatever reason, I'm always thinking that the hurricanes are coming from the east, and they're hitting the
They
Atlantic
do.
coast.
Hmm. But they also form in the Caribbean, and when they form in the Caribbean, they tend to come up into the Gulf Coast,
Move.
and they have three directions they'll go. They'll go to Florida, they'll go to Texas, Louisiana, or they'll go to Central America.
Yeah, for some reason, I'm always thinking that they form in the Atlantic and they cross a whole bunch of land to get to Texas or Louisiana. But no, no, no. They come up from the
Not
south.
normally. That's the wrong direction, yeah. Once
Well-
they hit landfall, they tend to follow the land they're on, the
Well-
coast they're on.
Here I am. Rock me like a hurricane.
Yes.
Ha ha ha.
Yeah.
Sorry,
well,
it's not a hurricane anymore. So,
Yeah, well, that's why I'm telling
But-
it to rock me like one. I'm encouraging it to be more hurricaney.
no.
Why?
Because the winds, I have trees right next to my house,
Yeah.
and I'd rather it not be a hurricane and risk those trees coming down and hitting my house and killing me.
Well, what if they were, because it's a hurricane and so it's spinning and so now the trees go over there and nowhere near
I
your
wish
house.
it worked that way. I wish it worked that way, but it doesn't.
Mm.
And what the heck was the name?
Unfortunately.
What the heck was the name of the woman in the real world who became the Wicked Witch of the West in the dream?
Oh yeah.
Did she have a name?
Oh,
Mrs.
she did.
Clance or something.
Um,
Wow, I don't remember. I should know. It's like Mrs. Gulch or something. I don't know.
Mrs. Gulch. I think that's right.
Oh, okay,
Is it?
yeah. See, you'd see her riding on
think
the
so.
bicycle past the window, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Man,
In
can
the
you
wind.
believe that shit was made so long ago?
Let's
Like seriously,
see.
this was made only a couple of years after you were born.
Yeah.
Yes, I know.
It's made in 1939.
Let's see.
Yeah, it is Miss Gulch. Wow, I cannot believe I remembered
Yeah.
that. I wonder if there is anybody from this movie who's still alive.
That's a good question.
I'm guessing no. Is anyone from
Let's see.
Oz?
Let's see.
Is anyone from Wizard of Oz alive? Jerry
Oh.
Marin, 99,
Oh.
was the last surviving member of the group of actors who played Munchkins in the classic 1939 film. Jerry Marin, the last surviving Munchkin, died at the age of 99, and that was Dateline 2018.
Well,
Mm.
it looks like a lot of the people that didn't
Oh,
die
no, tornado
didn't die
warning.
unnaturally actually died in the 80s, most
Oh,
of
that's
them.
not for us. Okay.
Like, I mean, obviously Judy Garland not so much, but the other people like the Straw Man or whatever the fuck, the Scarecrow and the Tin Man and all those folks, around about the 80s, most of them.
Yeah. Yeah, according to this thing, dated 25 December 2018, all of the principal cast is dead as of then.
As of when?
As of
on.
Christmas 2018.
2018. All right. Huh. Does it say who the last one was?
It doesn't say the last of the principal cast. All it says is the last surviving Munchkin died in May of 2018.
Oh, so the thing about the principal cast, that wasn't a list. You didn't list their date.
No, I'm looking at
Hmm.
a blurb of a Quora answer.
Ooh.
Did Judy Garland do drugs after The Wizard of Oz? Listen, honey,
Well,
Judy
that's what
Garland
called for it.
Judy Garland did drugs before, during, and after. Okay,
Yeah.
thanks to
Well,
Louis B.
that
Mayer.
and it is what sort of a little bit killed her.
Yep.
Jeez, she married a lot of people.
Who? Judy Garland? Oh
Yes.
yeah, oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like she has two kids who aren't Liza Minnelli.
Okay, okay.
Three
Holy
children
shit.
piece. It's hard to imagine even having one
Wow.
child, but putting yourself through three of them, egad.
Okay. Um, huh, the actual ice spread of impact cone of the eye
Foo.
passes less than a block away from my house, the outer edge of it.
Oh, the eye of the storm. Okay. How far
Where
did
the
you say?
a block.
The eye of the storm's a block from your house?
No, 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 no. The actual impact cone that they show, the spread of it.
Oh, so one edge of
Uh
it.
yeah,
Oh,
the
so you're saying it has a
rightermost
diameter
edge.
of a city block.
Something like that, yeah. No, they give you a 200-mile wide radius where the eye might hit.
Oh.
Right. And the furthest right it goes is a block or two from my house.
Oh,
At
Well, then
its
that means it
widest.
won't make landfall right in your living room.
No, but yeah. But it's supposed to be hitting Crystal River somewhere around 8 o'clock in the morning.
oh.
Well, look on the
Yay.
bright side.
Yeah, that's a nice wake up alarm.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But it is right outside St. Petersburg and Tampa right now. So it's another 6 hours to go. Joy.
Tampa always sounded to me like it's seedy in some fashion. I don't know why. Just the name of it, Tampa. Maybe it just sounds too close to tamper and temper for my taste. You know.
Maybe.
Uh,
But they expect us to have wind gusts of anywhere upwards of 86 miles per hour. I don't think so.
well, you
I
know,
doubt
if
it.
only it could get two more, and then it could travel through time.
Okay.
Diana has obviously never seen Back to the Future.
Yes, she has.
Yeah.
88 miles an hour is what you need to time travel.
Okay
Remember?
then.
Yep.
No, I didn't
Uh,
remember the exact number. No.
Okay, I am starting to fade. It's probably the melatonin kicking in. But
Oh, how's that
whatever,
been doing?
pretty well actually. I've been sleeping better. I think I'm actually getting REM sleep again finally. Not dragging
Good.
around like a fucking zombie every morning.
Shut up,
Mm.
Oteyaka.
Anyway, so yeah, point being, bed, go Kate now with the thing going.
Bye, Kate.
So later, and try not to get horribly burned alive by any monsters or anything.
Yes, okay.
Yay! Take care,
Ugh.
honey. Oh,
Yeah, if I'd
mama.
have known you were on, I would have come on sooner, but I checked for Tuesday night and you weren't there, and I was like, okay,
I
she's
was-
probably not feeling good and sleeping.
I was late. Yeah,
That's okay.
I've got to figure out how I want to do this. It's weird the way, because I have to go to dialysis every other day. So you've got Tuesday,
Right.
Thursday, and then Saturday, and then you're off Sunday
Uh-huh.
and Monday, and Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. Now,
Oh, so you're doing the actual go to the center, have them do the stuff in your arm.
yep.
Okay, see, I haven't caught up with all that. been too worried about Elsa recently and
You know,
shit.
it's not through my arm yet. It's still going through my chest. Um, when
Uh-huh.
I was in hospital, they
Uh-huh.
installed a catheter
Right. I know.
that
In
went
your
right above my right boob, and then it
right.
goes through the superior vena cava right to the
Right.
right atrium
Into
of the
where it
heart.
needs to go.
Yeah, and they'll hook the
Right.
lines up. They'll hook the lines up to that,
Well, as
and
long as they don't have to do anything else. I mean, if that's working,
it's got to change eventually because
well, yeah, eventually.
they say that these cannot be permanent. That you end up,
Right.
the longer they are in there, the more problems you end up with, and they want to move
Okay.
you over to a different method. And I'm trying to decide which of two horrible methods I want to use.
Well, but if you're getting used to the one they're currently doing, you might as well stick to that one.
Well,
Yes?
that's the one that will take over my entire life.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
See, I can never remember. But are you improving is the question.
Well, I'm not at death's door, if that's what you mean. I mean,
Yeah.
there
Are you
there is improvement.
well, that's good. Yes.
Hmm.
Improvement is better than continuing to feel the way you were.
Because I mean, I can.
Um,
I don't have to stop 10 times, literally, between
to vomit,
here
right.
and Squalmart. You know,
Right.
the only time I have to really stop and catch my breath is when I'm going up the hill, and that's because of the hill.
Well, yeah, exactly, but that's better than what you were doing.
I couldn't walk 50 feet without stopping. Yeah.
Right. Well, you're
Um,
doing better than my mom.
okay.
My
Um,
mom can't go more than halfway through her house before having to stop.
Ai, stavete col kelegi. I don't
And
know.
she's got a 2,400 square foot house.
Moo.
Yeah. I looked at that house. I'm like, what the fuck? She's got a sunroom, a family room, a kitchen with a dining area. Then she's got the dining area in on the other side of the kitchen if she wants a formal area, plus the living room, 3 bedrooms and 2 baths.
Jeez. I mean, even for me, that's
And
a little more
a
than I need.
2-car garage.
Moo.
Yeah.
I mean, I could think of
This thing is so big it has to have 2 air conditioners.
foo-foo.
Yeah. Yeah, foo-foo.
And she can afford to run this
Um,
house. How?
she's paying a mortgage on it. She had a VA loan and she used it to buy the house.
Well, I mean, that's one thing, but how about the utilities? And, I mean, with 2 air
Yeah, she's
conditioners?
managing.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. Um, but I can't live with her. I can't have her live with me.
Right.
Not unless she quits smoking.
And maybe not even then.
Right, because the whole issue with living with her is going to be, oh, okay, this needs to be done. You do it. This needs to be done. You do it. This needs to be done. You do it.
Oh, Jeanette, hi. I didn't see you come in. Yay!
Yay, 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 yay,
Hi,
yay,
Miss
yay, yay,
Jeanette.
yay, 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 yay.
Oh my. All the interesting people come in. God, you falling asleep now?
No, I've been awake since, oh goodness, 3:40 this morning. No, well, 3:40 Tuesday morning, because it's Wednesday now. But I won't be able to sleep until this hurricane's gone anyway. I don't sleep during bad weather when it comes to hurricanes and severe storms, because I want to know if I need to evacuate or what. And they had mandatory evacuations for low-lying areas. So they don't expect that it's going to get that bad, but you never know. And they
Yoy.
have a tornado warning in Hillsborough County.
Well,
No,
I
not
would
Hillsborough. Where?
I would warn everybody about tornado. Definitely.
Oh, yeah. Well, this is an actual cyclonic event
Ah. Okay.
because of weather.
Ah, Dobenica.
That is happening. Let's see, where is it located at? I can't
And
tell.
my sister says, "How are you feeling?" Basically, I'm feeling toperotia tatalkola katapotiesta tepijinta ya.
She's feeling better, but she still feels like shit.
Yeah. Oh my, oh my! I'll tell you.
Good translation?
Oh, I know it's getting there. Yeah, pretty much. It's. I don't like this dialysis.
But yeah, if you look up the radar for my area, you'll get an idea of what we're going through. 34428.
Wait a minute. What?
My zip code 34428
Oh.
to look up the
okay.
Doppler radar.
All right. Not the perojde. Weather radar. Moo 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 moo. Moo moo moo
And
moo.
I'm hungry.
Oh, look at that! Look at all
Yeah,
that
isn't it so
red,
lovely?
yellow, and green. Oh my word!
Yeah, the yellow, that's the rain bands from the tropical storm.
Shia.
And I live up in Crystal River. I live up in that notch that's cut out of the peninsula, like some big old monster came in and took a bite out of it.
Uh huh.
I live in the middle of that notch.
Okay then.
So, yeah, don't it look so lovely?
Okay, so you're a little farther away from Tampa than I thought you were, but I mean, still
Yeah,
close
well,
enough.
2.5 hours from Tampa, driving. So yeah. Oh, I think I might go reheat that omelet I made earlier.
Oh, moo. That's yeah.
I made a omelet with some bacon and cheese in it,
Boy,
and it
that
was
sounds,
good,
that
but
sounds tasty.
it was. Um, but yeah, it's just a matter of, do I actually want to eat it? I ate a couple of bites out of it, and then it was like, nah, don't really feel like eating it. Let's see what's going on.
Moo.
Clystron 9 interactive radar. Yay. Oh my goodness. Look at all that blue and green and yellow. Uh-huh. Yeah, if you look at the radar, you see that northernmost big band of yellow that's kind of just floating around by itself, and then there's the longer band below it.
Yeah, there's the one that's at the latitude of Palm Coast and St. Augustine.
Yeah, Ocala. If you look, it's right directly across from Daytona Beach.
Uh-huh. Yep,
That's where my house is. That's where my house is. That's where I live. I live west of Ocala. Yeah. So I've still got that huge mess to the south to go through.
Oh,
so
my
yeah,
word.
it's yeah, and that's good though compared to what it was. That's all rain. That's not necessarily a bad thing. The winds are decreasing. it's getting better, and hopefully that will stay to the west of us. Maybe it'll move west some more.
I don't know. I look at this stuff
Don't know.
and I
Hmm.
wonder, between the storms and the rising sea level and the wildlife, and is living in Florida even worth it?
I don't know. They just had a they're doing an investigation for an possible alligator attack in Valrico in is it Hillsborough County? I think it is, where somebody was had gotten dragged into the water by something. They're not sure if it was an alligator yet or not. They think it was, but yeah, the underwater rescue crews had to get the body yesterday or earlier yesterday. So
Moo.
yeah, I wonder. It's why I don't go near any water at night, because it happened at night, so the person couldn't see what came up and got them. But they have to investigate the body. They have to make sure that the bite is what is linked to the cause of death, which would be drowning.
Mm.
Drowning, or what's the other one? Uh Desanguinization.
Ah.
Which would be bleeding to death.
Yep.
But I'm pretty sure they drowned before they bled to death.
Scheiße. Easy
So
my not to
yeah,
know.
I'm glad I don't live near any body of water big enough that lasts long enough for an alligator to want to live in it. The canals out here have small ones, but they're mainly uh transistory, I guess you'd say. They go into them to move through the area versus living in them, because
Oh, okay.
there's not enough room for them to live in them.
Mm-hmm.
They're very narrow here. There are other areas that are river that they can live in that's more comfortable here in Crystal River.
Moo.
So, oh, my dog is just looking at me like, Mom, I want to, you know what? And I'm like, oh, no, you don't. Oh, no, you don't. It's awful wet. You want to stay right where you're at right now.
Yeah, I mean, about the only reason I'd want to go to Florida would be would be to visit the Cape, but note the word
Mhm.
visit.
Yes. Yeah,
Uh,
I'm nowhere near the Cape.
no, you're on the other side.
So, yeah. 2 a.m. update on Hurricane Elsa. It's not a hurricane anymore, for one. So it is definitely in the Bay Area. Fun.
Tajekete Petronta.
Yeah, I'm just hoping the rain bands update and they're not quite so severe by the time they get to me, because they'll start petering out. So it's just a matter of how much intensity are they going to lose before they hit me. I'm hoping that most of them will die out. It looks like they're breaking up again, so hopefully. I don't know. I will be so much happier when this is over. And my neighbors mowed my grass yesterday. Monday. They mowed it Monday, I should say. To me, that's yesterday because I haven't slept. And I went out and I moved branches and shit like that to make sure that the yard was clear enough to be mowed, and got bit the shit out of by mosquitoes. Ugh, I hate mosquitoes. And I actually saw one biting me, and I killed it, and blood all over, splattered all over my hand. It was like, ew,
Bleh.
teach you to fucking bite me. And 3 weeks ago, I didn't have this fucking problem. I wasn't tasty. There weren't enough iron in my blood to be tasty. Now they're like, oh, you're nummy. Nom, 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 nom. You got lots of extra iron in you. Arrgh. I think I'd rather go back to being anemic at this rate. Damn it.
Yeah, that's all.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 bug bites that are mosquito bites that I got in less than 15 minutes.
Eek.
Yeah, it's bad, and I even got one on my forehead, almost right between the eyes where it bit me. The little shit looks like a big old pimple on my forehead. Ugh.
I don't know. I don't know where my hemoglobin count is now, but I was horribly anemic when I went into hospital.
Oh, I'm not surprised, sweetie. Some of the nausea you were experiencing, you know how you'd get those bouts of nausea right before you'd eat
Uh-huh.
or right after you'd eat? Those could have been caused from anemia and being anemic, because the day I went into the hospital, I had gotten sick 5 times in a row in less than 3 hours.
Scheiße.
And they
Oh.
told me that anemia can cause severe nausea. And they actually gave me anti-nausea medicine when I went home, so that if I felt sick, I could take it while I was eating. So Ooh, you need to clean your water on your fish tank. It's not looking good.
No, it's not.
Your fishies look like they might be dying.
So I hadn't cleaned that since prior to going into hospital, and that's already
Yeah.
3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Oh my! Because I've been on dialysis for at the center for 2 weeks now, and I was in hospital 5 days before that. How time
goodness.
flies. Oh,
So is Purple still there, or did he go home?
oh, Purple went home. Let's see now. I was released Saturday. Purple went home. When did you go home, honey? Monday?
Tells me how long I've been just kind of putzing around getting things done around here. I didn't realize how long I'd been on my medicine until I counted it the other day. I got like 5 pills left.
Yeah, the water level is low. It's about 1/3 low.
Yeah.
It's been down that low, and then I have to. I'll
I
take
can
some
see
water
the
out.
rain moving sideways on this lady.
Yatavotindie. Oh.
Yeah, you gotta take some water out, fill a bag, put it in there to equalize, and then pour it back in
All
a
that
couple
happy
hours. Like,
stuff.
was it 6 hours after it's been settled in there?
Ideally, yeah.
And then you do that several more times to clean it. Once you've got half of it filled, let it stir in. Then you take half of it out again. Blah, blah, blah.
And all the silt at the bottom of the tank. Yeah, you gotta vacuum that up.
How do you avoid vacuuming up the rocks?
You basically don't. Some of that gravel will come up no matter what you do.
Oh.
just by not jamming the vacuum hose into the rocks. That helps a whole
Hmm.
lot. You just
Now,
basically hold
it's a
it above.
special. I'm assuming it's a special kind of vacuum.
It's basically a plastic cylinder with a hose,
Hmm.
and it
Oh.
operates by siphon.
Ah, okay.
Tuesday, Wednesday was when Purple was driving home.
Ah, okay. But good to know he made it home okay and all that fun stuff. Um. Oh, where are they at? Oh, Davis Islands. I have no clue who that is.
Niti Perata? Yeah, what I will do is, if you can get over here, this,
Ah,
if you can see it,
it's
is
yeah, I
the,
see it.
yeah,
The vacuum.
and then this end of the hose, and then here's where I'll start the siphon going, and
Oh, and it does it by uh uh what's the term I want to use? I don't know. It's kind of like siphoning gas. You start it
yeah,
and then
yeah,
it'll do it on its own until it's done.
yeah.
And hopefully the fishies stay out from under it.
Yeah, with the little fishies, you've really got to be careful. You don't want to suck them up because the fry you can actually suck
Mhm.
up if you're not careful.
Yeah.
Well, with these platies, it doesn't make a difference because
They have
they
so many of them.
they will screw at the drop of a hat, and you can actually
Yep.
watch them drop a hat in order to screw.
Oh,
I've got
oh
some
yay.
very
Clearwater police prepare for potential high water rescues.
oh
Ooh,
yay,
fun.
nada bedada,
Oh
aí
yay.
porasta.
Well, they said it's a good thing that this is not a month later than it is, because this could have been a heck of a lot worse. If it had been another month by the time it hit Cuba and went over it and then hit the Gulf waters, it would have strengthened back up into a hurricane in an instant. And
What
it would
they
see the thing about Elsa that they've been looking at, they have called it a sloppy storm because it's only developed on one side. It didn't form a fully functional eye wall. It's only had an eastern side versus an east and west side.
oh moo.
And yeah, exactly. So, because of that, it couldn't get the rotation to form a full eye wall, which causes the hurricane to be easier to break down because all of the stuff that it's bringing in from the west has been dry air. And with dry air, of course, it can't form the moisture. It can't spin up into thunderstorms, which generate more energy for the storm. So it's slowly been killing itself over the last 12 hours. And it's also been pulling in cold air from the East Coast, which further causes it to destabilize. Um, so, our biggest concern is possible high winds and tornadoes. So, yeah, let's see. They're still looking in the Tampa Bay area. Okay, so yeah. What time is it? 2:40.
It's howdy
Okay, so
doody
I got another
time.
yeah, I got another 5 more hours till this thing hits me real good. But looks like we got another rain band coming through just outside here in a little bit, very shortly. I'm watching the radar because I haven't turned off the news since probably 11 o'clock Tuesday morning.
Taiu korostu.
Well, it's watching the information on the radar that's the most important for me, because we're starting to get wind gusts outside of 22 miles per hour, or 22 knots, they said. So, which I guess technically is 22 miles. It's pretty close to it. The highest wind gust I see is 36, so that's not too bad. And it looks like the eye wall, or the eye, is going to stay off Crystal River. So it's going to hit in Cedar Keys and then swing to the east. So we may still get hit by the rain and some of the high gusts, but it could be a lot worse.
Oh my.
We'll see what happens.
No, I'm kind of
Um,
glad I don't live down there.
Well,
Well, no matter
it
where
has
you
its
are,
moment.
no matter where you are, there's problems. I know.
Yeah, there's always going to be a problem somewhere. But there are issues
Hey,
everywhere you
doorknob
live.
head.
Oh my goodness. Doorknob head. I haven't heard that name in a while.
Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while, sweetness.
What's
Tampa Bay
going
has now
on?
turned into Tampa Ocean.
Is that where Doorknob lives?
I don't know. I forget. Mage
I never know
says-
who lives in Florida anymore.
Yeah, there's many much that is under Florida to living to making. Yes, I mean,
Yes. Yeah.
there is the mage,
Well,
and there is the tria, and there
Yeah.
is all kinds of the people. Yes.
yes, the Tampa Bay Ocean has not reached me yet. So the Ocean Maker has not reached me, although we've got the rain falling from that little bitty band that's hitting us.
Okay, Doorknob Head lives on the best.
That's not
coast.
too bad. Which is
I don't remember.
the East Coast? I have no clue.
You on the left coast, honey?
Yeah, I'm on the left coast.
Yeah, well, you is. Yeah.
Yeah, I is.
And then there's a kitty bean over here. What are you doing? What are you reaching for?
Oh yes, my kitty bean has been driving me nuts all day. Meow, meow, meow. That has been Loki. He doesn't normally get that talkative, but every once in a while. Oh goodness.
Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
What?
Doorknob Head's west coast.
Yeah, so he's where? Oh, hi Loki. Meow.
Meow.
Hi Loki, are you gonna come up on the bed with me? Oh, he's like, what the fuck? Meow. Meow, meow. Yes, hello. Oh, yes. Now we must put the front feet on Mummy's boobs and knead. Yes, okay.
Oh, yay.
Yep. Oh, both feet. Ouch. They don't realize how much that hurts. It's not the kneading even, it's the pressure of putting your feet on that flesh that hurts.
Foo-foo.
Heavy feet.
Yes.
Heavy feet. Yes. You has heavy feet.
Oh,
Now he's like, okay, fine, I'll go down by your feet and whoopee on the pillow.
Oh,
That's fine.
boy.
Go whoopee the pillow and lay down.
God, that's something I absolutely hate about dialysis. You're in that damn chair for something on the order of 4 hours.
Oh God.
And the
It can't get up, can't do anything, can't shift, can't move.
And the neck starts hurting. Oh my word, it starts hurting.
Can you can you get a pillow?
Well, I've got to work something out where I just discovered that they can set that chair up to where you're almost lying flat. So they
Yeah,
say
have
you
them
can
do that.
they say you can take a pillow with you. So what I'm going to have to
Uh-huh.
do is go to the local Squall Mart. I wanted to buy a couple pillows anyway. I wanted to replace the pillows on my bed
Mhm.
because I've
Right. Have you uh for something like that, you don't want something that's going to be really big to carry. You just want something to support your neck, right?
right.
A memory foam pillow, a round one
What
that
I
you can just tuck under your neck.
what I was thinking of doing was replacing the pillows on my bed and then the old
Ah,
pillows
could
taking
go with you.
there because they've had the
Mhm.
shit kicked out of them.
Yeah.
And they basically can scrunch them up and put them
Crunch
in
them and
a
roll them and make them comfy.
in a bag. You can put them in a bag and you have to take them back and forth every time. You can't leave them there.
Yeah, but that's
Um,
okay.
but yeah, and there's another reason to take a car instead of a bus. Um,
Hmm. Have they worked something out for travel for you yet?
Not yet, no. So
Uh,
my patrons
hmm.
are helping me out incredibly many much here, and I just hope
Mhm.
it doesn't get me in any trouble.
It shouldn't.
I just have to get
Oh.
all the paperwork done
Yay!
right and everything. And
Yeah, the biggest dream band, the strongest dream band looks like it's about to hit Brooksville, which is about an hour or so, hour and a half north or south of me. How much fun is that gonna be?
Yay, yay,
Not!
yay.
Because that means it's gonna hook around and we're gonna catch the tail end of that one.
Shut up,
But
yeah.
that means we might miss the one that's sitting closest to the eye, which is actually the strongest band of rain. So that's actually good.
okay, so what I want to know though, if that one is the
Uh-huh.
strongest band that's near the eye, where
Hmm.
does the one that's near the nose fall in the strength,
It doesn't.
and then the ear? How
It
strong is the one by
it
the ear?
doesn't.
No,
It doesn't.
no.
They just focus on the eye for some reason. I
Moo.
don't know why. They ignore the rest of the face. They don't consider that important.
Oh, that's
uh,
yeah. I love what Purple said here. With
mhm.
the joy closing so many small post offices, Purple's just waiting for them to move one inside a Walmart so it'll literally have its own zip code.
Yep.
I really, really, really want to know why
Yay.
DeJoy isn't the fuck out of there already.
Yeah. Elsa weakening means less wind. Flooding is still possible. Nah, shit, really? They only have a 4 to 5 foot storm surge warning.
Oh
Thankfully,
my
I don't
god.
have to worry about that. I'm not close enough to the coast to deal with flooding right now. Well, my yard might flood from the rain. My yard is already half flooded on one corner.
Is my too quiet to going to making and for to into? We fix.
Eh?
We fix. Purple is to saying
Oh,
that
you're too quiet.
the lavender
Yes,
is
yeah, yeah.
too quiet to going to making. Yes.
Okie dokie.
Is
Yeah,
the
yeah.
agfu and the bufu
Dog
and
foo and the boo foo and the trufu.
the kaka and the dudu. I don't know.
Two.
Is it my the craziness to this
Oh, they're
information?
showing the water vapor satellite, and they're showing huge amounts of dry air being sucked into Elsa right now. So that's good. Yeah, they're expecting through Thursday for us to have another 2.5 inches of rain at the most. So
So
that's
for
good.
2 days, that's not that bad, I guess, huh?
All the way through Thursday, yeah.
I mean, it's better than 2.5 inches in 15 minutes.
Yeah, well, unless you consider the fact that we're about 7 inches above normal right now. Yes, today is an 80% chance of rain. And Thursday is a 60% chance of rain.
Oh, look, President Joseph R. Biden is here.
In Pennsylvania.
No, in the side chats.
Really? Okay.
Oh, hi, whoever you are. Be nice and you can stay.
Yeah, be nice means don't be an asshole.
Yeah, there you go. We're easy here. I am by no means cheap, but I'm easy. Oh, Doorknob Head wonders if there are some live weather cams. It's got quiet. Oh, I see. I'm the only one here. Okay, something happened. 80% chance of Thursday this week. Okay. I hope everything's okay down there in Florida. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. We'll give it a little while yet. See if Mom NATO comes back, and then, yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Oh, here we go. Hi, honey.
And it killed the stream for a second.
Yeah, there we are. You
So-
are back.
Yes, I are back. I had to figure out what it was doing. Do.
So you're back, and
No, I did not get blown away, unfortunately. Well, actually, fortunately.
and Joe Biden is here.
Oh, really? Okay. What?
What?
Hold on, AFK a minute.
Tayo Korostu.
What?
No, Mom NATO dropped out for one reason or another. Not sure why, but you know, hopefully it's not a case of the storm cutting all the power to her. Now, one thing I notice is that the camera seems to be frozen on her. But I can hear stuff going on in the background, so that much is going on. Oh, there we go. Now what's going on over here? Boy, it's turned really dark. Yeah. What's going on over there, honey? It's a very interesting picture. Yeah, unfortunately, Florida has been known to freeze once or twice. They go into panic mode with the orange crop. Stuff and things. Yeah, we're just sitting here and when the sun is out tomorrow, there is a steak waiting for me in the defriginator, sitting in a container of marinade. Yeah, I think so. I think the government is jamming the signal. Yep, that would make sense.
But you notice what we're not getting.
Wind,
Yes. Not getting wind.
at least not much.
Not much.
Yay!
Oh. Okay. I am back.
You is back. Yay! Yeah, we have
I are back. We have a
we have a very nice. Was that paneling on the wall?
no, that's my ceiling. Probably.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it looked like.
Yeah, there I am.
There
I didn't
she
realize my camera
is.
was on. Yeah. Yeah, no, here, let me there.
Yay!
Yay. And there of course is bend down and say hi.
Hi, sweetie. Yay!
I shaved his hair. I cut his hair the other day, so
I actually got my hair trimmed last week. For the
oh,
first
I didn't
time.
even notice.
Oh,
They did a good job then?
Yeah, I said, please just don't take off any more than a half inch, please. And I
What'd
even
they say?
I said, okay, yeah, fine, we can do that. I even said, look, if you haven't figured it out already, I'm trans. I need all the visual cues I can get. I cut my hair too
Right.
short, cut my hair too damn short, and I look like a guy. But
Yeah.
I got the hair washed because I can't wash my own hair now.
Because of your arm, right?
Because of the catheter that goes into my chest here.
Mhm.
They will not let me get that wet because there's an infection risk.
Mhm. Right,
So
I know.
I have to.
Yeah, but if you we're discussing, yeah, you have to be careful so that you don't get bacteria and stuff in there and cause issues. And sorry about the shadowing on the face, but
what do you do?
yeah,
But yeah,
I don't want to turn on my overhead light.
having the head back and in that little
Mhm.
cutout on the sink there
Yeah,
works
pose,
very
yeah.
nicely, very nicely. And
Yeah.
I in one way I hate having that done for me, but in another way it's kind of nice.
It's so relaxing to have somebody wash your own hair or wash your hair for you.
Yeah,
And if you get the right beautician and they use their fingers the right way, it feels like a massage and you're just kind of like, oh, okay, you could do that for hours and I'd be happy. But yeah,
Crystal River 5, gusting to 21.
yeah, ooh, we got
Oh,
wind
what do
gusts
we
up to
have
21
here?
miles an hour. Woohoo. Okay, since I'm awake.
Doc, honey, how are ya?
Hey,
Did something
you hear-
work fine?
Oh.
Did something work finally?
Okay, so like the link you sent says, like meet google.com
Right.
or
You had
whatever
to add the
slash.
HTTP // and then meet.
Okay, well,
I have to do
ultimate.
that every week. Yeah.
Like when I clicked on the link, it would take me to pretty much an ad, I guess. It's
Uh-huh.
telling me about it, and then there's a link to download the app from the Apple Store, and it's like I already had the app.
Oh, so are
So
you on your phone?
Get my brush.
yeah,
Oh,
I
okay.
got I
Okay.
got a new phone, an iPhone.
Okay.
Um, so so I looked at the app, and it said join with a link or join with a code, and it gave an example of how the code lays out. So I looked at your link, and the code is in the link,
Yeah.
and then it just took me
Oh.
another. Then it took me another five
Cut it out.
tries to put in the code right because I
God.
couldn't remember for 2 seconds the code.
That's what
Would you quit, Tornado?
that's what
Quit.
papyri and styli are for, you know?
Yeah, I
Oh,
suppose I could
Tornado,
have
I'm going to
wrote it
smack you.
down, but
Tornado,
whatever.
what are you doing? And why are you
He's
doing
being a
it?
butthead because he can.
Yeah.
Because I've turned the tablet because I was brushing my hair because it's a disaster this morning, and I'm not sleeping, so I don't need it braided, so I can let it. Fuck you. Go away. I'm going to start poking and beating you. I've got extra pillows. I can beat you across the head and shoulders,
Oh, yay.
child. Ugh.
If we were out of sausages, I
Arr.
guess you just have to you have to
I
find a
can cut
letter.
your sausage off if you want to keep that up.
Oh, yay. Can I watch? All right.
Yes.
I like my sausage exactly where it is.
Well, then
thank
stop
you.
being a sausage miser and asshole.
Ay,
That's my new
kadabashwa.
name for men, sausage misers.
There you go. Tornado
Sausage
is
meister.
being a Borbs.
He's being a boy.
Yeah, huh?
He's being a child who is annoying his mother.
Well, who else
Oh,
does he
goodness,
have
some
to
of the
annoy right now?
I'm gonna blind you, child.
Wait a minute.
Yes,
What
our
is?
emergency flashlights.
Also used to settle arguments.
Yes, also used to settle arguments. You beat him about the head and shoulders with it.
There you go. There you go. God, I
As my
remember when they
as
actually. I remember when they actually were flashlights.
oh, where's the blue one?
Do
The
you
big blue one.
do you remember the handheld torches that had the button for Morse code?
Yes, this one actually. Once you turn it on, you can do that.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to avoid. Yeah,
Right.
yeah. This is my. It's a Rayovac flashlight. This is came in a 3-pack. I also have in my bedside drawer its little brother,
Alrighty then.
and this one actually only takes 2 AAA batteries or one. True, 2 AA batteries. I'm sorry, and it's actually a pretty bright flashlight. I mean,
What is it? An LED?
Yeah.
Okay.
it's a single bulb LED. It's got a little tiny square in there. That's
Mhm.
the light bulb.
Yeah, you really couldn't power an incandescent with
Well,
2 of
to
those
give you an
batteries very
idea,
long, could you?
see how
Oh,
bright that
look
is?
at that. That is nice and bright. Stuff and
Yeah.
rings.
Yeah, it's not bad for a $10 set for 3 of them because I got 2 of these plus this one and all the batteries that went with them. So there you go. I don't know where Indian Rock Beach is,
I
so
remember
whatever.
he had an aluminum flashlight that was
Mm-hmm.
powered by 3D cells, I
Mhm.
think.
That only takes two, so. What are you doing, Talon?
I just put it right next to the remote.
Oh. Oh, you mean right next to the remote, not the mouse?
I said the remote.
No, you said the mouse.
No, I said the remote.
Okay.
Skeek, skeek.
Week, 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 week. Oh, give me my mouse. It's over there.
I used to keep mouses.
Yeah. No, this is for used to be for my laptop. Isn't it pretty?
Oh my word, that looks like something out of the 60s.
Yeah, it's paisley. I like it because it's got a little storage area for where I can store the USB for it.
Yep.
A BS USB.
And then it goes over like that. Takes one AA battery.
Yeah,
So
that's what.
yeah, that's
what
from
this
that's
one
my
does.
laptop mouse. But I've got to get a drive for my laptop. I really need to get a drive for my laptop. I would like to get a new drive. But they're relatively cheap. It's just a matter of remembering to get one, or I have to actually I do have an older laptop that I'm not using that has a 1 terabyte drive in it. I could take that out, put it in the newer laptop, format it, and then put Windows 8 back on it. Ooh, I could do that.
And then do you have to re-register it or something because you've changed the disk drives?
Mm-mm. Nope. As long as I still have my laptop, the key code for the laptop.
Oh, okay, okay.
Since I still have the Windows key, there shouldn't be a problem. So, yay.
Tayo Korostu. I still have to get used
Yep.
to how all these things work.
Mm-hmm.
I know that when I moved the Windblows from the
Mm-hmm.
right side machine over to the left side machine, I
Mm-hmm.
had to deregister it on the right machine and then
Mm-hmm.
re-register it on the left side.
Right. Well, the only thing that I have to do is go through the Dell website to register that I've put a new drive into the laptop because it's my laptop. I have it. I'm the only one who's ever had it.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm the only one who should have the key code. And if somebody else has it, I call and say, this has been my laptop since December of 2013. I still have the receipt for my date of purchase. So yeah, I don't know who has gotten hold of the key code, but this is my key code. And somebody's stolen it. And we'll figure that out. And if I have to, I'll just pay for another copy of Windows 10 eventually.
Well, 11's coming out, so that's going to be a.
They've got a Windows 11 coming out. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
They promised
Already?
They promised they wouldn't, but they're doing it,
Oh boy.
and
Somehow I'm not surprised.
it's causing problems in the sense. I guess it needs some security module in order to run it all, and almost no machines that are out there have it, or something like that. So this is where I am just going to say it. You know, Kate, if you're still awake and you're listening, this is why I'm so glad I have Linux.
Well, you know, there are ways to get things to work. And they just have to figure out how to make it work. But 42, is that millibars? Okay, if you're going to sleep, you need to go in your own room. What? I know my bed's comfy. Go sleep in your bed. Your bed's your bed.
Yep.
Go make your don't make my bed stink like your bed does.
Don't get the
I don't want boy funk in my bed.
don't get the neighbors
Thank you.
talking.
Well, no, he's just, boy funk.
Yep. Oh, I know it all too well.
And it's just, oh my gosh. Oh. And I don't know how he can stand being in his room. I go in there and it's like, oh, boy funk.
Smells like a fermenting gym sock.
Yes, it does in a lot of ways.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not a good thing. I tell you, what's really amazing is the way the aroma changed with HRT.
Oh.
Oh yeah. A big change in the way the sweat smelled, and the way everything smells. You know, I smell like a girl now, and well, kind of makes sense.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, one would hope you smell like a girl.
And the other thing is, I do not at all like the way boys smell, and it's not an aroma thing.
No,
it's a pheromone thing.
Yeah, it's they reek.
Yeah, it's not good.
Oh yay! Our wind gust forecast is only 30 miles an hour now. Yay! It's so much better than what they thought it was going to be.
Oh, okay. Purple says
That's
she
good.
has that reaction to Sloth Girl's son. All right, so it's catching on with you, huh, honey?
It's every woman has that reaction, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot understand how he can deal with his own funk in his room. I mean, he constantly keeps his door closed, which in a way I'm glad, because then it doesn't spread through the whole house. But when he has his door closed, of course, when you open it to go in and talk to him, it's like, oh God.
You see this wall
Boy
of
funk.
green. Just
Yes. I am so tempted every time I go down his hallway to bring air freshener.
There you go.
Yeah, well, I have it because this is my dog fart medicine.
Oy vey. Okay.
If you have never had a big dog and had to deal with dog farts in the middle of the night, they are the worst thing that God has ever created, because they follow you, because your dog follows you. You get up to leave the room to avoid his farts, and he follows along farting behind you.
Yes.
And it's like, God, dog, go away. You stink.
Moo.
It's almost as bad as the boy. Yeah. And of course, I have the 85-pound wonder dog, which I love my beastie. He's such a sweetheart.
Oh, now you got me thinking about Johnny Carson.
What?
When Johnny Carson would do the matinee, let's see, now starring Jane Meadows, Meadow Phoenix, Phoenix, whatever, and Spot the Wonder Horse.
Yes.
Oh, look, there's a kittiness.
Oh, hi, Loki. Hello. Yeah. Oh, he's gonna go across the entire laptop, entire tablet. Yeah.
What's really fun is here in this building, the landlord has been known to send letters to all of the tenants with, we have smelled cigarettes out in the hallway. You realize that you could get thrown out for that and all this other stuff. So what do?
Uh-huh.
they plug in those little
Air freshener, car
scent
vent fresheners.
those scent throwers, air fresheners that you plug into the
Yeah.
wall, and they make it smell
Yeah.
even worse than the cigarettes.
Yes, the Glade things.
Yeah, I mean, jeez, man.
But yes, this is the antisocial boy.
Meow, meow,
Meow.
meow, 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 meow.
Yeah, he's such a fat one. He's such a fat boy. Let's see if I can get a full-on image of him. Yeah, there he is. The all-black Wonder Boy. There's his belly. He's got the little flap of... He's like, Mom, what are you doing? He takes off.
Baraketinie. I don't know here. Cat's thinking you're getting
Yeah.
a little weird with him over there.
Oh, yes. New video of collapsed Surfside condo.
What's the death toll now? 24 or something? Or
36.
ow. Oh my word.
And there are still 109 people missing.
Do you get the impression
They
that,
have...
Do you get the impression that
They...
dead plus missing is going to have the same total, and you're just going to move from one category to the other now?
Yes. Well, they did have one poor first responder working through who unfortunately found his daughter's body.
Oh,
I can't imagine how hard that must have been for him.
oh Lord.
Mm-hmm.
I hope they gave the day off.
Oh, yeah. Joe Biden warns coronavirus fight not over. Pushes more Americans to get vaccinated.
Like that's going to happen. I was just reading an article.
Well, they've purple. Be very careful if you have the Delta variant near you, because the Johnson, didn't he get the Johnson and Johnson vaccine, is not effective against the Delta version.
Oops.
They said people, I'm not sure that it won't fight it, but they've said people with Moderna and Pfizer vaccines are showing more consistent resistance to the Delta variant than those who took the other two.
Yeah, but even we should walk without concern, right?
Right. We should. They're still saying, even if you have gotten both vaccines, they're warning that you should still wear masks in public, because that's the only way to really be sure that you don't catch it.
Yeah.
I mean, we can still catch it. We're just more resistant to it.
Right.
And the Delta variant is showing that even people vaccinated can catch it. And when they do catch it, it's worse than the other version. And yeah, exactly.
So they were just starting to loosen up the restrictions here in Pennsylvania. I can just see them slapping them back on, and I can hear all the complaints. I can hear them now.
I know, but you know what? I'd rather have those restrictions than have to worry about whether or not we're going to have to deal with the virus. I would rather wear the masks and not get sick than these people who are sitting there bitching about wearing the masks, bitching about getting vaccinated, who then end up dying because they were stupid.
Yeah. Well, I'm still accustomed to the whole thing because in the dialysis center, from the moment
You
walk
have to
in,
wear a
you have to be
mask.
wearing
Yep.
yeah, and
Yep.
especially when they're hooking the lines up from the machine to you, because that's
Mm-hmm.
with me, that's an open line right to my heart. And
Yes.
yeah, they want to keep all the nasties out of there, so they even want. They said, "Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you pull your mask up before we start working on this." Oh, okay, fine. You know.
Yeah. My neighbors Mary and Guy, the guy who is the guy who is the guy who
Yay.
mows my yard, cannot have the vaccine.
Uh oh.
He's got something wrong that they're not sure what the problem is. They're not sure if it's his heart, if it's his lungs, but they're leaning more towards his heart. So he has not been vaccinated yet. Not because he doesn't want to, but because he can't.
Uh huh.
So, hello, welcome back.
Balakuleki.
So,
So
I
I
wear a mask
sorry to
around him
interrupt there.
because I don't want him to catch the virus.
Yeah. Huh.
If I've been around other people, I don't do a whole lot. I don't go very many places. I choose to mostly do food ordering online through Walmart to get groceries delivered because I don't want to go out. I still, even vaccinated, I don't feel safe going out. There's always that possibility of still getting sick.
Yeah, and it's going to be
There's
really interesting. What?
isn't there that new Delta strain or something going around
Yes,
Yep.
that is actually breaking
too? And is the
through.
the vaccine is not doing much for it or anything for it, or
Well, they
what's the deal
said
there?
that the Pfizer and the Moderna are doing fairly well against it, but there's still always that chance that it will do what they call a breakthrough infection, which
Okay.
means it gets through the antibodies you've built up because of the virus vaccine. There's always a chance that a vaccine can fail when things mutate.
Hmm.
And they are leaning more and more towards this having been a genetically engineered virus that is now out of control.
Oh,
And
yay.
whether it
Really?
was
They think it was they think
they're
it was
leaning more and
manufactured
more
after
towards
all.
it. Well, yeah.
Because they've been saying all this, like they could tell in the DNA strand how it
Mhm.
where it mutated from and how it would have to have certain attributes if it
Right.
was engineered and how it didn't have
Mhm.
those attributes.
I don't know, but I can't say they're 100% sure, but there has been scuttlebutt and
Well, of course, it's been the conspiracy theory all along that
yeah,
it was engineered.
right. I've always felt that with the way it spread, because it spread through too many different means. It wasn't just one way of contagion. Usually viruses have a specific contagion factor. What causes you to catch it? And this thing has just been so many different ways you could catch it. The timing of it, just, yeah. It makes you wonder. And the fact it spread so quickly, that's a scary thought.
Well, modern transportation surely helped.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And the
Well-
fact that China took so long before asking for help, and all those people that were at conferences in Wuhan who further spread it to different countries.
Well, but that part of it though can just be sort of pride, just sort of the
Oh, I'm not saying
Chinese,
they did it deliberately.
Right,
I mean,
right,
there's
no,
always
right,
the
right.
chance that it got out by accident.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't meant to get out, and by the time they realize that, oh shit, this is what's going on, then they're like, oh fuck, we've spread this to the whole world. If we say
Yeah,
anything, we're
yeah.
going to be in trouble. They're going to come after us. Oh shit, we can't deal with this ourselves. We finally have to ask for help. Oh god, it's everywhere.
In which
You
in which
know,
case, honestly, it does it really matter whether it was
no,
engineered or
no,
not?
it doesn't. It's
Uh,
everywhere anyway. So,
yeah, right,
uh,
right, yeah. I mean, it doesn't mean like there was any kind of like conspiracy or anything
right.
happening, and it just you know, whether it was a modified virus or just one, you know, they had found in the wild and were studying,
Who
is just
knows?
kind of irrelevant to the whole
Yeah.
situation. It doesn't make China any more or less responsible, yada yada yada.
No,
And yeah,
there's so much going on right now that,
there does. I mean, there does seem to be a whole lot of shady shit China did when it broke out.
yeah,
Uh, and I wouldn't say any kind of conspiracy really was going on. It was just pride.
Mhm.
You know, they just you know, they want maybe wanted to handle it themselves at first, and or just, you know, don't want to be known as the nation that caused this pandemic, that sort of thing. But
yeah,
and it, you know, and if it weren't for pride, you know, not just theirs but everybody's, because, you know, even if they stood up and, you know, alerted people, did the right thing, started cooperating with everybody, and just handling
yeah,
the situation instead of doing the shady shit they did,
yeah,
um they would still, you know, they would still get blamed for it and all that stuff because of other people's vanity and pride.
yeah,
You know, so like, if people would just forsake pride and, you know, work together and do what they fucking need to do, maybe we'd all be better off.
yeah. Ah, if you fall
Perhaps you
here, I'll be
noticed I
there.
don't believe in
Ground.
indulging pride.
Oh no, yeah. No, I just want this hurricane to be over.
Moo.
I'm gonna turn my video off because I'm sitting in bed. So,
Yeah, I actually learned a thing or two about hurricanes last summer.
oh,
I live in Iowa, and we had last summer we had the first inland hurricane I've ever
an
heard of.
inland
Or
hurricane.
yeah, it's called a derecho. It's
Oh,
a rare
yeah.
inland hurricane.
Oh,
Yeah,
we get those we got those all the time in Missouri.
you know.
You have apparently never heard Tornado go off on any of the shows that he's been on about derechos. Uh, they are fascinating for him, and
I
he
find them
knows
quite
when one
fascinating.
happens. Oh yeah, yeah. Tornado is quite the weather freak, right, Diana?
Oh, indeed.
Mhm.
Well, Tornado's
Well,
quite the
then,
freak.
well then, Tornado
Oh,
can
yes.
correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe Iowa has pretty much gets all of the fucking weather.
Yeah,
Like
any state
every
can get a
meteorological,
derecho. We get them
yeah,
here in Florida rarely, but
yeah.
uh, basically any state that can get a tornado can get a derecho. So,
Well,
and
like,
every state can get a tornado.
I mean, look at it this way. Iowa gets like Arctic conditions in the winter.
Oh, excuse me. Yep.
Not constantly, but
Yep.
you know, we can get we can get months of just Arctic conditions. And
Yep.
then in the summer, it's pretty much like the South. You know,
Right.
it gets hot like the South, and it's always, of course, very humid. But so it's like we get all the weather. It's like
Yep.
every meteorological event you can think of happens here.
Kind of reminds me of Missouri. When we were living there, because you get the humid days, but you also get the desert climate where it's dry heat. I don't know which is worse, wet heat or dry heat. Um,
Yeah,
because when you get the dry heat, it's not just the air is dry and there's no humidity, it's there's no wind.
mm,
So you're sitting there and it's 105 degrees out. There's no wind and no humidity, so you can't cool off by sweating.
yeah,
That is the absolute worst.
yeah. I'm not sure I know what dry heat is. Like, probably the closest thing is, I've been in a place where there was a dehumidifier, and it was like
Mhm.
75. It was like 75 degrees, and it didn't even really feel hot
Right.
because the humidity had been removed. But
Right.
last few days and
Well,
here in particular, but it's quite common. It has been so effing muggy, and it's only been
Mhm.
like in the mid to high 80s.
Yeah, we're
um
sitting
well, give it a try,
at
honey, and
and
hopefully
even at night
76
you'll,
we've
right
been
now.
in the 70s, and I have just been sweating my damn ass off. I've been telling
Um,
guests, I work at a hotel, I've been telling guests, have you
oh
met the
goodness.
incredible melting man?
Ooh, that is the sound of a tree branch moving across the top of my roof.
Oh
oh
dear.
yay.
Oh, well, I've got a tree that has a limb that has come over my house from across the neighbor's yard. Now, mind you, we're
Wild.
talking, this is a water oak, so it is probably a branch that has grown, oh gosh, it's probably 50 feet from my property line to my house. And that's how far this branch has grown over my property.
Night purple, honey. Hopefully you can get some sleep.
Night purple. And I can't afford to trim it because that costs money I don't have.
Yeah, huh?
Um, and you know, I've got to get it trimmed because it's a problem, but I don't know how I'm going to do it.
Hmm.
The most important thing I'm looking at is it looks like the strongest rain band is going to miss us, but we're going to get clipped by the second strongest. Oh my god, I'm glad we're not in Manatee County.
Have you tried severing the branch with your heat vision?
No.
I wish. If I had that, I would have cut it a year ago before it
You,
grew over my house.
you don't have that? Weird.
No, no, I'm not a mutant, unfortunately.
Oh, I'm a mutant, but I don't have any particularly useful powers. Um,
Mm,
I do have the ability to turn invisible as long as nobody's looking at me.
Okay.
yeah,
Um,
I think we all
and
have that ability.
and I have spider powers, but they only work when I want to let go of something.
Oh, yes, the falling. Yes. Mm,
You ever set something down and the fucker sticks to your hand long enough to drop on the goddamn floor?
Uh huh.
yes.
That's my
Mm-hmm.
spider powers.
Oh, yes. It's one of the reasons why I usually have bottles of soda versus cans of soda.
Yeah, something with a screw-on lid. Yeah.
Yes. And that doesn't dent when you drop it.
And of course,
That's like the other day I was getting in the cabinet to get something and I had set a cup down, didn't think about it. It was one of my favorite mugs, big mug. And I went to do something and I turned and all of a sudden I hear this crash and there's my favorite mug all over my floor.
Oh.
No.
Oh, and I have terrazza flooring. So, yeah, it was literally all over my floor in little itty bitty splintered ceramic pieces. Ah, that was a bitch to clean up. I swept the floor like 4 times to make sure I got every single shard up.
Yeah.
Because those things getting in your feet are painful.
Oh yes.
Well,
Uh,
with a
and
little glue, with a little super glue, maybe you can fix it.
oh no, this had really super fine slivers that were missing, which would detract from the integrity of the mug.
Yes.
It just means that I have to buy a new mug eventually.
And of course, your spider powers working the exact opposite when you want to actually hang on to something, right? So
Yes.
suddenly
Yep.
your skin is smooth and frictionless, and you have zero possibility of a grip.
Yes. Oh God, I wish the storm was over. 70
Wolf
mile
beef.
hour present movement north, but 14 miles per hour. Oh, millibars have gone up to 100 or 1004. Ooh. Yay.
I'm
So
trying
this
to
is the
Still a
first.
remember.
storm source.
So this is the first time I got to hang out with you, Mom NATO.
Yes.
Hello.
Normally I'm here, but hi. It has been a crazy month and a half for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ended up right was it right before or right after you went in the hospital, Diana, that I ended up in the hospital?
Oh, Balokota.
Because I was in the hospital on was it the 15th or the 13th of June?
That would have been right before I went in. Because I
Right.
think I went in on the
Uh
16th.
yeah, I think it was right before then. Because I came back and was on that morning because it was a Sunday morning.
Oh, I went in on the 15th. It was a Tuesday. So, yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
I was in the hospital the Sunday before.
Yeah.
So, with issues with my heart and stuff, and ended up I was severely anemic. It was so nice not being attractive to mosquitoes. uh yeah, I very rarely got bit by mosquitoes before this, and now I am a feast because they have me on iron pills.
what
But
they
yeah, no,
what they
I
do
ended up what they do?
what they do to me is they put it in from a syringe into the line on the dialysis thing.
Oh,
So
okay.
I don't have to take the pills, which is nice because
Well,
you
that's
don't get
good.
that constipation thing going on and everything.
Yeah. Lucky you.
Yeah, huh. It's yeah, I'm just so lucky to be able to get it while I'm chained to a fucking machine for 4.5 4 hours or every
Yeah,
other
yeah, I
fucking day for
know.
the rest of my miserable life.
Oh. But yeah, no. Ended up with I have severe anemia, which really you never realize how much that impacts your life, right,
Oh
Diana?
my, oh my! I'll tell you, it's crazy.
It can cause nausea, it causes tiredness, shortness of breath, uh
Did,
problems with your heart. You can suffer uh afibrillation from it,
yeah, huh?
heart palpitations. Uh
Did they give you
yeah,
a?
it
Did they give you a hemoglobin level, a number?
yes. My hemoglobin was at 7.
I yeah. when I went in the hospital, my hemoglobin was at 5.
Yeah.
They said,
Diana.
why are you not dead? You know?
Yeah, 2, a hemoglobin level of 2 means you're on death's door.
Okay.
2 will kill you. 5 is considered, oh my god, we need to pump her full of iron now. 7 is, oh, you need to take iron pills, and then next week you're supposed to get your levels checked again, and then they'll readjust. And I still haven't gone back to get my levels checked again
They gave
because
me
I didn't have the money.
2 units of blood.
Yeah, see, they kept asking me, have you given a blood transfusion lately? I'm like, what? No, why? Well, your hemoglobin levels are low. No, I can't give blood because I was anemic. Well, apparently my anemia got worse. And what they don't think about is the reason for being anemic is the fact that I cannot afford the prices for red meat.
Yeah.
Red meat is fucking expensive, and pork doesn't do it. So it just means that I'm going to have to start buying lots of shrimp, lots of crab, those kind of things that have iron in them. Eat more green vegetables,
Yeah.
which means I need to buy more peas. I need to buy lots more peas. I love peas.
Peas is yummy and tasty. They is absolutely.
Cream peas. Oh, cream peas are so good.
One of the things I'm going to have to do is, like you said, look into possibly getting the regular allotment of food stamps increased, because the extra food stamps for the pandemic are eventually going to end, and
Right.
my regular allotment before the plague started was $16, 1/6.
Yeah.
And I don't think I would be able to buy, I would not be able to afford the kind of food that
Lots
the
of canned peas.
the dialysis center wants me to eat now. Yeah, frozen
I don't know
peas
what to tell you
anyway.
about that.
Yeah, frozen peas anyway, because they don't want me having canned food because of all the salt.
Okay.
Because you can't get rid
See,
of the
that's one
sodium,
thing they
you can't
didn't.
get rid of the potassium.
See, I don't have that problem.
Yeah.
I'm lucky enough. I don't have. They never said I had problems with salt. So.
Yeah, because my kidneys are shot. They don't do
Right.
the regulation of the
Processing
sodium
the way
and
they're
the
supposed to.
potassium and everything. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and I have to do stuff that promotes potassium levels because I'm on the water pills, the hydrochlorothiazide,
Oh yeah, right.
which
And
will leach the potassium out.
Yep. Yeah, and I can't have
So
I can't have any of the good stuff anymore. Bananas,
I'm
potatoes.
gonna have. Oh, do potatoes have potassium in them?
Yeah, many much. There's a way you
Oh,
can
that's
leach.
good. So.
There's a way you can leach potassium out of the potatoes, so I've got to do that. And
Oh.
Hey,
it
caramba.
involves
Yeah.
soaking the potatoes in water overnight and then boiling them.
Oh.
You don't want to do that because you want all the potassium you can get. And
Right. I tend to fry my potatoes anyway, so.
the other thing is to peel the potatoes because supposedly all of the potassium, well, not all of it, but most of it, is in or just
peel.
under the peel. Yeah. So, as far as I'm concerned, potato soup. And I know they don't want you to have soup either because of all the fluid. By the time you get through with all the stuff that they don't want you to have, you're not eating because there's nothing you can have. Yeah.
Right. Well, that's like, I'm not supposed to have any whole grains.
Yeah.
I'm not supposed to have wheat. So that's pretty much flour. So no bread. I can't have oats. But I'm supposed to have iron fortified breakfast cereals. What are most breakfast cereals made out of?
Oh, jeez, they're all oats.
They're or whole grain.
Yeah.
So, that's a problem. But I can have fortified iron fortified breakfast cereals.
Sylvia,
Okay,
what are you
people, make
doing
up your
there?
mind.
Sylvia's
She's
atop
climbed somewhere she's not supposed to be.
She's atop the defriginator. Hey, will you get
Oh
down?
no.
Come on, down.
She's like, "No, Mom."
Don't tell me you don't know how to get down. You got up there. You can get down. Giving me that look.
Yeah, of Mom, come rescue me.
She says, "What? I'm a cat. I'm doing cat things."
Oh yeah, she's
Yeah.
very good at
It's a
that.
cat thing. You wouldn't get it, human.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
You.
Well, the good news is so far we have not had a power outage.
Yay!
Yeah. Now watch me say that and everything goes out.
Right, everything's just gonna go south. You know what I'm gonna
The good thing is I did renew my my phone's Wi-Fi and stuff. That's all working. So if it does go out, I'll just sit there and switch on my mobile hotspot on my phone and then reconnect using my phone. That's so much fun.
Okay, so we're gonna be in the upper 80s when the sun comes up.
We're supposed to get hit by Elsa when the sun comes up. Let's see what we're doing here.
Yeah,
Let's do a refresh on this.
Allegedly, right now it's 76 and mostly clear. Oh, I see. Oh, look at this. Say about 11 a.m., the probability of thunderstorms increases sharply.
Well, yeah. That's because you've got Elsa in the distance.
Yeah, I was hoping to grill a damn steak. I may have to pan fry it.
That reminds me. I need to go onto Walmart.com and order my grill pan. I found a beautiful cast iron grill pan that I can use on my stovetop.
Ooh.
So that I can actually grill steaks on the stove.
Oh, that'd be nice.
It's only $20.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And it's big enough I can put one of my T-bones in it. I'm looking forward to grilling a T-bone.
God, it's been a long time since I've had a T-bone.
I bought 2 packs of T-bones when they were on sale for $25 while I had the extra food stamps. I still have 2 of them left.
Oh, yay.
Yeah, that might be what I have for dinner. Let's see. Oh, the longest rainband tail is about to hit. As long as well, I'm hoping this is the only rainband left that will hit us. Because it's on the curving edge, which means they expect this eye to not get here until 8 o'clock in the morning. But with the way the rain is moving, yeah, with the way the way the rain is moving, I can talk. That band is going to scrape by as it's turning, and it might pivot past us with the rest of it. So I can hope because it's the rain that has the winds in it. So if we can miss the worst of the rain, that would be good. As I zip inward on their radar, yeah. I'm looking at this going, how much of this can miss us?
We got a little
Oh.
rainstorm going on over here right now.
Yeah. Let's
Although
see.
one groovy
Homosassa
thing
Springs.
one groovy thing I've discovered about my apartment is, and I'm pretty sure this is mostly due to the large tree like just outside my window.
Uh-huh.
But it just doesn't rain in my window. I got my window open. I've been trying to save on the AC, and it got hot today, so I had to run it. But it's
Mhm.
actually quite cool right now, and
Yeah.
um
Oh, yeah. This is
and like it just doesn't rain in here. It's pretty awesome.
yeah, well, it is just about that big band is just about to hit us. Ooh. Ooh,
Foo-foo.
ooh.
Ay caramba.
Foo-foo. Foo-foo.
Well, I'm to give you an idea, blue is mild, yellow is heavy, and red is oh my fucking god rain. And
Shitty.
this is all yellow with spots of orangey red in it. So, I am seriously hoping that the worst of this misses us. Because I really don't want to have something like, oh, say, trees come down.
Moo.
Yeah.
Don't want to lose power. Yeah, all that fun stuff.
Don't want
But
a
this ring
section
band,
taken out of your roof.
yeah, that is the biggest concern for me right now. Roofs are expensive to replace.
Yes.
And I have one oak tree that is slowly dying. And unfortunately, we lost limbs in the last big storm we had. And they missed the house, thank God. They missed the house. But yeah. I just keep hoping that they're gonna go away. But yeah, we're about to get hit by more rain. And it is still raining, but it's a light sprinkle. But we're about to get hit by the long tail of rain that's slowly traveling northwest as it pivots around the eye of the hurricane / storm. Arg. I should go heat that omelet up. I'm hungry, but I'm not hungry at the same time.
Oh yeah, I know. That's
Hey,
why.
Oh.
I get hungry and I just don't want to eat.
Yeah, that's what it is. I'm hungry,
Yeah.
but I really don't want to eat.
When hungry,
Right, FK, I gotta get up anyway to get ice.
When the hungry
That's how I
said,
am
when
most
the
of the
hungry
time.
said, hit the red barn. What the heck is this thing sizzling at me?
It's making noises at you.
Yes, it is. I have to figure out where to put the ringtones because I definitely want to replace the ringtones on this thing. But I haven't figured out where to put them and how to get them there. Because this is the foo-foo, is what it is.
Is it the foo-foo or the oof oof?
Yes. Absolutely, absolute. Oh my word. Oh, so wait a minute, Mom NATO, are you getting stuff or what are you doing?
I think she stepped away to
Yep.
do foodie sort of
I
things.
was wondering if that's what you did. Yep. Okay, so we got that going over there. And okay, I can plug this into the charger later. Oh my word, it's almost 4 a.m. What am I doing awake? No
this is
idea.
a this is a regular day for me. This is I actually slept in. I slept in like till like 12:30 my time thereabouts. I normally get up at 10, but it's my night off, so
Oh, yay.
and that's actually why I disappeared because the person covering for me was having trouble with the night audit, so I had to step away and call them and help them. So
So you end up working anyway. Okay.
from home at least. So
Yeah.
we both have iPhones. We're like, I was like struggling to describe like the steps she had to do, and then I was like, you know what? Can you do video? She's like, oh yeah, we both have iPhones. We can just do FaceTime, and so that made everything so much easier. And I gotta say, the technology of the future is pretty freaking awesome, isn't it, Diana?
Oh, absolutely.
I
Absolutely.
mean, this stuff we're doing on this little calculator, like this was a calculator in my day. Now it's like a television studio,
Wow. And I can
and of
remember.
course, and of course, by the future, I mean the present.
Yep.
Back in the day, we called it the future.
Well, I can remember when video phone was a real science fiction thing. I mean, I remember using a video phone in 1968. It was part of a display that AT&T had at a technology exhibition in Cleveland, and it was just the bee's knees basically to be there and you're talking and you're seeing the person you're talking to, and it was so futuristic and everything, and now it's nothing. I mean, look what we're doing right now.
Dick Tracy's communicator watch.
Yeah.
Like we've blown that out of the water.
I mean, it's just totally amazing what we
I
can
mean,
do now.
I mean, Bluetooth shit.
I don't know. As far as that goes, my teeth are, well, they're supposed to be white, but they're kind of beige. I don't have any blue teeth.
they're, they're mother of pearl.
Yeah, there you are. Eggshell. Oh Mann, but yeah. Scheiße, Scheiße, zu viel Scheiße, es ist scheißvoll. Oh,
Ah,
Indeed.
yeah, look who's back. Yay.
yes. The eye of the hurricane is 41 miles away
Oh, yay.
from my house. Yes. So,
And it can
yay.
see you from here.
Yes, it can. Most definitely. Mm.
Das te petrado. Na terra di
Hmm.
Belocucinda.
I wish I had had some green pepper and onion to put in this omelet, but I didn't. That would have been good. I'll have to order some green peppers and some onion. Mm.
Oh my, oh my, oh my.
And then I have to decide what kind of pizza I want to order on the 9th.
Pizza.
Well, you know what they say, you can't make an omelet without breaking a few peppers and onions.
There you go.
Mhm.
Oh,
Well-
that remind. When is the boy's birthday?
The 9th.
It is the 9th. Okay, it is. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Why was I thinking it was somewhere in the 20s? I don't know.
Because he's going to be 25.
Okay, I guess
Oh,
that'll
here.
be.
Storm in Citrus County. Here. Let's see what they're saying. Well, yeah. Yes, you're in Crystal River, downtown. I know exactly where he's at. Not a single car out there. It was on Highway 19.
Oh.
What? The only problem is he is right where the storm surge should be happening.
Oops.
He's an idiot. Yeah. Yeah, that area is prone to flooding. Yes, standing water, blah, blah, blah. Yes, the ground is saturated, people. Yeah. This is all just rerun, basically. We all know this already. You're pointless and worthless. Huh? Their up-to-date monitoring is just repeating everything they've already said. Huh. Well, Manatee County is pretty much out of danger now. So they're lucky. Hell yeah. Either way. Hopefully everything just goes safe here. Oh yay, the big rain band is starting to curve. Uh-huh. Not really. I'll be nummy. I've been so bad with this omelet. It's egg, bacon, and cheese, and 2 types of cheese. Being so bad. I'm not supposed to be having a lot of cheese, but I wanted a cheese omelet. Damn it.
Yeah, they don't want me having cheese either.
I'm sorry, there was a reason why my nickname growing up was Mouse.
I actually heard
You
something
are
about
not-
that recently. That mice actually, whatever it was, they actually don't like cheese, or
Right.
Oh,
or it's not
bullshit.
good for them, or something like that.
Well, it might not be good for them, but they like it. I know that for a fact.
I didn't think there was anything, food or otherwise, they didn't like to eat.
Now, if
You're talking about things that can chew through wood and
Yeah,
eat it.
if you want to win a mice's heart, peanut
Butter.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Peanut
Yeah.
butter is the best thing for catching mice.
Yeah.
But they will eat cheese. They'll eat anything. It's not good for them. Probably not. But they will eat it.
They will eat the insulation off your wiring.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
yeah. The wee buggers.
Oh my! I used to keep mouses.
Ugh.
The ex liked mouses, so we had a couple.
Mm-mm.
That went over really well with the cats.
Oh, I can imagine.
Oh man, the day Merlin knocked the mouse box off the table. Took
Oh
me a
dear.
couple days to find the mouses. Finally found them huddled behind one of the bookcases, between the bookcase and the wall. You know, you just
Uh
had
huh.
three mouses pressed against the wall. You know, they were almost flat, but they were there.
Mm.
Oh man.
Ah. Well. Oh,
Balo
excuse me.
koshenta ikinimina.
Tampa International is supposed to open up this morning, so they're not expecting too much damage through Tampa. Hmm. Hmm. But yeah, it's just going to be a day today. They don't expect the storm to completely clear out until later tonight,
Okay.
but we'll see. See what we're looking like on Klystron 9. I should look out in my yard and just see how wet it is, but I'm scared too.
No.
So I'm wondering if Florida should like just not have trees.
Oh, no.
If you get
No,
hurricanes
no.
all the time.
Well, the trees are good for things.
Well, most certainly, and it was a silly thought at first, but I've been thinking about it, and it's like there's lots of other green oxygen generating plant life that you can have. You can just have more smaller trees and bushes
That would work
at,
except for one thing.
at least around houses.
Native species of birds.
Yeah, yeah, true that.
I have a pair of barred owls that roost in my trees. And they're an endangered species of owl.
Mm,
So
yeah.
I'm happy to have them. And
Well, and you wouldn't
they
have to eliminate trees entirely.
some of them, yes, I
Just
would
keep
love
them
to get
away
rid of
from
all the
houses. Yeah,
palm. Yeah, I
and
need
and
to.
transplant them to safer areas.
That would work if you didn't have
But
trees that were
it would
40
still.
and 50 feet tall.
Yeah.
These
Well, and
things,
you wouldn't have to literally transplant them either. You could just take certain trees down and plant more. More
yeah,
trees than you remove elsewhere.
that would be nice. What I have is
But it's
called the
probably
one that
kind of
I'm most worried
impractical.
about. Yeah, that costs more than
Yeah.
taking a tree down. Yeah, is expensive. The one tree that I really want to get rid of is it's called a pin oak. And it is so tall, it's probably about between 50 and 65 feet tall. It would take me over $3,000 to get this one tree cut down
Eek.
Yeah.
because of the danger involved to the people doing it. You'd need a 60-foot truck with a lift. You would need an entire crew to remove this tree.
Mm-hmm.
And they have to do it in such a way that it doesn't threaten the neighbor's house across the street. And it doesn't threaten my house because it's right next to my house. So yeah, it's a pain in the butt. Taking down trees around a house is not easy. Um, so yeah,
Yep.
I'm gonna
And
either have to decide to take the tree down or decide if my mom decides she's ever going to move if I want to go with her and sell my house.
I was just gonna say probably the best advice
I'm
in
just gonna
the
keep my mouth shut.
Mm,
in the tree
well,
situation, if you live in Florida and have the choice, maybe don't live next to a tree if you can help it.
well, I didn't have a choice in this.
Yeah,
This is my grandmother's house.
and me
Uh,
either. I mentioned earlier I have a tree right outside my window,
yeah.
which is great for keeping the rain out apparently,
Mm-hmm.
but it could cause problems.
Mm-hmm. Oh, looks like the biggest rain band has just slipped to the north of us. Woohoo! That's always good. Now so we can miss the other two rain bands.
Also, the town I live in, and you're probably going to hate me for this, Mom NATO, but
Hmm.
it's like statistically highly improbable for us to ever get tornadoes actually in town. Just
No, I have a place like that I
yeah
used to live.
the topography, I guess they say it's
Mhm.
kind of a valley, so somehow tornadoes
Yep.
just don't really touch down in town. They
Mhm.
happen outside of town, and
Yep. They are channeled away from
yeah,
it.
like the last one we had in town was back in the 70s, so
Mhm.
it doesn't
Yep.
happen very often.
Well, the town I lived in last in Missouri, um, the year after we left, 2018, they had a hurricane, or not a hurricane, a tornado that followed the highway. It ripped through Jefferson City, which is the capital of Missouri, and followed the highway 54 down to the outskirts of Holt Summit, skipped over Holt Summit, grazed New Bloomfield, which is where I used to live, and then traveled on down towards Fulton, following the highway. The place I lived right before I moved, Holt Summit, was missed entirely. And the entire I lived in Missouri from 2001 until 2018, basically. 18 years. And Holt Summit in that time never got hit by a tornado. It never got hit by a tornado when I was younger, before I moved away from Missouri. So, which was, oh God, I lived there so almost 30 years. And in that 30 years, I had never seen Holt Summit get hit by a tornado. So, yeah. Oy.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's always nice to live in an area where you don't get tornadoes, even though you should get tornadoes.
Yeah. But we do get floods.
Yeah.
We do.
Yeah, that's
we're
almost
a
worse than
floody.
tornadoes.
Yep, we're a floody area. I was in 2008. I was displaced from my home by a flood, so
Oh no.
that's
And then
when
you
I
have to
lost
go
my
in and
birth
fix it.
certificate.
Oh shit.
So
Well,
I no longer have any status as a human. I don't exist.
no, you can order a new
No,
one.
I can get a copy, yeah, but
You can get a
I've never
copy, yeah.
I haven't gotten around to it. I haven't needed it.
Well, you probably should,
I probably should sometime.
because if you ever lose your license, you have to have a birth certificate to get a new license, along with your social security card. So yeah,
Yeah.
I had so much fun when I came back to the States, and Talon's tornado, his passport expired.
Hmm.
Getting him into school, I had to order a birth certificate for him because they wanted something more than a certificate of birth abroad. That was always fun. And they didn't want to take the certificate for birth abroad to get him a state ID. Okay. If you say so.
Weird.
Uh-huh. Oh, they're still looking. They're back to looking for more bodies. I'm sure they're wondering what happened, how it happened. Yeah.
Oh, that building collapse,
Surfside, yeah. Mm-hmm.
and that was in Florida, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was in Miami. But they found structural integrity issues with the building, which means they want to find out how those steel supports got water damaged.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm. Let's see what happens.
Hmm. What,
But if there were structural issues, somebody is going to be responsible, and it's going to be whoever approved the building for occupation after the structural integrity issues were found. Yeah, new spotlight on building maintenance. Oh boy.
I I thought it was a kind of old building. Was it like 40 years old, or no? It
I
was,
don't know.
I think it was about 40 or 50 years old. I think it was built in the 70s, maybe the early 80s.
I don't. I don't know.
Um, the
But if
thing-
that's the case, then it shouldn't have been approved in its last inspection, because anything that old needs to be
Hmm.
have more rigorous inspections done
yeah, I
due
think
to the fact of age.
I think
Yeah.
there was mention made in some article. There may have been mention made of some anomalies in the inspection that should not have been approved or anything like that. And I think there was also, if I remember this correctly, it was known that there were repairs needed urgently, and they had just been approved after a whole long time of trying to get them approved just before the building collapsed.
I don't know.
Um,
I'll have to watch and find out.
yeah, see if I'm wrong on this one, which I could easily be. Um,
Hmm.
but you know, the other thing too is you might not have to worry about the buildings that much because hey, everything's going to be underwater in a couple of years. I mean, at the rate things are going and the
Hmm.
sea level rise is accelerating and it's going much more quickly than a lot of people thought it would.
Oh,
Yeah, so that's not going to
oh, we're
be.
about to get hit by the heaviest rain. Oh, joy.
Shut up,
Oh.
Santa.
Uh-huh. Well, what's happening is because it's turning, we're missing the biggest outside band, but we've got one internal band of rain that is going to be bad. It's a matter of, do we catch it by side swipe where it goes up and through real quick, or are we going to get it and have it slide right through town top to bottom?
Oh my.
And
We'll see.
and let me guess, Mom Nato, you just finished a beautiful giant sugar sculpture in the front yard,
Yeah.
and now you're gonna get rain.
No, it's the ice
Oh.
sculpture.
Oh, okay.
Sugar would attract the ants.
Can't you just let me be silly already? Jeez.
Oh, gee. No,
Ah.
you don't want to know what fire ants are like. The fire ants out here in Florida are fucking nasty. The scouts, the soldiers that attack you first are an inch to an inch and a half long. Big fuckers.
Well,
And
that's not nice.
mhm. Oh, they're mean too. I accidentally stood in a fire ant nest last summer.
Oh.
Oops.
While I was getting out of my mom's car, I put one foot on it, didn't realize it. I got bit by about 12 ants and unfortunately found out I'm allergic to ants. I had bites and unfortunately didn't realize that I needed to rub baking soda on the bites to get rid of the formic acid that they
Yep.
inject.
Mm-hmm.
And by the time I realized it, I had that I was going to be allergic to it. I had swelled up bites that had nasty stuff in them. And it took about 3 weeks for the bites to go away. And every night I had to lance the bites because they would just keep filling up with pus.
That could die.
And it wasn't because I wasn't taking care of them. I just had a severe reaction to them. So yeah, I avoid ant bites from those buggers as much as I can. They are just severely nasty. Let's see, storm surge 1 foot. Oh, that's not too bad.
That's pretty damn
Okay.
awful. We don't really have very bad wildlife where I'm at all, really.
Yeah. Let's see what it says for citrus. Come on. Oh, they're going to make citrus go last. Fuck you, people.
I did get
Ugh.
stung by a bee inside my bottom lip once. That was fun.
Ow!
Yeah, it was.
Ow! That just makes me cringe.
Yeah, I had a can of. I used to drink Brisk back in the day, and I had a can of Brisk, and there were some bees flying around, and
One of
one
them got
had-
inside.
yep, one crawled inside and was under the thing, and I drank him, and like I felt the bee in my mouth, and I struggled to get him out, but he kept squirming
Yeah.
and gripping and thing, and popped me inside the lip, and I finally grabbed the little bugger, threw him out, had to reach back in, pull the stinger out of my lip because it was still stuck in there pumping away.
Pumping venom. Yep.
Had to grab that, throw that out, and then I was like, "Oh, that's fun." Oh,
Yeah,
It
and your
sucked.
lips starting to swell.
oh, it swelled up. Yeah, you bet.
Big time.
Actually, not too bad. Actually, not too bad. I actually expected it to swell up a lot worse, but
Oh, it looks like as it
I don't know.
Hit
Are you
the
okay,
coast,
Diana?
Oh, it's the discs. Ow.
Owie.
Ow,
Herniated
that's painful.
discs.
Yeah.
Oh, shitty.
Shadow.
Jesus.
See if the puppy's awake.
Yeah,
No,
holding
he's asleep.
the head up aggravates it.
Yes. Arg.
I need to be seen. I really am not looking forward to it.
Chiropractor. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, God. Yeah. I poured out question on the twatters
Mhm.
about anybody who had any experience with chiropractors, and almost everybody was telling me no, just don't.
Yeah.
Don't risk it.
I'm highly
Okay.
skeptical of chiropractors myself.
Been to a chiropractor one time. The problem with chiropractors or chiropractic medicine is you have to
Chiropractic.
constantly keep going in order for it to work. And they'll even tell you from the start, this isn't a permanent solution. They'll pop your neck and then they'll tell you, don't do anything for the next 2 days. And then the first day, you don't realize how much pain you're in. Next day, you get up and it's like, holy fuck, that hurts. Because your muscles are trying to readjust. You tried a heating pad, Diana?
I'm gonna try something because oh god, it hurts.
Try
Oh,
do a
jeez.
heating pad 20 on, 20 off.
20 heating
Because some of the
pads
problem,
on, and then you take them off.
yeah, that's right.
Oh god.
Because you don't want to overheat the muscle. It can cause problems.
Yeah.
But you're trying to get the tension in the disc to release.
Yeah, this
Oh,
has been going on.
yes,
for-
I'm still here.
I'm trying to think. Probably close to 6 months this has been going on. Constant.
Yowzers.
Yeah. That's
Do you have a heating pad?
I've got one around here, I think, somewhere. I've got to look. I'm trying to remember
but-
if it's a heating pad or if it's an electric blanket that I have. I forget.
there are another thing would be massage therapy is another thing you could do
Yeah, I've had
versus
that. I've had that.
chiropractic. Because that will help loosen up the muscles which are pulling on your disc.
A lot of people suggested physiotherapist.
Yeah, that might be good too.
Yeah. I was trying to
but
think
the
of a
problem with-
doctor that deals with the spine.
An osteotherapist.
Mm.
Just a guess. Hmm. No such thing as that, but yeah.
Oh, not double de quereca. Oh man.
But
Oh.
the heating pad might at least ease some of the tension, which isn't helping. Another thing that might help is finding one of your pillows that you can tuck behind your back, and so that it hits your neck, so you're not having to support your head so much.
It could be. Yeah, because anytime I
Um,
move the head, I also hear the cracking and popping.
Oh,
Yeah, fun. Oh, you like that?
Ooh.
uh-huh.
Yeah, you can hear and feel it as it cracks and pops and all kinds of shit.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And I have no idea what I did to get into this condition. I started feeling the symptoms when I was 22. So that's, like 42 years I've been dealing with this shit.
Oh man.
I was diagnosed
Yeah,
when I was
mine.
32.
Oh, geez. And they
Yeah.
didn't suggest any kind of therapy?
There was this thing with a home cervical traction equipment.
Oh. What about that chair that the chair that's supposed to stretch your spine? Don't you have one of those?
I don't know if I know what you're saying.
The one where your head goes where your feet are.
Oh no,
You know what I'm talking about?
Isem, I know to that to having to making.
Oh, okay. That would help you out because what it does is it secures your hips basically and you flip upside down and it stretches your spine back out.
The location of my problem here is between the shoulder and the base of the skull.
Hmm. I know I have issues uh with that, but that's not because of a herniated disc. It's because my spine is twisted.
Kastetabaya. Na topatoranda. It is
My
broken.
spine curves under my right shoulder blade.
You is broken.
I is very broken. I have pictures from the chiropractor from 2009 where he took x-rays of my spine and it shows it curving under one of my shoulder blades. I can't remember if it was the left one or the right one. But it's there. It's painful. So much fun. But my neck doesn't pop anymore. So, yeah. Oh, did they downgrade it from
No.
a tropical storm? Or is it still a tropical storm?
Now, when you say pop your neck, what exactly is happening?
Oh, my
You're not
neck?
talking. No, well, just in general,
Okay.
when they pop somebody's neck.
Okay,
Is-
when you tilt your head to the side every once in a while, your neck will pop. Or if you turn your head too fast.
Like when your knuckles crack.
Yeah, like when your knuckles crack.
Okay.
My neck doesn't do that anymore.
Okay. So okay, so like I guess the thing I'm getting at is like part of my skepticism to chiropractic is like when they're popping people's bones and joints and things, when chiropractors are doing their thing.
Mm-hmm.
And people think their bones are getting realigned and stuff like that, and what exactly do they think all this popping and cracking actually is? And all it actually is
Is a release of tension.
it's no, the popping and cracking, it's air bubbles popping, specifically nitrogen builds up in your joints, and
Right.
this is every human, and it just forms little bubbles. That's all that. So when a chiropractor is like cracking your back and cracking this and that, that's all they're doing. It's like cracking your knuckles.
Right.
And it can provide temporary relief of things, although if you're having pain along with the cracking phenomenon, like your joints hurt until you crack it, you probably have some other issues going on.
Right.
Because normal joints don't feel pain from this phenomenon, because it's been happening all your life. It's just part of your physiological process.
Right. It's part of the
So-
homeostasis of your body.
Yeah. So yeah, that's why I'm skeptical of chiropractors, because most of what they do is just something a friend can do, and help you crack your back, They may be a little better trained and better techniques for it, but like, you know,
Oh.
anybody can be trained to do that, you know.
Yeah, I just bend over and my back pops.
Yeah, and I
If I
get
do
that
it the
that
right
sort of
way.
stuff too.
Oh.
I too might have issues with my back because my back doesn't quite, and my neck doesn't quite crack like it used to
Well, part of that's
on
probably
my own.
age too.
Yeah. Oh
I
yeah,
think we're
most
the old
assuredly.
fogies of the channel.
Yeah.
You, me, and Diana.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm the brown
I'm
dog
probably
here.
Because everybody thinks I'm younger than I am because I sound young.
well.
No.
How old do you think I am, or have I already given that away?
I figure you're probably late 40s, early 50s.
Groovy. I will my birthday's in September, so
Uh-huh.
in what, a couple 3 months here, I will be turning 47.
So I was right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm 3 years older than you. I just turned
Woo.
50 in March.
And I'm
Yep.
older than dirt.
And my son is going to be 25 in 2 days. Oh my God.
A whole quarter century. Ooh.
I
Yeah.
remember 25.
Well, what you've got to understand about Tornado is he is autistic with Asperger's
Mhm,
syndrome,
mhm,
conduct disorder, and he has ADHD.
mhm.
So I've got the
He's got the
whole
first 5
spectrum of
chapters of the
you're fucked,
um,
you're fucked, you're so totally fucked book.
yeah, the what is it, the DSM, that's it.
DSM, huh?
Diagnostic and Statistics Manual.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I love my kid. He's great. He can have very wonderful days. And
Mhm.
then there are days when he is just the ultimate rage monster. And you want to lock him up in his room and say, "No toys for you."
Yep.
That
I
would
see that.
be the last that would be the 4th of July. Most of the morning on the 4th of July
Oh, he
was
doesn't
the
like the explosions, does he?
No, he loves fireworks. That's the
Oh,
problem.
oh dear.
He is quite the firebug. He loves fireworks. He wants to be a pyrotechnician, but yeah. Um
Oh dear.
I
no, the
don't know if
problem is
anybody
when there
would.
are fireworks,
I don't know if anybody would license
is
him.
I don't know. The problem is when there are fireworks uh expecting to go off, he wants to go down, watch them do the setup, watch them do whatever. So instead of realizing that mom is right, you're not going to want to sit at the event listening to music for 5.5 hours. Uh, after an hour's walk down there, because you're taking your time enjoying stuff, and it's like 2 miles away and you're walking. Uh, so because it's not a good idea to drive. Uh, so he walked down there despite my repeated attempts of trying to tell him wait until like 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, so that you're not sitting out there the whole time and you have a chance to eat before the fireworks show, because you're not getting money to eat. You're not getting money to drink down there. And
Hmm.
this year, they didn't have all of the games because of COVID. They just had things like bounce houses for kids and music. So he was rather bored after listening to the music for an hour.
Uh-huh.
So
Hmm.
he walked all the way home, sat for a couple hours, ate, and then walked all the way back to the fireworks area where they were going to do the fireworks display, and then recorded 6 different videos on my phone so that he could record them for me. And I'm like, Talon, I don't want to see them. I could see fireworks if I wanted to. I was quite happy staying inside, not worrying about the fireworks. And then the neighbors across the street started lighting off mortar rounds.
Oy, oy.
So I got to see fireworks anyway. And I got up the next morning and there was ash dotted all the way across my yard from the fireworks going off. Because
Fun.
they were lighting them off less than 50 feet from my house. Yeah, that's just
Yep.
what I need. My
You-
cat hid for the was hiding until yesterday morning.
You sound like
That's-
you like fireworks about as much as I do. I freaking hate
I
'em.
like fireworks. I like the colors, but I'd rather watch
Yeah.
them on the internet. Because
Yeah.
A, they're quieter. B, I don't
Mm-hmm.
have to worry about getting bit by mosquitoes the whole time.
Chatuday.
There you go.
I don't have to worry about, because where I live in Florida, we have to worry about, not only do we have to worry about West Nile virus, we also have to worry about malaria.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah. Those are all things you can get along with several other things. So yeah, I'm not real happy about all the mosquito bites I have. In the last few days.
Move beef.
But unfortunately, I have to do my yard work, so I risk getting bit by mosquitoes to do yard work.
Oh.
So I think what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to find a yard company that will come through once a month and do my yard. Because it doesn't grow super fast. But I need somebody that's going to come through, pick up all the debris in the yard, stack it, or take it with them. So yeah. Oh, the rain bands are breaking up. That's good. That means, yeah, it's 60 miles west of Tampa as of 4 o'clock, which means it's moving north 14 miles an hour. So it's probably closer to, I said it was 60 miles west of Tampa. So it's more like 74 miles northwest of Tampa. Yeah. So, we should be seeing something here before too long. Let's see. Not what I wanted. There we go. Let's see the storm track. Where are they going to expect it to go? Come on. The interactive radar. That's what I want. No, that's... Tornado warning issued for eastern Sarasota. Not part of that worry. Hurricane Elsa. It's not a hurricane anymore, people. It's back down to a tropical storm, you doofus.
It's no
Be
longer
refreshed.
a hurricane. It's now
It's back down to a
moderate-
tropical
a
storm.
moderate pace cane.
Yes, something like that.
It's not hurried anymore.
Yeah, it's not hurrying anymore. Let's see, weather. Go to the weather page. Come on, weather. We want the... Where is it?
Yeah, there can be some advantages to living in an apartment. Don't have to worry about the yard work.
Mm-hmm.
Worst I have to worry
season.
about is getting flyers for advertising for a landscaping company.
Mm-hmm.
And it's an apartment complex. Our mailbox is downstairs in a huge roll of mailboxes, right?
Right.
So some poor mail carrier has to go through and slip a flyer into each of those
Into
mailboxes. And
yeah.
it's like why? It's an apartment complex. Like we can't use your service.
Right. So why even bother?
Yeah. I figure if I'm getting one, probably the every mailbox is getting filled with one. So
Yep.
it's just so silly to me.
Yep. Oh, it
Like
stayed mostly
why?
west. That's good. So it is gonna hit right on Cedar Keys. Yay. That means most of Crystal River is gonna miss the eye. So that's good. That's really good. Yay.
Does Crystal River move around very much?
No, but it's just a matter of how much flooding are we going to get in Kings Bay
Oh,
from the storm surge.
yeah.
Yeah. So that's always important to keep an eye on. But they're still saying it won't hit us until like 8 a.m.
That's not that far off anymore.
No, that's like 3 hours. They're still saying we're going to get wind gusts of 86 miles an hour, and I don't believe that. Oh, yeah, it's wind speed on the hurricane is 69 miles an hour, so that's why it's back down to a tropical storm. But the worst of the rain bands is always along the eye. So, on the east side of the eye. So we've got 2 more rain bands to go through. Both of them are generally really small, but they're the strongest rain bands of the storm. So, let me see what she's
Okay,
saying.
I see there were a couple people being slightly
Slightly.
less than well behaved in the side chat. I didn't see that because that was about when
Uh, who is it?
somebody
Let me
called.
see.
One is called Black Betty, and another one is called. Where is it? Yeah, this was about 4:30 that this was going on. Oh, Clen Butterball.
Oh, well, you know what we do with Clen
Yeah, they're
if
gone.
they're still here. Well,
Arseholes.
we will.
I didn't even see that because I had another window up. Yeah, I should be watching more
Right.
closely.
Mm,
No, but that's one of the
Uh,
that's one of the perks of being a spanner holder is you get to ban people like that. Jura,
Yeah.
how you doing, honey?
yeah. Okay. Conduct disorder. Oh, how to explain that one? Conduct disorder means that his reactions to emotions, things that anger him, things that upset him, things that he finds amusing. How many times have you people heard him laughing hysterically over something and we all go, it's not that funny, but he finds it funny. It skews his reactions to emotions. So something that should mildly upset someone will throw him into an all out hysterical episode of whether it be fear or crying or just um being upset for a long time. His reaction to being angry is over the top versus something that is uh
And
something
you're
that
asked
would
first, you know that,
mildly
right?
huh what
Oh my! Oh, it looks and you're saying that was so rude. I actually wanted to ban Clint Butterball. Well, I'll tell you what.
yeah
There's still Black Betty out there. Why don't you take her out?
yeah um um go ahead, Aunt Jur. I'll leave you to do Black Betty. Just scroll up, and when you click on their name to the right, there should be 3 dots. Click on the dots, and you can put them in timeout or uh
Over the top. That sounds like Tornado sure does, doesn't it?
Mm.
yeah. No, don't. I'm in the chat. Don't. Yeah. Something that would be mildly upsetting for us will send him, or angering, mildly angry, will send him into an all-out rage.
Moo.
And his verbal responses are sometimes inappropriate to the situation. And it's not that he's being rude or obnoxious or just seems like he's being overly emotional. It's just he has no control over those emotions. It's very difficult for him to verbalize what's upsetting him or why or what's causing specific things. Things like a woman screaming in pain in a movie will cause him to run out of the room because he can't deal with it.
Uh-huh.
Or he'll cover his ears and hide his face. You know, those are not things that most normal people will do.
So he doesn't watch horror movies very much?
No, he doesn't watch horror movies at all. For example, reboot on Star Trek, from
Discovery?
2009. No,
no.
the movie.
Oh, the movies. Okay, that's right.
With
Yeah.
Crisp, Zach Quintos, and
Yeah.
I think that's it. And
Yeah, Quinto,
Chris
yeah.
Pine.
Yeah.
When Winona, quote unquote, is birthing Jim, he runs out of the room. He will not watch the first 5 minutes of the movie. First 10 minutes. Until after the main character has been born and is growing up. He will not watch it to this day. He doesn't like the music from the kids' movies Inspector Gadget.
Okay.
He would run from the room screaming when it would come on.
I'm sorry.
Very funny doorknob head. Yeah. It's. I've been raising him as a single parent since he was 3.
The theme
It's
song
been
to
hard.
Inspector Gadget. I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm obsessing over this now. Really, that triggers him badly, huh?
He used to run from the room screaming. I kid you not.
I'm just trying to understand. I'm thinking, why?
We don't know why. He can't explain it. He just says, "I don't like
Just something
song."
about that. Something about
Yeah.
that rhythm, that sequence of sounds.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Fascinating.
Yes.
It's fascinating. It's
It
tickling
is.
my funny bone like a bastard, though.
Yeah, but he's super intelligent. He has
Oh yeah,
an
I've
IQ
seen that, yeah.
of the highest they could get him rated as, because they couldn't get him to sit still, long enough to complete the entire test, but what
Mhm.
they got done of the test says he has an IQ of 131.
Groovy.
Right. And so technically he could be in Mensa.
Yep, technically.
Uh
Yeah.
he his last year of high school, he completed, I think it was 6 extra credits
Cool.
because they were trying to keep him occupied so he would stay the whole day in school instead of having him sitting around bored halfway through the school day because he had completed all the classes he needed. So they had to find him 3 extra credits for 2 semesters. So he did their Earth and Space Science course online that they have. It's normally a 12-week program. He did it in 2 weeks. He can sit
Groovy.
there and listen to music on the internet. You give him a music to listen to that he likes, he can sit there in about a week and play it on his keyboard without sheet music. And we're not just
Wow.
talking the main theme. He can do the harmonies too.
Cool.
He will sit there and take music, and he's got a MIDI program, and he will sit there and combine it with other music and make a combination of 2 songs. Yeah. So he's really musically inclined. He knows
Interesting.
how to read sheet music. He was in band class. He played a big old tuba type, but I don't remember what it was.
What kind
It
of
wasn't
music does he like?
He likes all kinds of music. He likes
He
some
likes
classical.
both kinds, country
He
and
likes
western, right?
Yeah.
he likes rock. He likes some pop. He likes John Williams. Get him on John Williams.
Cool. Cool.
He likes Star Wars. He likes Star Trek. He likes what's another one? Stargate, Atlantis music. He likes Independence Day music. He likes so much shit. I can't name them all. He likes so much.
Does he ever listen to Pink Floyd?
Yes. He listens to Pink Floyd. He listens to Whitesnake. He listens to, who's some of the other ones?
And I wonder.
ZZ Top.
I really wonder how he would like ambient kind of music, if you know what I mean.
I
There's
don't know. Could
That's
it
kind
hold his
of
attention?
Mood music, you mean?
Like
kind
Brian
of, yeah.
Eno and let's see.
and
I'm
acid jazz and
I don't know.
how does he
I'm
do
not
with
sure that he
electronic
actually
music and
likes
synth?
jazz. Some he likes, some he doesn't.
Well, acid jazz is it can be quite a bit different from jazz. It can definitely incorporate jazz and jazz inspired things, but it can also be very, very different. I'd almost place Enigma as a little bit acid
Okay, he likes
jazz
Enigma.
like. Yeah.
He likes Enigma.
But
yeah,
I
we're
don't
not
know
talking Miles Davis here. No.
right, no, yeah.
Yeah. No, he likes Enigma. He likes things like Evanescence. He likes Cruise Shadows. He likes Dragon Force. He likes a lot of different music. He likes Carfax Abbey. He likes Dreamside. Is it Dreamside? He likes so much shit. And these are things that I listen to too. So he likes Elvis. He likes
Hey.
I do imagine
Earth, Wind, and Fire. He likes Journey. He likes Chicago. You know, he's got a very eclectic mix of music that he likes.
Well, I like Chicago, but I don't know if I'll ever be able to get there again.
I don't know, Aunt Jer. I don't think we've ever heard that.
I do wonder if he has problems with
Yeah,
Pink
Tornado in
Floyd,
a Junkyard.
with Pink Floyd The Wall. I wonder
Oh
if
no,
he-
he's definitely not non-binary.
oh,
He is very much he, him, and proud of it.
I myself I consider myself to be agender myself, so
Okay, not two
he's
genders, just a gender.
just no
Yeah.
no gender at all. Whatever
I'm just giving you a hard
however
time,
many
honey.
however many genders there are in the world, I ain't any of those.
um,
De lo
Um,
basto. Yeah, you see.
Tornado is unique. He is.
Yeah.
There is nobody quite like him. He you can hear him if if any of you sit there and watch the movie night stuff, you'll hear him.
Oh yeah, I've heard lots of
Oh
Tornado.
yeah.
I haven't engaged him directly very much at all. I don't think. I may have been in one or two streams with him, but
Yeah, he is just him. I don't think there's a real good word
Well,
to describe Tornado other than tornado.
I'm very individualistic myself.
Hmm.
So I pretty much think everybody ultimately is
Mhm.
a unique individual.
Yeah,
Everyone
he-
is exotic.
yes, that's true. He is just so much just makes up who and what he is that you can't really choose any one facet that is him and have it fully tell you all about him.
Mhm. Oh yeah, and I believe that for everyone. Nobody is a label, but at the same time, definitely Tornado seems to be particularly divergent from the common mold, which is largely strived for.
Right. He does not fit anybody's concept of fitting a mold.
Yeah, which just makes him all the more
Which-
fascinating to me.
Yeah, with most autistic individuals have they get what is the term I'm looking for? Keyholed, I think is it. Pigeonholed. That's the
Pigeonholed?
word.
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
pigeonholed. Into being this is how an autistic person is.
Yeah.
This is how an autistic person with Asperger's syndrome is. This is how a low functioning autistic person is. And what people fail to really think about is each one is an individual. So what
Mhm.
is common for one autistic person is not going to be the same for all autistic persons. And each one of them has facets that are so special to each one of them, and things that make them individually unique, and
Indeed.
pigeonholing them is really your oh, what's the term I'm looking for? I can't even think of it. Um, you're missing out on crucial facets
Yes, yes.
that can cause you to reach an understanding with them.
You pulled that right out of my brain.
Thank you.
and
Hold
and
on,
of course we know pigeonholing is wrong because
right.
it's cruel to the pigeons.
Yes.
Yes, it's cruel to the birds. Yes.
Leave their delicate little holes alone.
That sounds really weird.
What did I miss? I had to move my headset.
I was
I
turning it into a perverted joke.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's another
Pigeon-
thing. Oh my God.
Pigeonholing is wrong because it's cruel to the pigeons.
Pigeons. Yes. Jokes. That's another thing that oh my gosh, Tornado is so oblivious to dirty jokes.
Oh,
What's his
yeah.
standard reaction? Mom. Oh my gosh, it is so funny to listen to him when we're talking about stuff and it gets perverted on movie night or Game of Fools.
See,
He gets so embarrassed.
See, I'm very interested to learn what makes him laugh, what he finds really funny.
Oh gosh, his humor is really warped. One of the biggest issues that people
Well, so is
find
mine.
disconcerting about him and don't understand that is a facet of autism. That's one of the key markers is he repeats stuff.
Yeah, huh?
Okay.
And it's not just once or twice, it's 3, 4, 5, 6 times in a row. And part of it is he wants to see what people's reactions are. Part of it is it's just an ingrained issue with being autistic. It's kind of like you see the lower functioning autistics doing something and they're rocking back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
That is a common facet. Tornado used to do that all the time. In order to, when he's upset, if he walks away, he's going to come into the living room or dining room where I'm at, and he'll want me to scratch his back because that mellows him out. Just those kind of things that people who are not around an autistic person doesn't see often. And people tend to want to make them they want to treat them as normal people. And what they don't understand is you cannot expect a normal reaction out of them. You're not going to get a reaction that is like what you would get from a normal person who doesn't have autism. They're always going to surprise you with their reactions.
Yo.
Things like pies in the face. He goes hysterical over that.
Okay.
People who do stupid stuff and suffer stupid consequences really make him laugh.
So he likes fail videos.
Yes, he likes fail videos. Definitely. He finds so much
those
humor
too.
in that.
I like those too. I just don't laugh or take any pleasure out of the ones where people seem to like really get hurt.
Well, no, he'll go, ooh, that
Myself,
must have hurt.
Right? Yeah. I mean, there are ones where like people fall into the pool or something, and
Yeah.
that and they're not going to drown. They're they stand right up, and the water's only below their waist.
Mhm.
That sort of stuff is funny, but it's like, oh, the lake broke open and the person fell in. Okay, no, that's not funny.
Mm-mm.
They can
No,
get
no, no,
dragged
no, no.
under and die.
No, he's
Or you know, or
nut
somebody, you know,
shots are his favorite.
yeah, or somebody, you know, falls and lands one of their glutes on a rake and like probably got their
A
flesh
butt
pierced.
punctured, yeah.
Okay, that's not.
We know somebody who did that.
I when I see that, I just like cringe, and
Hmm.
I have this strange empathic reaction to things. Like the area like at the bottom of my back, and then sometimes down into like my thighs, like the backs of my thighs. I get this
Hmm.
weird sort of I can't
Sympathy
describe it.
pain.
It's like a weird sort of ache slash
Sympathy pain.
tickle. Yeah, it's a sympathy pain, and it's not the exact same pain the other person's feeling. You know, when they get a nail gun shot in the eye. I don't feel I
Oh,
don't feel the nail gun shot in the eye. I feel that, you know. So I don't
oh.
have a good time when I see people get
Yeah,
hurt.
yeah. No, things like people racking themselves because they did something
Yeah.
stupid. He finds that funny.
Yeah, and probably
I
that
just
too. Yeah,
yeah,
probably
he's
that too doesn't really like tickle my funny bone. That makes me just go, "Oh my God, that
oh,
yeah."
ow, that hurts.
And
Yeah.
I have a reaction like my body doesn't know exactly what they're feeling, so it comes up with this to let me know that
It kind
hey,
of locks
that
itself up.
person
Yeah.
that person's not having a good time right now.
Hey,
Mm-mm.
amiga, honey, how you doing?
Hi, Amiga Nuts.
Das te petrondite. Whatever that meant.
What is sleep? I
I have
haven't been
no
asleep
idea. I
for
have
over
no
24
idea. I know I
hours,
need
so.
it, but that's another story entirely.
It Doorknob Head, when they repeat things, it could be generally if she's working, he probably wants her to repeat prices for stuff or um what she's doing. So um yeah. Uh we used to have a autistic worker at the Walmart when I was working there who used to come by and he'd check on all the cashiers every morning and he'd be like, "Do you need your waste baskets emptied? How you doing today? What's your name?" Because he never remembered people's names. Um, but he was a very sweet individual. But he was part of the janitorial group, and he would go through and change your waste baskets.
Hmm.
He'd see if there was anything that you needed thrown away or that needed to be put up front. So um,
I
he was
did that
just
at
a nice
Walmart
kid.
myself.
Hmm. Um, I worked for Walmart as a cashier between the front end and the jewelry department for about 3 years. So,
Yep.
and uh, then the person I had babysitting Tornado could not deal with him any longer, and I started getting calls to come get him from school and work, and he started getting into all sorts of trouble. Uh, so yeah, that didn't work out.
Mm-hmm.
You know how Walmart is about having to call out because of family issues, even when you have a Family Medical Leave Act. Oh, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Mm, don't get me started on Walmart and their
Oh yeah.
issues.
They suck to work for.
They do. They do. Um, oh, they're going to talk about rubies today on the commercial. Uh,
I am liking where I'm at though. I am the night auditor at a hotel, so
Mm.
yeah, graveyard shift. I don't have to deal with people. I have to do all the cleaning, but that's all right. I'm
Yeah,
happy.
you do all
I'm
the
happy to
cleaning at the
treat.
front desk.
Yeah. Well, and the lobby and the pool area if it's messy and the dining area. So
hmm But you
I
don't go out, you don't have to do
and
the
I empty
rooms.
out. I
Oh,
no, I don't do the rooms though.
you're lucky.
People, I found out people don't like it when I go in their rooms and clean while they sleep. So no, I'm kidding. I did not find that out. I already knew.
Mm. I worked in a hotel as a cleaning lady for about 3 years before I started working for Walmart. Oh, people are disgusting. Just
Yeah.
disgusting.
Oh yeah. I still deal with plenty of it. Especially when we're really busy. People love to gather and drink their beer and like if I
Oh my
never
god.
see another fucking used beer can again in my life, it'll be too fucking soon. I've cleaned up so many goddamn beer cans. I'm so fucking
Oh,
sick of it. I like
beer
I like hate
cans.
beer and people getting drunk because of it.
Oh no, you know what's even worse than just the beer cans is when they use the soda cans, soda bottles for spit
Yeah.
platoons, and they leave them in the room where the maid has to clean them up.
That's not as bad as when they use my damn floor for their spittoons.
Yeah, that's true too. There are a lot of worse things in the rooms. Trust me.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's probably far worse than what I find in the hallway.
Uh-huh. Oh yeah. Believe me. Uh, I won't tell you the number of times I've found used condoms tucked in the bed sheets.
Okay then.
Just nasty,
Yeah,
disgusting people or other things tucked in bed sheets.
yeah,
There's a reason why maids wear gloves. Or they should be wearing gloves.
yeah.
And you change them out per each room because you don't want to track that shit to other
Oh,
rooms.
at my
Oh.
hotel we have gloves. I presume they use them. I
I
hope they
would hope
use them.
so. Um, the people are boys, especially. No offense to everybody who's male, but men are the nastiest pigs when it comes to a bathroom. Uh, this was something we found as a cashier in smaller businesses that had restrooms where I worked for a farm and home company when I was a teenager. And I worked as a cashier, and one of the jobs of the closing cashiers was to go in and clean the bathrooms. And you only had one bathroom, so it was men and women's bathroom. I had a customer come up to me one day and they're like, somebody needs to go in and clean the bathroom now. And so we went in to go look in the bathroom, and some asshole had gone through and smeared shit all over the
Man.
walls. Which means they had to have shit somewhere, whether it be on the floor or in the toilet, and then scooped it out and just smeared it like finger paint on the walls. It was everywhere.
Ooh.
We had to close down the store and call a professional cleaning company because that is a risk that is beyond the
Yeah,
scope of a cashier to have to clean up.
yeah, and they have to make sure
They have
that
to
it's
sanitize
set,
it from top
fully
to bottom.
sanitized.
Yeah.
You bet.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And it was just foul. And you look at this shit, and I understand that people are idiots, but what kind of a person is that disgusting?
Well, they're a fecophiliac.
Apparently. And it was just one of the many things that I had to deal with as a cashier, and it's one of the reasons why I'm glad I don't work anymore.
Yeah, I have to say, when I did maintenance at Walmart, I had to clean the bathrooms, both the employee bathrooms and the public bathrooms. I had to clean them all, and honestly, male, female, it was really no different.
Mhm.
Sometimes one was really disgusting, and sometimes the other was
Yeah.
really disgusting.
Yeah,
There
it goes both ways, and I'm not saying it doesn't.
I washed a splash of poo off the wall that was like 3 feet higher than I stand.
Oh,
How does it get up there? How did it get up there?
I don't know.
It was.
It is one of the reasons why I do not use.
It wasn't a wipe. It was clearly a splash.
Yeah, I
It was
do not
projected.
use. Yeah, I do not use. I do not use public restrooms. I will hold it
Yeah.
till I get home.
Oh, you know what? I live in Iowa, and it pretty much doesn't matter. I'm surrounded in all directions by pig and cow farms. That means
Oh yes, I
every
know.
way
Mhm.
every way the wind blows, it is blowing pig and cow shit in my
I know.
nose, in
Been
my
there,
mouth,
done that.
in my eyes,
Growing
in my
up-
ears. Just
Yeah,
live with it.
grow-
You live in a world of shit. Just
Yeah,
live with it.
growing.
There's
growing
nothing you
up,
can
we
do.
had
There's
a-
shit all around you.
We had a babysitter who was a pig farmer. That was such a nightmare.
I have a granted this is a secondhand anecdote, but like a story a coworker told me once that they used to work at a Menards,
Mhm.
and
I
there
was in
there
Orchlands
was
that I worked at. Yeah.
there was a person in that town who was a fecophiliac, and once in a while he'd just deposit poo here and there. He'd like to go out to the parking lot and the door handles that that you reach under and you have to lift them up. He would like to scoop pieces of poo underneath it where you can't see.
Oh.
So when people go to open their car doors, they get a handful of poo.
Foul.
He would plant it in places throughout the store, and he would open they had liquid soap dispensers of a certain design. You could pop them open, and he put poo in the soap, so that all day long people are dispensing soap with his poo in it and washing their hands with it.
Oh my god. Oh.
So yeah, there.
Did he
are
ever get
some-
arrested?
I have no idea. It's like that.
I would hope so, because that's that is seriously, if he has any kind of communicable illness,
Oh, there's
disease, whatever.
It's
Yeah,
it's
that
terribly
just-
unsanitary.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, good lord. That's assault and battery.
Yeah, that's spreading some awful disease.
Yeah, that's like living with mice. But the mice
Yeah.
are everywhere and crawling on everything. Ugh. Just brings back horrible memories.
I've lived in
I'm
some
going to have to scrub myself down later. Ugh.
I've lived in some mouse houses.
Yeah, I lived in an old 100-year-old farmhouse that had wooden floors and a unfinished basement. Two sides of the basement were dirt walls. That was fun.
Oh, lovely. Oh man.
Yeah, mice chewing through the walls and coming up through the floorboards behind
Oh, jeez.
cabinets. Yeah, it was bad enough that I ended up having to tell the landlord, you need to find where all the holes are coming from and seal them up and seal the cabinet behind the cabinets where they can't get out. And then I had to get a cat because I was killing 10, 12 mice a day with mouse
Jeez.
traps. Mm-hmm. And then I got a cat because the night before I had walked into my house and I kicked something and it squealed. And ended up I got the cat. Cat killed a rat that was pregnant in the house.
Oh.
We found the carcass the next morning. It was the only time he left a carcass for us to find.
Mm.
But it was
Usually-
a huge old rat. It was the body of the rat was the length of my palm from fingertip to wrist. That doesn't include the tail. With the tail, it was almost halfway up my arm.
Oh my God, Hunter.
Doorknob. Oh, God.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh, my goodness. I'm sorry, Aunt Jer.
yeah.
Yeah, I would not. I would not. And if my managers wanted to yell at me for it, I would definitely say, okay, fire me. I ain't touching this shit. Literally. Yay.
You know, I have this joke about rich people being so rich they have wipe ass money
Mm,
that they don't even have to buy toilet paper. They just wipe their ass with dollar bills.
mm.
I didn't think anybody in the world would ever take me seriously.
Mm.
That person has wipe ass money.
Oh,
Or maybe I'm
5:30.
secretly God. So secretly I don't even know it. And I just imagine
my.
things and they just happen in the world. That would suck for all of you.
It's not even considered a tropical storm anymore. Yay! It's not even considered a tropical storm anymore. Ha 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 ha.
Well, it's not exactly picnic weather, is it?
No, but when they bring up the news on the storms, usually they'll have tropical storm Elsa, Hurricane Elsa, but it's not really showing as a tropical storm, quote unquote, anymore when they show it. But every once in a while, oh, 5 a.m. What is that saying?
And I must admit the term tropical storm is so misleading. It sounds it still somehow sounds sunny.
Oh, okay.
This hurricane is rampaging through Florida. No big deal. It's a tropical storm. It's nice.
Yeah. Excuse me.
People vacation there.
Looks like the worst of the rain bands are breaking up. We're gonna miss it. Yay! I'm so happy about that. It looks like we might actually not have to worry about this quite so much. There's one storm band that's a concern, but it is still down by Tarpon Springs. We might still miss it. It might still miss us. 70 miles west northwest of Tampa, Florida. Maximum sustained winds 65. North at 14 miles an hour. Yeah, okay. Chef. Yef.
Right there.
So the eye is just almost directly west of where I'm at. Yay. It looks like we have missed the worst of it.
You should run over there and poke it.
No, it's out in the
Poke it
ocean.
in
Fuck
the eye.
that. Fuck that.
Oh.
I ain't going out in the ocean. Not in this weather. That's just asking to be pulled under by a riptide.
Okay, well, how good are you at throwing a javelin?
I can throw it as far as I can spit, and I can't spit. How's that? Oh, Diana, you going through pain again?
Still,
Yeah.
Oh.
Diana,
do you need to lay down?
I think that I might be doing that. Yes.
Okay.
That might actually help a little bit. And besides, the
Well,
sun's coming up.
Yeah, the sun's getting ready to come up here in like the next half hour, maybe. But I'm glad I didn't miss you this time, Diana.
Daya Korostu. Yeah, it's moo. It's definite moo. Ow.
Yeah.
Oh God. Oh my,
Yeah,
oh
so-
my, oh my.
All right. Why don't we let you go, Diana, so you can get some sleep?
Yeah, that might.
I would suggest, if you can find, if you have a heating pad, use it before you fall asleep. Even just laying down with it for a few minutes might help.
Ow.
You can make something similar using rice or beans. If you put them in like a little pocket of material, you can heat them up in the microwave for about 30 seconds at most, and then wrap it in a cloth and put it against your neck.
Okay, that might be worth trying.
Yeah, that's an
Um,
idea.
You can use rice or you can use beans, but don't get it wet. Okay? And don't put it in for more than 30 seconds or you'll cook them.
Oh, that would not be good.
So, it's just enough to get the beans and rice hot, and you put it against your neck after wrapping it in a cloth because it's going to be hot, and that might help because you can make it so that it's a smaller packet that can go right over your vertebrae. So, all right. Why don't we let you go, Diana, so you can go lay
let's
down.
hug that fool.
Okay.
And
Yep.
tell
Love you,
what,
darling.
I want to thank everyone who's here, and I want to thank everyone who's not here. And let me tell you, you guys are amazing. You really are. But I really have to
We're not amazing. We're just here.
move. And
I'll call you later, Diana,
what will
okay?
you call me?
And see how you're doing. On the phone.
Oh, so my name is now on the phone. Okay, got ya.
Yes, I'll call you on the phone, Diana.
Yay!
Yay!
Oh, and thanks a lot, troops. See you on
You're
the other
welcome.
side.
Love you, darling. Bye bye.
Oh my.
Nice to meet you, fearsome.
Yeah, so it was fun to finally hang out with you, and
Yep.
I would like to hang out with Tornado some.